New store, new merch. MeatKeenan.store. We got new hoodies and new shirts. Please check it out for my family. Thank you.
All right, gang, we got the ghoul who was scaring all those people at the ice cream shop. Let's go find the cops and get this crook booked so we can move on to our next mystery. Scoob, why don't you stay here in case he tries any funny business?
You want to know how I would have gotten away with your crime? I would have killed the ice cream store owner, burned the tips of their fingers, and cut up their body into 12 tiny pieces, scattering them in the ocean and burying them deep in the woods. You got too showboaty with all your gimmicks. As a fellow artist, I respect the work you've done, but you were weak. You were weak to leave the store owners alive.
Scoob! Like, I got us a sandwich, man. Oh, look at him, he loves it. Oh, Scoob loves his sandwiches. Oh, Scooby loves his sandwiches, don't you, buddy? Oh, come here, let me pet you, buddy. Scoob's got a big old belly. Don't you, Scooby? Yes, you do. Look at you. Me and the gang wish Scooby was a girl so we could give him better belly rubs. Oh, it's hard to rub Scooby's soft belly without almost touching his dingy. Oh, oops. Like I got it at the end there a bit, but, well, I better be getting back. I'll talk to you later, Scoob.
That was a close one. I almost got caught talking to you. Now where was I? Oh, that's right. I'd not only kill the store owner, I'd kill the wife, the kids, cousins, aunts, and uncles. Justice isn't pursued if there's no one seeking retribution. So I hopped from town to town, acting like a smooth-brained dog who solves innocent cases involving small-town business owners like yourself. I'm only gonna live to be 8 years old. Hell, maybe 9. I plan on taking as many souls as I can to hell with me.
Come on, Scoob. Let's go solve more clues, buddy.
Looks like that's my call. On to the next town. You know too much.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we're going to talk about one of my least favorite things on this earth. Porch pirates. Not that kind of pirate. I would be welcome to that kind of pirate.
Yeah, if Luffy showed up.
Most likely, you or the people you live with order most of your stuff online. As convenient as that can be, the never-ending rise of e-commerce has also led to one of the most infuriating problems known to man. Pirates. People who steal your shit off your front porch. Why you do it?
It's fun.
Thieves in general are just disgusting. Absolutely vile. Don't like them. That's why I want to be that one YouTuber who put the glitter bomb in them. Porch pirates are a name given to people who purposely steal packages sitting on your doorstep. While this has been a problem for years, it became far more prevalent recently, especially after the whole pandemic, due to the massive increase in online orders across the world because you couldn't go outside and buy things. Amazon was my best friend. No, probably that Chipotle, that DoorDash guy for sure, probably. In fact, billions upon billions of dollars in merchandise are stolen each year. Billions! For many people, this isn't even a one-time issue. A large percentage of these victims have had repeated instances of staked out their front porch. That makes sense though, because if a guy's like, this one's shit. Next one, this guy ordered this. That's the money house.
Or what you could do is you steal the package, you like it, and you know they're gonna order another one.
Well, yeah, exactly. They gotta order another. And sometimes these repeat offenders are at the hands of the same porch pirate, which obviously, or do you think he has other porch pirate buddies and they're squabbling around the poop deck talking about it? That's X marks the spot.
There's definitely gangs.
722 Cherry Street. That's the house you want.
They have like coordinated attacks.
What? What do you mean?
Yeah, they'll go down like street. They'll be like different cars, and they'll like go down streets at the same time, and they'll follow UPS people. So like they'll follow.
Do you think UPS guy's like driving, and, like he's like looking at his rear view mirror, like UPS guy has like a fucking gun, like a French Connection chase or something like that.
Or like those armored vehicle. Have you seen
Yeah, like
that
the
pursuits?
Brinks ones. Yeah. Those are carrying LED light strips for like a 14-year-old kid ordering stuff for his Twitch gaming setup. Armed guards and shit dropping it off. More and more people I've been finding what's become more normal, and that I've even had to do, is you put like a lock box outside, like a big little crate or whatever. And then on your Amazon delivery thing, you can give them the pin. Open it and put it in. Don't have to worry about it. Or you can put a glitter bomb in it. Glitter bomb. That's a YouTube video. That's a YouTube video. This problem has only gotten worse, as it seems that these thieves are only becoming more bold and shameless. Many Amazon drivers have admitted that porch pirates actively followed them so they can steal their packages as soon as they put them down. At that point, you just give the package to the guy.
Fuck no. Unless they pull a gun on you.
Yeah, and you better leave, buddy. Backing down the sidewalk. Other delivery drivers have been seen walking up to people's houses with porch pirates nonchalantly following behind them like it's no big deal. And within a few seconds of the package being placed down, it's already being stolen. I feel like that's whenever you should be like, you can tase them.
Yeah, exactly.
That'd stop people real quick, wouldn't it? Don't go near the drivers.
The Amazon driver should have a taser.
Or a fucking billy club. Cut you at your shins.
Give him a gun.
Give him a gun. An Amazon 3D printed gun and a glitter bomb. You shoot the guy in the chest 2 times and then you throw a glitter bomb on top of him. Mark Rober, that's who it is. So today we're gonna talk. Oh, now we're just now getting into it. Been a bit. So today we're gonna talk about the degenerate world of porch pirates. Not just to show how crafty they're getting, but to show how people are fighting back, and maybe to give you some tips
On how to be a porch pirate.
fight. On both, either. I don't know. You do what you want to do. Porch pirate encounters. In 2018, a Brooklyn neighborhood was being terrorized by a man whom they called the Picky Package Thief. Could have probably settled on a better name than that. Dr. Seuss lived in that neighborhood?
Yeah.
Does it seem like that? I do not eat green eggs and ham. I do not like you, Sam I am. Every time people would order packages, this man would come up to their porch and sit down. Once he grabbed their packages, he would calmly pick through their order, throwing out anything he didn't want before leaving. All right, maybe the picky package thing is pretty funny. He's like, fish oil vitamins. He's like, oh, PS5 controller. Okay, here. Ring doorbells and surveillance cameras had caught the criminal doing this exact thing on several occasions. His stealing spree ended on February 27th when Neighborhood Watch members tackled the man to the ground and held them there until police arrived, which I love that kind of street justice. And who was this porch pirate? Well, this porch pirate was identified as 33-year-old Hector Roman and was charged with possession of stolen property and petty larceny. I don't like the idea of a guy like stiffing. That would piss me off. Take the whole thing and be like, he took all my goods. Like that fucking guy who broke into my car and he stole everything but the Creed CD. It's like, motherfucker, like, yeah, I have taste. I have taste, all right? You can just take out, like, especially like a shampoo or something.
Yeah.
I'd be so in my head, I'd be like,
I don't know. I feel like I'd appreciate it. Thank you. You took the things you didn't want.
you don't think there's psychological damage to being like, a person being like, really? You bought that? I'm too self-conscious. I buckle immediately under social pressure like that.
No, I think I can handle it. Unless it's something.
Yeah, maybe you wouldn't care because you'd be like, hey.
I'd just be happy that not all my shit's gone.
Yeah, exactly. You'd be like, hey, money well spent still. Like covered in dog shit from your yard. I'll wash off and then you can do whatever. that would fuck me up so much. It's like the shampoo thing, or like a shirt. I thought it was a cool shirt. Like a nice I'm like, oh, that's nice. You get in the mail. Ring doorbell camera. He's like, I'd never wear that shirt. I would never have the confidence to wear that shirt.
I think the only thing if it's like something sexual, like for example, if I had like extra small condoms in my package and he didn't take those, I'd be like, of course they wouldn't fit him.
It always goes to like, it has to be something like that. Anything else is fine, but it's like as long you always think in the sexual manner, don't you?
Yeah.
God, I'd say what pissed me off more is if I ordered like a big old fleshlight. You know what I mean? He took that motherfucker. No! Just knowing he's underneath a bridge somewhere. What if he beat himself off there right in front of the camera?
Yeah, test it out.
Right in front of the Ring camera. You're on your app at work. It's like catching your wife cheating or something like that from like a private investigator.
You know, it'd be worse too if he fucked it, finished inside of it, and then left it for you to clean it. Like, what am I gonna do with this?
Oh my god, I'm not, like you said, to clean it. I'm throwing it away, Nick. Yeah, him using it, that'd be a bridge too far for me.
I would still use it, but
No, you wouldn't.
desanitize it. Throw it in the
No,
dishwasher.
there's no way. Also, another man's spunk in your dishwasher. Every time I had like a plate of lasagna, I'd just look at the plate and be like, I'd be looking at that Ring doorbell cam footage, though, like AVGN. This motherfucker's doing what?
Would you drive home immediately?
No.
I'd say I tried to beat him before he finished.
Keep looking at your Ring doorbell. He just lasts longer than I would. That pisses you off even more. Fuck.
This video is sponsored by PDS Debt. Don't let debt pile up. First you miss one bill, then another. Before you know it, debt collectors are knocking at your door looking to take away everything. But there's good news. There's still a way out. Whether you have credit card debt, personal loans, collections, or medical bills, PDS Debt can find a personalized solution for you. PDS Debt has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, with thousands of 5-star reviews on Google and 5-star rating on Trustpilot. That's because PDS Debt goes beyond numbers to understand your situation to give you personalized solutions. PDS Debt has helped hundreds of thousands of people to get out of debt in a fraction of the time. And there's no minimum credit score required. Being in debt and not having any money can be extremely stressful. Oh boy. And I don't want to experience that ever again. If you're in debt and you think it may help, give PDS Debt a try. PDS Debt is here to help you save more, pay off your debt faster, and start putting money back in them britches. You're 30 seconds away from being debt-free. Get your free assessment and find the best option for you right now at pdsdebt.com/papameat. That's pdsdebt.com/papameat. Thank you to PDS Debt for sponsoring the video. Back to the video. Yay!
Across the nation, a neighborhood in Oakland was terrorized by a porch pirate who would steal potted plants. The plant bandit was caught numerous times stealing plants off people's porches. At one time, he even stole an entire lemon tree. How'd you get away with that?
At night.
Like uproot it from the fucking ground?
That's happened to my dad. Someone stole his like $1,000 Seiko palms that he had in the front of his house.
Okay, first off, the flex with the dollar price tag on it. He's like, I don't know, $1,500 Seiko palms. He had a lot of them too. Sometimes he would also go after packages, leaving nothing on porches untouched. The suspect, who had been getting away with this crime spree for months, was described as a bald man in his 60s or 70s. Police would eventually detain a man who matched the description. God, like what, every old man on earth? What the fuck? But no formal arrest has ever been made for this guy.
They couldn't find him.
I'd be like, I'd get a big lineup of old people and I'd be like, there's no way that motherfucker can uproot a lemon tree. I can. Try. It's usually not that easy. It's him. Yeah, definitely. When porch pirates steal packages, they're often hoping to get something extremely valuable. In one case, a thief took something that was truly priceless. Elise Brink had recently lost her father and had his body cremated. Oh, no. When her father's urn arrived, she rushed over to her porch to retrieve it and was surprised to find that it was missing. She began to look around her neighborhood, with a neighbor eventually confirming that it was successfully delivered earlier. Soon it became obvious that someone had stolen her father off the porch. Stolen the father's body, or dead body, the ashes of the body, off the goddamn porch. And for 4 months, Elise wondered if she would ever get her father's remains back. And it turned out that the thief realized what it was and tossed it in a random alleyway, which was luckily found and returned to Elise after it was discovered by a woman in her neighborhood. First off, if you had the thief come back and they're like, dude, I'm sorry, I think I'd be like, it's no problem.
Yeah, give him a 20.
To fucking no, we're not gonna pay him. I'm not gonna pay him for stealing the thing. But I wouldn't be like, I wouldn't scold him. If anything, I'd be like, I think this is a sign for both of us. I gotta move on and you need to quit grabbing people's stuff off their porches. Okay. Right? That's a value, that's a lesson learned. But yeah, like heartless motherfucker. What is it? Oh, this cocoa powder's gone bad. Throw it on the ground, whatever.
Well, I thought that's how the story was gonna end. I thought there's gonna be like footage of him like emptying it in the
He's
sewer.
like, this is a nice urn. Takes the urn, runs off. Shh. Fucked up. You ever get a body back, cremated body back? There's like big chunks of like bone and shit still in it. It's kind of fucked up. My grandpa's ashes, the motherfucker had like big chunks of bone still in there. Grandpa? It wasn't, I mean, he's kind of chunky. I just mean like not all the skeleton. Yeah. I mean, a good part of it. Also, it's a lot of ash.
There's like a huge conspiracy that glitter is made from ashes of human remains.
Hey, one, who would think of that? And then two, where did you, what page could you have been on to have that article in front of you?
It's a huge Instagram thing. There's a lot of videos where it's like, do you know that there's only 2 companies that make glitter?
I hate the snarl in your voice there, the contortion, and he's leaning in on me. There's only 2 companies that make glitter. It's fucking horrifying. Mark, whatever the fuck his name comes in. It's just him and the fucking cremation company, probably.
Yeah.
Does he still make videos?
Mark Rober?
Yeah. God damn. What? He has 71 million subscribers. I built a roller coaster in my lab. Got me and the kids. Whee! Come look at these previews. Watch this dildo. Woohoo! Look at that!
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
Oh my god.
What the fuck is this? They're letting kids around this motherfucker. God damn! What is this? What the fuck? All right, so apparently the scariest fucking channel on YouTube is Mark Rober's channel. We built a roller coaster in my lab. Whee! Kids watching it are just like.
Are they enjoying it?
Yeah. Delivery drivers also have to deal with porch pirates. One driver in Illinois had to fight off a would-be thief to save an expensive package. While doing his rounds, a delivery driver had just set down a package on a doorstep of a home when a hooded man ran up beside him and stole it. Without thinking twice, the driver stopped the porch pirate and grabbed the package. The 2 men began a tug of war, pulled at it until the driver eventually won, and the would-be thief ran back to the street where he was picked up by a getaway car. The box the pirate was trying to steal contained 4 new iPhones and 1 Android, which the person had bought from a door-to-door salesman. In the end, the thieves were never caught, but the homeowner received their handful of phones thanks to the determined driver. I want to say the driver's a hero. I'm suspicious of the person buying all those phones. Knock on the door. Yeah, knock, wait. Hey, sorry, I just fended off a guy trying to steal your phones. Can I come in? Your Amazon driver. I'm your respectable Amazon driver. Chinese sweatshop. In August of 2023, police were notified of a porch pirate driving away with someone's package being stolen in a Georgia neighborhood. Officers were quick to respond thanks to the homeowners and neighbors telling dispatchers the license plate of the getaway car. Soon after the crime occurred, police were able to locate the vehicle, which led to a high-speed chase. The person behind the wheel ended up crashing the car and attempted to flee on foot to a nearby storm drain, where he crawled deep inside, hoping police didn't see him. A little Pennywise action. Yeah. Authorities soon swarmed around a manhole and began shooting pepper spray towards the porch pirate. God damn. For over an hour and a half, police attempted to get the package and the thief out. Like, give me the package.
Oh my god, that's horrifying. Do you see that image?
Fuck that.
So they were just dropping pepper spray.
Yeah, exactly. Ah! Ah! You get out of there. I can't. Finally, growing tired of waiting, they sent in a K9. God. Jesus! They sent in a K9, and the thief, which ended up being 31-year-old Laverne Vereen, would eventually crawl out and surrender himself. I wonder what do you think was even in the package? You know what I mean? Is it worth the high-speed chase?
It's a loot crate. You don't know what's in it yet.
God, can you imagine going to prison over a fucking loot crate? over a Doctor Who loot crate? I'd kill myself. I'm not even joking. I'd hang myself.
Yeah. See, right as they're arresting me, I'd be like, wait, open the package, because I want to know.
Open it! Open it! And you just see it says loot crate. That's the Doctor Who thing. The people that come outside are like nerdy people.
And you know he's gonna make like a Instagram or TikTok about it.
Guess who just fended off a porch pirate with his sonic screwdriver? Welcome. It has the Bo Burnham motto. Welcome to the internet. Welcome out around. Whatever. And he's just like.
Yeah, I'd kill myself too.
Oh my god. Oh, dude.
I would resist or being arrested, so they sick the canine on me.
I would reach for his gun, so they shot me. The victims of porch pirates aren't the only people who despise them. As it turns out, even porch pirates hate porch pirates. Self-hate. One Ring camera catches the moment that 2 porch pirates are found stalking out the same package being dropped off by a FedEx driver. I bet that happens a lot, dude.
Oh yeah, you're on my turf.
He's like, get out of here. As soon as the package is put down, 2 men hop out of their cars and race to grab it first. They get into a fight over the package, and one man was armed with a knife and the other grabbed a flower pot. The whole thing occurred in broad daylight while the family was still home. The package contained a brand new iPhone, and it was suspected that they somehow knew what was in the package before even coming up, like they were staking out their order. Kind of fucked up. It's hard not to be suspicious of this, especially when we look at just how many porch pirate schemes have evolved over time. In Long Island, a family reported that they were having their packages stolen on many occasions. The biggest problem was that they weren't even the ones ordering them. Huh? What? Erica Bernard's Bloomingdale account was being hacked by a group of organized porch pirates. They would order the luxury items they wanted with her money and then set the delivery date and have a runner stake out the front porch until it arrived. That's fucked up.
Yeah.
Isn't it? God, that's what a weird scheme. Security camera footage shows the thief pulling the package away from the family and sprinting away. It ended up being a vacuum cleaner worth hundreds of dollars. Whoa. In the process of trying to chase them, her husband, who had just undergone knee replacement surgery, tripped over a lawn decoration and face planted into the ground, which is kind of funny, but would suck. This isn't the only advanced method porch pirates utilize. Many have resorted to wearing disguises. On many occasions, people will sell their old Amazon or FedEx vests on eBay. When a porch pirate is wearing one, families are less likely to suspect foul play when they approach the porch to replace the package for an empty one. That's kind of a fucked up thing. I didn't even think about that. On eBay, you can just buy a vest and be like, walk up to people's houses.
It's the same thing, construction. If
Yeah,
you
yeah, a
have,
little safety vest.
Yeah, nobody will question you.
Yep. Not all of them are quite as sophisticated, however. For every Amazon vest wearing thief, there's a man scraping together a disguise to conceal his identity. Spencer Googler was caught trying to steal packages anonymously by wearing a red pair of women's underwear on his head.
Might have a little mental problem.
Yeah. I think he might wound up tight. He was immediately identified and arrested after being linked to multiple porch pirate cases and was hit with 5 charges of larceny. And in Oklahoma, 8 men were arrested and suspected of working with an organized crime ring that involved stealing iPhones and other electronics off people's front porches across the country. It's unknown just how many people are involved, but it's suspected that millions of dollars have been stolen through their efforts. Much like the hackers, they were able to know exactly where the expensive packages would be delivered. That's one thing I'm noticing. If you're getting a new phone, just go to the fucking store. Having your property stolen on multiple occasions can be incredibly violating and infuriating. This leads many to hit their breaking point, where they ultimately decide to fight back. Dream Barrow, a resident of Tacoma, Washington, decided he'd had enough of this. To combat the many thieves roaming his neighborhood, he created the blank box. The blank box was essentially a wooden box disguised as a cardboard package, and when a porch pirate would attempt to grab it, a 12-gauge shotgun blank would go off, cause them to freak out and run. That's actually insane. You know how loud that'd be? That'd be insane. On his YouTube channel, of course. On his YouTube channel, he would show all the people his blank box trap had set running away in fear. Some of these videos raked in tons of views, and Jareem would eventually start selling this product online. The blank box is insane, dude. That's so crazy. That would, I mean, you'd be like, holy shit!
Hey, would you still steal the package though?
Yeah, I would. I'd go back and be like, oh, it's nothing? Okay. No! Other people have invented much more elaborate anti-porch pirate devices, like a storage container disguised as a table using strategically placed mirrors. Various people throughout the internet have admitted to much less unique deterrents, like filling up decoy packages with feces in order to get back at porch pirates for terrorizing them. However, not all porch pirates are willing to put up with the retaliation. One Austin couple was sick and tired of the same people stealing from their home and decided to fight back by filling a package with dirty diapers. Not only did this not stop them from being robbed, but they returned it to smear the mess from the dirty diapers all over their front door. They even took it a step further by collecting cow manure and coming back to the home at a later day to leave the droppings all over the front porch and even smear it all over their cars. At what point do you not just walk out and just be like, fucking pull a boogie? Do I have to do this? Do I have to do it? Please don't make me do it.
Why hasn't anyone made like a giant net where it's like
Why
they
has
pick it
anyone?
up?
Why has anyone made like a giant thing that when they open it, like glitter goes everywhere?
Here's a better one. Ready? When they open it, there's actually like a catapult underneath them, and it flings them across the street.
When it comes to fighting back against porch pirates, one of the best methods is to film them in the act. If they're not equipped with a disguise to hide their identity, seeing a camera can often send them into panic. Over in Canada, one homeowner waits at his front door with a camera. As soon as he sees the porch pirate approaching, he bursts through the door to record them. The man immediately starts sprinting for his car, and he tries to back out of the driveway, only to get caught in a snowbank that he is unable to get out of. What follows is several uninterrupted minutes where the thief desperately tries to dig the car out of the snow. It's just such a pathetic display that the man filming starts giving him advice on how to get his car out. Very Canadian too. Eventually, the man gets arrested after several failed attempts to leave. Some people would rather take matters in their own hands, honing all their anger and letting it out in an aggressive confrontation. One Florida vigilante named Stephen Phelps, who had just rented an obnoxious bright green Cybertruck, found himself face to face with a porch pirate while driving down a residential neighborhood. He watches the porch pirate stole someone's package before leaping back into his vehicle and driving off. Angered by what he just saw, he decided to speed up to the car and block him from making a left turn. Having no other way to go, the thief's car continued forward and slammed into the tree. The rental Cybertruck itself took a ton of damage, which was likely not worth the hassle just to save a single package, but goddamn, the merit is there. You gotta respect. It's hard not to get irrationally angry seeing your stuff get stolen right from under you. But just know that taking matters into your own hands can very easily turn into a disaster. Oftentimes, you're better off using more practical methods like setting up a lockbox or using security footage to report people to the police. But whatever you do, never, ever become a porch pirate. We will see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Or use a glitter bomb.
Mark Rober, glitter bomb. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down because today we're talking about prison. Social media has made it very accessible to kind of get the ins and outs of what happens in a prison. Maybe you see a prisoner, maybe he makes a love doll out of pillows and he squeezes its ass and its titties, and you know, you're like, that's romantic. Or maybe you watch people smoking weed or maybe stabbing someone to death. Prison has never been more accessible to the common man. With prisoners getting cell phones and all kinds of different weird things happening, it just made me want to make a video talking about all the weird things that happen in everyday prison life. And it seems that every person who has been to prison has an interesting story or some kind of perspective that we from the outsiders, us safe, law-abiding citizens, find scary or fascinating. Have you seen that guy that talks about, like, it's like a prisoner who has a social media channel? It's just about how he got addicted to like having sex with men, like getting obsessed with like men's asses.
I'm talking about this motherfucker's ass was so fat. It was like your baby mama. That motherfucker's ass was fat. Ungodly fat, right?
So let's take a look at some of these absolutely wild stories and see what life's like inside the clink. Is that the right word? Verbiage?
Brink?
The clink.
I've never heard of clink.
I'm almost positive clink is a clink. I'm slang a generic term for prison or jail. Okay, the clink. Just making sure. You know, when people think of prison, what do they think? And don't say butts. And pedophiles and murderers. And if you're thinking of a movie, what do you think? You're probably thinking of sneaking in contraband. Right. Some of the best stories come from people trying to smuggle things into prison. Prisoners have to constantly find more creative ways to bring things in, whether it be cell phones or drugs, all that kind of stuff. And they have to get creative. You know, back in the day, it was just your butt. I feel like the butt's a dead meme.
Well, that's the first place they look.
Well, it's the whole thing. They have you like squat and cough.
Really?
Oh yeah, that's, you get naked and they're like squat and cough. So you squat, you do, you're supposed to immediately just shit out everything. There's no way you're pushing like a box of ibuprofen up that deep, you know what I mean? Our first little subject today, which is an attorney smuggling K2 soaked court documents. First off, just want to say, great prison pic. He looks lovable, but he also looks like he could just kill me with his bare hands. In the gay community, he'd be called a bear. Just kind of cool. In 2025, this year, this happened this year, 2025. 37-year-old Nathan Williams got the help of his other inmates to come up with a unique way to smuggle in drugs to Duval County Jail. Oh God, you see that Jacksonville Jaguar thing? Duval. He took an assortment of their legal paperwork and had them soaked in K2, a synthetic form of marijuana that is illegal.
It's illegal now?
I guess it is illegal. Okay, well, I think it's a synthetic form of marijuana. It's like rat poison. If it was marijuana, people would be like, I don't give a fuck. But they're like, no, this is bleach and Tide Pods. That's gonna get you hot. I smoked it once. I know I've told you this story, but I was playing World of Warcraft with my buddy like way back in the day, hitting some shit off of like a Monster energy can pipe, and we were just gaming. All of a sudden, I was like, I had this horrible panic attack, and I'm like, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I thought that I was having a heart attack. I'm like, dude, I'm having a panic attack. So now I can't smoke weed. I haven't smoked weed since I was 16 years old.
Try it again. It's been 32 years.
I don't want to. I'm sticking to healthy stuff like Jack Daniels and whiskey and rum, dude. That's why I have this. That's why I have this body. He was successfully transporting the drugs for financial gain for a while, but an increase in drug overdoses led to an investigation that resulted in him being caught and arrested. He now faces 8 third-degree felonies. So starting it off light, they have this year a little K2 soaked in rat poison, shove it up your bum, and then now people are ODing on doo-doo pills. I don't know how I'd feel about if I'm trying to get high. It's like, this is up my ass. I guess if you're in the clink, it doesn't matter.
You throw a condom around it.
I like to think that it was just like bare fist, just like covered in the K2 oil, and he just like, he wants to get high too, and he's like, oh. Well, I guess if it wasn't covered, it would just dissolve in his body, and he would probably just OD himself.
Or he did the saw method and dipped it in wax and swallowed it.
Yeah. Well, I want to get more eccentric with it, so that's why I'm going to switch to pigeons smuggling in phones. Did Dr. Doolittle get arrested? What the f***? How did that happen? In 2017, a pigeon was found trying to enter a Brazilian prison with a cell phone attached to it. Guards noticed that an inmate was frantically trying to capture the moving bird, so they intervened and lured it down with pieces of food. Dig in their asshole and grab out some like a cupcake or something. Hi. Further investigation revealed that it was wearing some sort of vest designed to help it carry contraband over prison walls. Pigeons had supposedly been bred and raised by inmates with the purpose of having them smuggled out and given contraband so that they could be released and use their instincts to return home.
Bred them in the prison.
He's like, no, give them time. They must make love. Only if they make love is his home. That's a pretty devious way of bringing in some stuff, though, huh? Training pigeons.
How'd they get the first pigeons?
Probably sweet treats or something. Probably plantains or some shit like that. Or we could talk about an updated pigeon, a drone, delivering and drugs to inmates. Well, that makes more sense. You can be pretty far from a drone to control it.
Some of them, yeah. Or you get like a little extender.
Yeah, with a giant Melrod. In 2016, it was discovered that drones were being utilized to smuggle copious amounts of contraband, like drugs, cell phones, and films.
Where they watch these films.
I was also just like, doesn't the cell phone just do that for you? Like, I need magazines, DVDs. It's like, so you have to bring a portable DVD player too? Yeah. When an inmate named Thaddeus Shorts, that's a great name for a prisoner. When an inmate named Thaddeus Shorts had been released from prison, he came up with a scheme to efficiently deliver products to those inside. He would make up to $6,000 per drop-off. It's not bad.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
You're not doing daily deliveries, though. There's no way that the guards are like, what is that thing? Drones are so loud. Can you imagine? He's like, it's multi-drops a day. I'm making $700,000 a month. The operation was shut down after Shorts was caught near the facility with a brand new truck he had purchased from his earnings. The vehicle was filled with drugs, DVDs, and other packages alongside a drone. I like the idea that he immediately got out and he's just like, I'm going to buy a $150,000 Ford Raptor. Dropping off Twinkies and to inmates inside, dude. Apparently, he was so proud of the scheme he orchestrated that he told the investigators everything they wanted to know. He told them he was using the money to create a new, customized drone that could carry larger quantities of supplies. He definitely saw Catch Me If You Can. They're going to be so impressed with this evil scheme that I'm doing that the government's going to hire me. Shorts was convicted yet again, prompting prison management to become more aware of how new tech could be utilized to smuggle stuff into prisoners.
Look at that drone.
The picture of this drone is obnoxious. I think DJI drones have 4 propellers. This has, I think it's 8 propellers. If you've never been on a drone, it is not a quiet affair. I don't know how the guards didn't realize this was happening. Also, like, look at all these windows. Is everyone just like...
Today's video is sponsored by GamerSupps. Our dearest friends at GamerSupps make amazing energy drinks and non-caffeinated drinks for you to enjoy throughout your day. They're gluten-free, keto-friendly, and goddamn it, they're good. And we have an amazing flavor, raw meat, right now that you can try and enjoy. It's basically summer in a cup. It's unbelievable. They also just released their V-Card game. So if you like card games, I would check that out as well. And use promo code PAPAMeat and you get 10% off whatever you order from GamerSupps. It's amazing drinks, amazing quality. These guys fucking rule. They're one of the most supportive brands that we ever have on this channel. So please go check them out. Check out the drinks, the shakers, and also check out their new card game because it's a lot of fun. Thank you, GamerStuffs, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video.
Gotta go back to the attorneys though, dude. Those are the real evil motherfuckers out there in the world. An attorney smuggles fentanyl-laced weed to a dominatrix in prison. It's like if you're an attorney, they're just like, no matter what, there has to be some kind of marijuana in my ass. You have to pay me, and you also have to give me a chapstick tube. In 2023, a Russian dominatrix named Victoria Nostrova began convincing her attorney Christopher Hoyt to smuggle in bags of fentanyl-laced marijuana into the prison for her. She was definitely like silver tonguing that motherfucker. Do you want me to whip you? He's like, yes. Yeah, could I whip you? She's like, if you want. He's like, I'm afraid. Do not be afraid of things you do not understand, Mr. Attorney. He would do this regularly before being caught with a loose bag of drugs in her shoes, leading to the lawyer being arrested and replaced. Oh. Thank God we put the replace thing. Being arrested. Well, was he still in the case? As it turns out, the reason for Victoria's imprisonment is absolutely banana nut crazy. In 2014, she was caught on a traffic camera propping up her recently murdered neighbor in the passenger seat of her car. And according to the victim's daughter, quote, all that was left basically was his skull and bones, no legs, no left hand. I couldn't believe it. She's like, I don't prefer people have left hand. Her goal was to steal money and valuables from the neighbor, but instead became an international fugitive running from the law to escape Russian prison. And by 2016, she started working as a dominatrix while regularly visiting a salon in Queens. It was there that she met Olga Tisk, a stylist that bore a striking resemblance to Victoria. She decided this was her ticket to freedom. Victoria wanted to have Olga killed so that she could take her identity and live out her new life in Queens. God, Victoria's kind of a baddie though, huh?
I'm not a killer. I'm woman. Only woman.
Also, they don't look that similar. I think the only similarity is they kind of have a cold Russian stare. Like they're just like, how are you doing? Victoria begged Olga for an eyebrow touch-up that she could perform at her home. There, she brought out a cheesecake as a thank you gift. Olga ate a slice of the cheesecake and found herself vomiting 20 minutes later before passing out. The cheesecake had been laced with phenazepam, an intense tranquilizer that could lead to death if dosed high enough.
I walked over to the waste paper basket, and right there was this plastic container with what appeared to be the remnants of pastry, something that looked good.
Olga was alive, but spent the entire night feeling sick. To finish the job, Victoria visited her to deliver some chicken soup, again laced with more of the drug, which sent Olga into a coma. She's just like, oh, you're sick from cheesecake I gave you? She's like, yes, her stomach bad. She's like, don't worry, brought you green chicken noodle soup. You have to drink quick though, drink what hot, drink it. Oh. Olga. Oreo, your food is no sit right with Olga. Victoria then ransacked her place for valuable jewelry, a passport, and an employment authorization card before leaving. When she woke up, there were pills surrounding her in what seemed to be a staged urukai. In 2018, the New York Police Department finally found Victoria with her boyfriend buying a 50-inch TV, where she was eventually in prison for murder as well as a slew of other crimes that emerged after her arrest. We just want to talk about Victoria. It's an interesting story. I like how they catch her outside of a Best Buy. She's like, I wanted to buy OLED TV. The picture better for me, Olga. They're like, you're Victoria. Are you sure? But, I mean, you know, yeah, we could talk about smuggling stuff all day, but I want to get to the juicy shit. Prisoners of TikTok. Huh? Prison TikTokers, dude. That's where the money's at. Speaking of smuggling, the birth of social media sites like TikTok has given inmates a new hobby to indulge in with the cell phones they smuggle into the cells. That's right. Prisoners have started posting TikToks, giving us a glimpse into life on the inside.
Look how nasty this cell is, man. They just put me in here. I asked for the cleaning supply, they told me no. Look, the light don't even work. I ain't got no light. This the light.
So all you guys, when everyone was complaining about, oh, TikTok's gonna go away. Ooh, this is unconstitutional. Look at some of these TikToks, dude.
2025, we got niggas sleeping in the mat. Out this bitch. Hey, bro. Are you all right in there? Yeah. All right.
If we get rid of TikTok, then we don't know what the prisoners are doing on the inside. Inmates would post videos of themselves creating do-it-yourself projects, messing around with other inmates, and most importantly, food videos, baby. Many inmates would post detailed videos showing how they would rig their living space to make food that was less depressing than the slop that they would receive on a daily basis. A lot of people making some, horrendous concoctions with various ramen packs and everything else.
This is what set it off. The pickle placement.
Also, some of them, dude, I eat a lot of these recipes that they're doing. One of the bigger prison influencers has made him a name for himself as a very prominent TikTok prison chef. Said shelf for a second. His name is Untiktolard, the prison chef. Did I say that right? Untiktolard?
Untiktolard.
Whose name translates to a TikTok convict. In French. Oh, in French. Whatever. What is he? Eating snails, dude. Has over 400,000 followers on his account where he posts videos of his personal prison recipes as well as other types of educational, amusing content. Let's show some of it. How quirky. The French sure are fun, aren't they? You know, who gives a fuck about TikTok, right? I shouldn't have even led you down that road because the thing that connects us human beings is love, relationships, physical affection. So let's talk about prison dating and relationships. Let's roll that shit. I want to first talk about a murderer rapper who impregnates two jail workers. Impressive. In 2024, Darius Tyson was accused of getting 2 employees at Durham County Jail pregnant. You dirty dog. Darius, the highest ranking blood member from North Carolina, was imprisoned due to murder charges for kidnapping, burglary, and conspiracy to commit murder. They thought if you take a prison photo, you have to like look at the camera. Maybe he was looking at a big fat ass of that woman. He's just like, that one's gonna be mine. While in prison, it was discovered that he had intercourse with both a contracted nurse as well as a detention sergeant within the facility, both of which became pregnant. And the shocker here is one of them's a man. Can you imagine? Oh, Darius, what the hell?
Do you think they got upset when they knew?
Yeah, dude. Like, I risked my job and everything to do, you know what I mean? Or maybe they're just like poly. What if they're poly couples? In on it. You never know. He had also used his charm and influence to get another detention sergeant to provide him a phone, which he used to orchestrate illegal drug deals from inside his cell. He was delivered other contraband as well, including a vape pen. But I bet you Darius didn't even consider getting a few. What you want to think today's? No kidding. I just want to know what kind of silver-tongued devil this is, dude. Jesus. Nick just did. That's all he has to do. The girl's like, ooh. Just does, come on. Come on. Darius, no. Come on. If you ever want to try and be like, I want to take you out sometime, the girl's just like, oh, no, I'm good. I have a boyfriend. Come on. Huh? Is that a silver tongue thing to do?
I'm going to try it.
Are you? I legitimately want you to try. Come on. Come on. You can do it at different speeds. Come on. Come on. Come on! In court, he claimed that he was sexually assaulted. Word? Seeing as a detainee by law cannot consent, according to his attorney. Oh, Darius. Playing the system now. He is still in prison and awaiting a trial for his previous charges. Damn! Do you think he kind of did that? He's like, oh, I had sex with them and then I'm going to impregnate him to then they can come back and be like,
they get pregnant. Everybody know.
Darius is a smooth talking man. He got his chops licked. All right, I get it. Let's talk about an OnlyFans prison guard who bangs another prisoner and then goes to jail herself. OnlyFans people, man, they do anything to get that content, won't they?
And it works.
Oh, trust me, the video is very good. Come on. In 2024, a 30-year-old female prison officer went viral online after a video was released where she was seen having sex with an inmate from a London prison. That's just literally a man giving her back shots right there. Do I look pretty? The inmate's friend, who was smoking weed while he was filming the sex tape, saying, guys, we made history. This is what I'm telling you. People discovered that the woman, Linda de Souza Abreu, whatever, Linda, is also an OnlyFans model and a married swinger. Oh, wait, is it still open? Can I still donate? What are you saying? Apparently, this was not the first time where Linda engaged in sexual activity with a man in the video. There was another instance which was easily found because she was still wearing her prison body cam at the time. She was ultimately jailed for 15 months for a crime and no longer works in the prison. She's like, oh.
It's a crime to have sex with inmates?
Yeah. Come on. That's all she had to do. So what, I can't bang I'm going to lose my job at the prison and not be able to have sex with the inmates anymore? They're like, no. Come on. Or in her case, come on. Charlie XCX is my favorite. I think the apple's rotten right to the core. He's like, would you shut the up? It's a brat summer. You know, prison guards, they're little dirty devils. I mean, this next one we're talking about is prison guards having a jacuzzi orgy. Are there jacuzzis in a prison?
I guess at this one.
Sometimes when people talk about the amenities that prisons have, it makes me just be like, why the f am I out here, dude? I'm paying for that. If I'm paying for a jacuzzi in a prison, I'd be pissed. In Lanton Prison in Belgium, good waffles, it was discovered that 10 prison guards were consistently hosting orgies outside of work. Is that a crime, dude?
No.
I think that's fucking awesome. One of the male guards would bring everyone over to his house to throw parties inside of his jacuzzi, where they would each draw colored bracelets in order to decide on who their sexual partners were going to be with.
Do you think they drew Magic the Gathering land cards?
Yeah, did they play Magic while they were doing it? No, I like to think that instead of even the beads, after a while they do that thing that kids do in school where it's just like 3, 4, 5, 6. Red or blue? Red. All right, you're Jared. Wouldn't that be fun? I'd like that. One employee identified as S was a nymphomaniac that literally refused to work until she had sex. In the morning at 6 a.m., she would relay this to her colleagues, and a senior prison official began granting her access to his office to have intercourse with whoever agreed to at that day. So basically, he'd just be like, my room's a pit. She's like, I want to have with Tony. Tony Soprano. All right, fine. I would have with Ash today. Come on. Fuck off, Carmel. I'm busy. This information was given by an anonymous source that revealed that S was hardly qualified to be a security officer. What? Really? It was originally just a visitor who would come to Lanton to see her inmate brother that was charged for murder. The prison guards were shocked to see that she became a prison officer seemingly overnight. She probably just immediately sucked and fucked one of them, right? The man in charge of hosting sex parties was found to be engaging sexually with female inmates as well, which resulted in him being banned from a women's wing of the prison, and S, however, was banned from the men's wing, as they believed that this would help her calm her sexual urges. A thorough investigation had to be conducted to see who else was participating in the bizarre sexual behavior. That's the end of that. They still work there. Me and our work staff, we're all consenting adults. We like to go to jacuzzis, drink Mai Tais, and bang each other out. Off company time. Are we not talking about the pit in the office? Makes you think the guys making the rules are just like, we're not going to take away that, are we? If you're talking about prison, the first thing you think of is what? Prison escape stories.
That's not what I was thinking.
Really? What were you thinking? We got to move past the sexual assault, man. I guess I'm thinking of like Alcatraz, dude. Work with me here, Nick. God damn. What about prisoners who've just simply had enough? Yeah, like they're just like, I'm tired of this. I want to go home. Some prisoners spend years waiting for the right moment to break free from their cells using complex and coordinated plans. Everyone thinks of Shawshank Redemption, dude. We get it. Crawls through, you see the paper, they look in the stupid hole, and he emerges out from the shit pipe. Whatever. We get it. Let's look at some real life stories, all right? Like our first one, an inmate who used peanut butter to trick the guards. Bet you didn't think of that, did you? You ever think about treating security guards like dogs? Might not have to dig for 7 years with a metal spoon. Maybe you can just get out some Peter Pan peanut butter, dude. In 2017, 12 prisoners escaped from an Alabama jail using only peanut butter. Okay, first off, it's Alabama. That's the first thing. They have a monkey working the key system like in Pirates of the Caribbean. Come on, Jim, you want this? Come on, get it. During meals, the prisoners were regularly served peanut butter sandwiches. To enact their plan, they had slowly been stocking up loose peanut butter in the cell for a long period of time. I'm guessing they're just taking the thing out and they're just like scraping it out and like just keeping peanut butter. But where? Like just put it in the corner. It's a huge like mound of peanut butter. Look at that. Damn. There's also got to be a guy with like a peanut allergy who's like down the block like, calm down, Jerry. We'll be out soon. He's like, let me set the stage. It was 6:30 p.m. at night. With a hefty dollop of peanut butter in one hand, one inmate was able to cover up a number on their cell so it matched the number of a door that led outside. So they're just saying that if it was like 610 and the door that led outside is 810, that they're just like, it's like, that's 810. He's like, I guess this is 810 even though the 8 is made of peanut butter. It waited until an inexperienced prison guard went searching for the exit door, mistakenly opening their cell instead. All at once, they rushed past him and headed for freedom. Are you saying that he was like, does this lead outside and he is looking into a cell? This looks weird, but I guess is where I'm supposed to, gentlemen. Using a stack of blankets they brought with them, they covered the razor wire on the fence and were able to climb over them. Some were prepared with cars to pick them up, and others simply ran on foot. While the majority of them were caught in less than an hour, 24-year-old Bradley Kilpatrick was nowhere to be found. Using helicopters, they searched everywhere they could, guaranteeing $500 to anyone who could give them useful information. Alabama, dude. Goddamn, what a fucking hellhole. I will give anybody $500, count it, $500. That's right. See, he knows. $500 to anybody who can give us some useful information. And I'll tell you, if anybody wants to pass forward that right there, the Jiffy. Come on. He was eventually captured after being spotted in Tequesta, Florida. And in a press conference, a sheriff, James Underwood, stated, quote, "Escapes happen. We've got some evil people down here, and they scheme all the time to con us and our employees out of the jail. You've got to stay on your toes. This one time we slipped up. I'm not going to make any excuses."
Some of the inmates been pretty smart on what their plan was, changing some numbers on the door with peanut butter. That may sound crazy, but these people are crazy like a fox.
I'd be like, maybe fire the guy who looked at a peanut butter sign and thought that the inside of a building led to outside of the prison. I don't know. That's just me. Or we can talk about Casey White's prison escape. Casey White, an alleged murderer, had escaped an Alabama prison. Seriously, Alabama, you guys suck. Casey White, an alleged murderer, had escaped an Alabama prison with the help of a corrections officer in 2022. The officer, Vicky White, oh dude, he's silver-tongued this girl who's just like, no one really dated. I never went to prom. He's like, darling, I'll take you dancing tonight.
Are you serious? Were you really?
The officer, Vicky White, began giving Casey special treatment after she found herself developing romantic feelings for him. As a relationship developed, she began using a burner phone to contact him from home. 1,100 phone calls were discovered on record. 1,100. She's like, so I just had to call you. He's like, God damn, dude. What? Hey, Vicky. It's just good to hear your voice. You left 30 minutes ago. Vicky was incredibly well respected and had been working there for 25 years. Because she was a supervisor, she had a lot of power. So, you know, that probably was. She probably just didn't get her raise. She's like, I'm gonna get mine, dude. I'm time to jump on the pogo stick. I'm ready to bounce, girl. She started to plan out a way for Casey to leave with her so they could live the rest of their lives together. Before enacting their escape, Vicky began purchasing an assortment of camping gear and firearms. She had sold her home, then announced her retirement with only 1 day's notice. Hey, I'm leaving. They're like, wait, what? Vicky, what? I'm gone. Their plan was to organize a, quote, mental health evaluation at a local courthouse, during which Vicky would walk him out of the jail and leave in a corrections patrol vehicle. It worked flawlessly. And soon a search began. They were tracked for a long time, constantly swapping vehicles and keeping the police off their scent. After 11 days, they finally caught them hiding out in a motel after receiving an anonymous tip. When the two of them got in the car to leave, the police engaged in a high-speed chase and rammed them into a nearby ditch. A vicious firefight broke out, in which Vicky accidentally shot herself and collapsed. Casey was outgunned and surrendered so that the police could quickly tend to the woman he now claimed was his wife. In the end, Vicky died from her injuries. God, that one got ran over quick. Casey was sent back to prison and is eligible for parole in 2081. I'm aware if he was eligible, because he definitely got time added onto his sentence because of that. Come on, Vicky. She's like, I don't know. Come on. How long you been here, girl? How much you make? Oh, hell. They can get you a raise. I got a raise for you right here, Vicky. She's like, Then she shoots herself apparently in the heart. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, he's like, just take me back, dude. She's like, it's like Bonnie and Clyde. He's like, take me back. Is it Chicken Tuesday? Take me back. No way the Vicky snuff is that good too. You know what I mean?
Look at her.
Or both of them. First off, he's got those big ass fucking monkey ears. She kind of looks like a vampire a bit. She's got that hair lip where her mouth goes up in a V.
She looks dead inside.
25 years as a prison guard. Yeah, dude, I'd be dead inside as well. Prison life is a truly fascinating thing. We got to learn about people smuggling in marijuana up their bum, people prisoners falling in love with guards falling in love with prisoners, technology bringing drugs from the skies, evolution of birds bringing contraband into Brazilian inmates. It's a fascinating time. And I'm so glad I get to live in a time where technology lets me know about every single aspect of it. I could have done without the OnlyFans thing, if I'm being honest. I don't know. Honestly, I was just like, I'd rather hear a love story like Vicky's than the old, Charlie XCX. I can't believe I got me bum rammed in the prison cell.
I thought that video was fake.
Yeah, when it was making its rounds on Twitter, I was like, this is a set or whatever. It did not feel real. And to find out it's real, it's just so stupid. What are you doing? I don't know.
Women are the biggest gooners. Have you seen them waiting outside for Luigi's court case?
Women are waiting outside for Luigi's court case?
Huge line.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they just want to see him.
It's like Beatlemania over a guy who murdered somebody. I guess Luigi's a good looking guy, isn't he?
And he's a hero.
Did he do it? Do we know for a fact that he did it?
Yeah. They found his manifesto.
Oh, so he was just like, yeah, I did it. Maybe we'll get Luigi banging one of the guards. If Luigi meets Darius in the clink, you better believe Luigi's getting a little pussy before he heads off to the big man upstairs. That's all I gotta say. Until next time, stay out of prison. Appreciate you. Bye-bye.
Excuse me, Mr. Maul.
Yo, man, you know what it is.
Can I have a honey glazed sandwich on rye?
Yeah, here you go. Here goes the honey.
Honey glaze, extra honey.
Extra honey.
On rye.
On rye.
Please.
Please.
To go.
To go.
The chips and the drink.
We got it. We got it.
The day after Thanksgiving. This is our lunch.
This is the day after Thanksgiving.
I told you we don't eat trays. This is our...
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming on Sundown because today we're going to talk about MLMs, multi-level marketing schemes, aka pyramid schemes. And let me tell you, they're everywhere. They're seemingly normal companies that prey on innocent people looking for a job. They promise you all sorts of amazing things like money, flexible schedules, and community, but this is exactly how they drag you in. Not only do these companies ruin people's lives, but they also tend to sell horrible products that nobody even wants. There's not a single good thing about MLMs, yet they've been around for decades and still rope in tons of people every year. From their cult-like mentality to deadly products, the world of MLMs is very vast and deep. First, here's a little context about MLMs to show how crazy they can truly be. In the simplest terms, multi-level marketing schemes work on person-to-person sales, often with the employees selling directly to friends and family. Most MLMs don't have a building they're operating out of, so most people who work for them sell online or out of their own home. The contractors, or distributors, as they are called, are given bulk goods and receive a share of the profits from every sale. A lot of the people who are recruited are expecting to get rich, often convinced that they'll be missing out on a huge opportunity if they don't join. This manipulation is a central part of their recruiting methods. Those who are already in the MLM will often boast about how great it is and say that you'd not only be missing out on good money, but also a great network. Yeah. Something like fucking bullshit multi-grain bars or something.
You're gonna miss the Lambo.
And honestly, the thing is, like, a lot of us have been buying Lamborghinis since we started. But I guess you don't want that, right?
You don't want yours? Oh, man.
You don't want the Lamborghini? Okay. It's kind of a high-intense vehicle, and it doesn't matter. A common tactic is to call the person they are trying to recruit bro or hun, depending on the gender. Come on, dude, bro, it's awesome. Hun, I'm telling you, you're gonna love this. They try to come off as friendly as possible to try to reel you in and get their dagger claws on you. They're known to be incredibly persistent too. One disgruntled person online explained how they are constantly approached by MLM Huns while they are at work and have been trapped by them so they couldn't escape their lengthy conversation. Their devotion to recruiting people is truly cult-like, and their persistence can often lead to an incredibly tense reactions. One of the most incredibly well-known tactics is called the BITE model, which stands for behavior, information, thought, and emotional control.
Jesus.
That last second, to end it on that is kind of fucked up. It's like play, nap, eat, sleep, surrender. What? Huh? The whole point of the method is to take full control of your emotions and thinking, forcing you to feel obligated to join. It's like it's a cult. You want to join a cult? It also ensures that you remain in the system because you feel pressured not to let down those around you. Cult.
Did you ever have friends who were in these?
No, not really. There was some that tried, but like I feel like my town was too small because everyone was just like, that's stupid.
I've had multiple friends.
Wow, that joined an MLM?
And then they guilt you into doing it. I had one buddy.
Yeah, dude, what? Like I thought we were bros.
He had a Verve drink, some kind of energy drink, and he tried to get me in. I was like, hey man, multiple times I told him no, and I was like, I get it. Like you're trying to get me in this. I'm not interested. I don't think it works. He's like, man, how dare you? My grandma was sick and she started drinking these.
Oh, you told me about this. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
She started drinking them and then like she was at full health and became like, she's no longer sick.
She's 45 now, bro. She de-aged 32 years.
And then we had another friend group. Their tactic was, hey, come over. We're doing like a coding thing. So he went over and then there's like 30 people in this guy's house.
A presentation, whatever.
Mm-hmm. It was another energy drink thing.
Yeah.
And then they tried to rope me into it. They said like the tactic is like, tell your friends that you're going to do something they're interested in to get them in the door. And once they're here, they can't say no.
Exactly. They're already here. Well, I already drove over here, so I might as well stay and get this like magical elixir water that this person's selling. It works! Online, there are communities of people such as the r/anti-MLM and r/hunsnark, where people share their hatred and stories for the exploitative practices of MLMs. In one story, someone shared their experience trying to cancel their monthly subscription to Arbonne products because they were causing stomach issues. When their sponsors saw that they didn't want to re-up on their supply, they began to interrogate the person and claim that she had never heard of anyone else having these problems, so it must be a client-side issue. Okay, so you're a freak. This never happens to anyone else. This is a you problem. problem. So you're going to ruin our business because, okay, just making sure you're selfish. That kind of tactics I bet you is happening. Not even an hour after their interaction with their sponsor, a close friend of theirs who was also in the MLM blocked them all on social media because they were leaving the company. Mature. That is a tick removed.
They're very predatory. The whole
Yeah,
friends
dude.
and family thing. They all say like, don't you want a slice of the pie? You get your friends and family to buy it. Then
Exactly.
They get
Don't
it.
you want to get on that and get your family? I'm like, your whole family, their whole lives could be changed. It's the overpromise. That's always to me. I'm like, it's just so f***ed up. Your grandma, you know, just that bad foot. Let's get that bad foot taken care of, bro.
My favorite too.
Serve.
They say like, don't you want to be your own boss? Work your own hours?
It's like, no, I need structure actually. Let's get you on a calendar, man. This video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air. Don't spend the beginning of this year saying,
This is the year I finally quit.
just for you to go right back into their bad habits, man. Fume is the flavored air device that is designed to help people quit vaping and smoking by breaking the hand-to-mouth pattern. Breaking bad habits can be hard, so don't do it alone. Let Fume help you out. Fume is not a vape, it's not an e-cig, it's just flavored air, which means you can use Fume anywhere. Use Fume as your natural replacement while you're working on improving your habits. With Fume, there's no vapor, no nicotine, and there's no toxic chemicals. And on top of that, Fume is an award-winning device with great flavors like cool mint, peach blush, cinnamon hearts, and grapefruit. Fume is also there for when you're feeling anxious. The weighted, fidget-friendly tool gives you something to do when your cravings are acting up. With its satisfying clicks and snaps, you can fidget with the device to your heart's content. I keep it at my desk without it taking up any space at all, and I love it! To kick off the new year, Fume is doubling down on helping people break old habits. For January only, every core you order is doubled. Order a pack, you get 2. Get Wild, order 3, you get 6. And on top of that, when you grab a Journey pack, you also get a free gift just for using my code. Fume will always be at your side to help you with your bad habits, but the double cores offer disappears after January, so make sure to jump on this deal now. So if you're thinking about changing your habits, this is the perfect first step. Head to tryfume.com/papameat or scan the QR code on screen to claim your double cores and your free Fume topper today. Thanks for sponsoring the video. Back to the video. MLMs will do anything to get you on their team, even if it means catfishing you on a date. A super common way that sales reps for MLMs meet new customers is by taking people on dates to have private one-on-one conversations. One man matched with a girl on Tinder and both agreed to meet up at a coffee shop for their first date. When they arrived, they sat down and things seemed to be going well. When the dude gets up to get his coffee, he returns to find another girl sitting next to his date. As it turns out, this was her business associate, who went on for 15 minutes explaining the MLM, trying to get the guy to join. He told him that he had to take his dog to the vet, and they got up, leaving both girls angry that he rejected their once-in-a-lifetime offer. Which is actually, for women, that's a crazy good scheme.
Yeah, that's a very
evil, and it's just like, oh hey, and like you're flirtatious at the beginning too, like, oh my god, this is going well. That is a crazy pyramid scheme tactic, dude.
just to push some energy drinks, man.
Do you think the money can be that good?
That's the thing. It can be good because the people who are actually getting the suckers to sign up under them, those are the guys making the most money.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
well, yeah, the person at the top.
Yeah, like the top and then probably 2 rungs down. That's it. And like if you are even below that guy, you're kind of, because I forget the math on it, but it's literally impossible to even make any decent amount of money because everybody has to keep buying the products.
That's the thing. Yeah, you have to keep buying the products to sell them and shit like that. Yeah, it's dumb.
Not only do you have to buy them, the people under you have to keep buying them. So
Yeah.
that's what you do. You sell your products to
At a certain
people under
point, you are literally a rotating door.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
Another man matched with a financial advisor on Facebook dating and met up with her at her office. Another woman, dude. I'm telling you, it's a good tactic. When he showed up, there was no date at all. Instead, it was a meeting for him to join her MLM. He almost joined until his friend explained that he was being roped into a scam. I like how he almost got in. He's like, dude, if I say yes, she'll go on a date with me again. She's hot. Others were left in debt because of the amount of competition within the company. A woman had decided to join LuLaRoe, an MLM that sells women's clothing, after both feeling alone and being in need of extra cash. She was hooked by the family-friendly consultant calling her sis and her husband, encouraging her to join. Come on, sis. She joined and saw quick success, but the sales quickly dried up. To try and bring in more sales, she decided to swap her old supply with new summer drop. But when she went to the LuLaRoe website to restock, she was stuck behind 26,000 other consultants with the same idea. When she finally got through the queue, all the new leggings were out of stock, and she was forced to tell her customers to go elsewhere and take on the debt for her inventory. She quickly quit and regretted her decision to join in the first place. Yeah, see, that's the problem. Because the thing too is they pressure you to buy as much quantity as you can. You want to get as much as you can to sell. sell. The more you buy, the more money you'll make.
Well, you have to buy a limited amount or a certain amount.
You have to buy a mandatory minimum of this.
They're just like, usually it's like $500. So like you have to buy $500. Like you get packages.
Well, yeah, it's like you'll buy $500, but you'll get $3,000 in profit. It's that kind of meme. MLMs also host conferences to try to get as many people as possible. In most cases, the people that attend are incredibly sketchy. There are many YouTubers who have snuck into these conferences and been met with aggressive MLM members asking them to delete the footage of their conference. Others berate them and insult their intelligence for not seeing the value in their program. I love that. Some guy's recording you and the guy's just like, you even know how to delete the video off your phone there? Huh?
That might get me. I might delete it out of spite. Yeah, I know how to fucking do it.
Yeah, I do actually. Asshole. Yeah. He's like, you showed me. Sometimes these conferences don't even take place in large hall. They can be held in small boardrooms or even apartments. There are tons of secretly recorded videos showing awkward and low budget MLM conferences. With even the slightest bit of social awareness, it's easy to notice the awkward, forced friendliness in the room. It really does read like a weird, culty, like almost, it's like a religious experience in a weird way. Brother, how you doing, man? Dude, nice to meet you. Way too excitable. This is just a glimpse of what it's like to be in an MLM and the cult-like mentality that plagues each one. There are no MLMs that are truly alike because they set themselves apart from each other with their own breed of evil. LuLaRoe sprang onto the market in 2012 and quickly grew massive off selling leggings with various prints. And in 2017, the company peaked, racking in a yearly profit of $2.3 billion. However, their leggings empire would crumble when employees began to share their many horror stories. Many of the contractors said that they were in massive debt because the company required them to buy massive amounts of stock before they made any sales. Roberta Blevins started working for LuLaRoe in 2016 and saw some success selling leggings. However, when she initially joined, she had to spend $9,000 on inventory. $9,000. That's crazy.
Yeah.
She had started receiving entire shipments that were torn or wet with horrible smell she described as chlorine and death. When she tried to return the damaged leggings, the company fought her on it, meaning she was forced to try to sell them even though they were damaged and smelled horrible. And worst of all, she had paid for these large shipments on her credit card. And since she couldn't sell them, she was left with large amounts of debt, credit card debt too. God, the interest rate on that must have been insane. Realizing she was on a sinking ship, she decided to sell what she had and leave. In total, she made about $83,000, which paid off her $78,000 of debt and left her with some money to start over. That's lucky. God, dude, over $70,000 in debt. Imagine if you didn't have that network. You're super. That 70 also becomes like over hundreds with that interest building over time. Oh my God.
Well, that's the thing. They like probably not every month, but every quarter you probably have to buy a certain amount of product.
100%.
And you just get, and then you can't back out because it's like, well, you signed the thing.
You said you'd do it. Yep. Yeah. MLMs love to use social media to trick people into believing that their courses are actually successful, which, you know, we've seen a lot of people do like scam sale courses and all kinds of stuff. That's not anything new. I Am Mastery has rebranded 5 different times because the FTC has been constantly on its ass for deceptive practices. Their main product is selling courses that teach people how to invest in crypto and the stock market. They claim that if they follow their course correctly, you can retire in your 20s and make tons of money overnight. That won't happen. All right, that's a fairy tale. The whole thing was set up for failure because the teachers of the courses are unqualified and have 0 investment credentials. This resulted in a dropout rate of 60% in the first month and 90% after 6 months. Nobody ever made money with the course, and those who did were actually just recruiters getting bonuses from new hires. And in 2025, the FTC took I Am Mastery to court for stealing $1.2 billion from its consumers. And since then, multiple top salesmen have been ordered to pay millions of dollars as a settlement. In modern day, crypto is a hot commodity for MLMs, and they are taking advantage of it in full. OneCoin was a company that boasted about mining a crypto that would topple Bitcoin and become the market leader. Jesus Christ. People fell for it quickly, believing that they were going to get incredibly rich. However, what they didn't know was that there was not a single coin being mined. Not a single coin was being mined. What was supposed to be about investing was really focused on recruiting new members to the pyramid. The owner of the company, Ruja Ignatova, Ruja Ignatova was labeled the crypto queen for her alleged revolutionary coin, but she was nothing more than a thief. In 2017, she disappeared off the face of the planet around the same time the warrants for her arrest came out. She took $4 billion with her, leaving everyone who invested in massive amounts of debt. What a fucking monster. Hope they find that bitch and scalp her. To this day, she hasn't been found and is on the FBI's most wanted list. Please God, put a picture up of her. If you see this woman, Dude, the thing too with these MLMs and crypto in general, it feels like the easiest pyramid scheme too, because it is so easy to be like, you didn't believe in Bitcoin and look at it now. I'm telling you, this is the ground floor. And I feel like it's very easy for people to be like, oh, what if this is the next thing? And you have like a huge case of FOMO.
Especially as prices of Bitcoin and stuff are going up.
Mhm.
You gotta get in before it explodes.
Before it explodes, man, I'm telling you. It shouldn't be a surprise that MLMs will do anything necessary to sell you a product. And that can sometimes include smuggling endangered plants to create essential oils. One plant, rosewood, comes from Brazil and is typically used to make expensive furniture. However, if you crush the branches and leaves, you can extract an aromatic oil. The other is called spikenard, which is a root found in the mountains of Nepal. To extract the oil, you must steam the roots and collect any oil that comes out of them. Both of these plants are rare and very sought after for their medical purposes, and many holistic practices pay big money for them. In addition to their alleged healing properties, they are both known to cause skin irritation and, in rare cases, severe allergic reactions. And in 2017, Young Living had to pay $760,000 of fines and community service payments for smuggling rare and endangered plants without a permit for their products. Can you imagine getting into the root game? You're like, dude, I'm getting into roots. But things only get worse from here. You'd be surprised to hear how many people get hurt from these crazy MLM products. The market for weight loss products is so insanely large, and MLMs share a good portion of that market. If you want to get a jump start on your healthy habits, then Zingular offers biohacking supplements aimed at helping you lose weight.
Zingular?
Do you want to take something by a company called fucking Zingular? Bruh. While many who have taken their products claim to have lost weight quickly, they also mention some of the nasty side effects. Lots of customers report having no energy to do anything and severe diarrhea, which is also probably why you're losing all the weight, because you just can't keep any liquid in your body. Nutritionists and health coaches alike don't recommend Zingular because you lose weight by literally wasting away. You rot from the inside. I've never been more skinny. The company Norium International rebranded to Neora in 2019 because they got investigated by the FTC for selling products that lied about their effectiveness. One of those products was the anti-aging cream, which contained the ingredient NA8. To the unsuspecting user, it's just another random ingredient, right? Some people dug a little deeper and found that it was actually oleander, which is a poisonous plant known to cause a long list of symptoms like rashes, fainting, low blood pressure, and hallucinations. The company didn't recall any of the products containing the poison, so the FTC took them to court and they were forced to pay a settlement of $50 million to those affected. Another company has poisoned its consumers with a magic concoction of elements. Youngevity is known for its tangy tangerine vitamin C drink, which most people describe as no different from orange Kool-Aid. Though they sell a wide range of health products, one elixir shocked consumers for even being placed on the market at all. Dinosaur Dirt claims that it's a healthy additive for any drink that has all essential minerals that humans need. Dinosaur dirt. The species that went extinct. It has everything you need to stay happy and healthy. The name comes from the plants that are used to make the drink, which they say are the same plants that dinosaurs used to step on and eat. Brilliant. These ancient plants were packed with life-sustaining minerals, and this MLM has been able to recapture them all just for you. This drink comes with great benefits. They claim it can fight off infections, increase DNA production, improve heart function, and even make your bones stronger. The magical liquid also has a big warning, not allowing pregnant women and children to consume it. But why would that be? Well, looking at the ingredients, you'll see that there are tons of minerals that are not made for human consumption. It contains arsenic, which is just such a funny. The first thing, it contains arsenic and lead. Yeah, lead, you know, come on. Which are known poisons, and autonomy is known to cause your heart and lungs to rot away. Dinosaur dirt. Beryllium is carcinogenic. You want cancer? Okay. Thallium is one of the deadliest poisons on the planet, and thorium is super radioactive and causes cancer as well. Dinosaur dirt. I'm gonna put it in my milk. These are some of the most deadly on the list, but beyond that, there are at least 20 different elements in the ingredients that should not be consumed by a human being. I like how they're just like, I mean, just pregnant people and kids, all right? The men get a nice big fucking glass of dinosaur dirt. Thankfully, this product is no longer on the market, as Youngevity has tried to bury it into obscurity to never be seen again. If you think this sounds horrible, the horror stories only get worse. A mother had been working for an MLM that sold juice and was so dedicated that it completely ruined her life. She had gone so far into debt to the MLM that she lost her home and her family had to organize multiple interventions to try and reason with her. So she was addicted to selling them? I can't stop. At least smoke crack.
Well, because
at least if you got the intervention, at least smoke crack to warrant the intervention.
I think it's the prizes, because Arbonne, I had friends.
I went into Arbonne too?
That were in Arbonne, yeah.
Wow.
And their whole thing is like, if we get so many sales, we could get to go to Malibu.
Oh, so and that's what you're saying too earlier about the Lamborghini.
Yes.
Well, I mean, don't you want the car?
Exactly.
Don't you want a Chrysler 300? Don't you want a 2010 Chrysler 300? Detroit manufactured Chrysler 300 with a V6 engine? Yeah.
Because when you buy the product, you're getting points to that thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially the exact same thing as back in the day when you bought cigarettes and you could accrue points to get like a leather jacket. That's what it is, essentially, except you have the opportunity to maybe make money. In her final meeting, her family had brought a counselor to mediate. The counselor asked her, quote, "You're choosing between your children and a juice company." She got up and walked out saying, quote, "Yes, I am." So if I was the husband there too, I'd be like, so mommy's going to an insane asylum and daddy's going to look for a new wife. My kids would hug me and they'd say like, yay, thank you, daddy. A similar situation occurred when a woman spent $70,000 on LuLaRoe leggings and used her spouse and parents' savings to pay for it. LuLaRoe needs to be held accountable.
I was going to say, yeah.
There's been a lot of LuLaRoe stories, dude. This is a hit piece for LuLaRoe. Just kidding, that's a joke. We have to protect ourselves legally.
It's a comedy video.
This is a comedy video. I'm just joking around. LuLaRoe's awesome. That's not me shaking my head. I have an itch on my back.
That's your Tourette's.
Yeah, exactly. That's my tick I have, and I have actually, there's like a bug on my back. I would invest in LuLaRoe immediately. This led to her house being foreclosed and her husband divorcing her. Good man.
Yeah.
After the divorce, she's still doing MLMs and not making any money. The husband now has to give her half of his paycheck and help pay for the mortgage on top of spending money on the kids while she contributes nothing. That went a little based. We definitely skewed a little doom-pilled there a little bit, but that's unfair. Can we agree that's unfair?
That's really unfair. But see, that's the thing. If you don't have an income,
yeah,
you can't pay, then you get money. Win-win.
More money to put into the MLM.
Exactly.
As we just learned, MLMs not only ruin the lives of the person involved, but also those around them. A woman took to Reddit complaining about how her sister was expecting her to pay for the majority of her wedding because she had drained all of her savings on MLMs. She was scammed by a Girl Boss wellness drink MLM and spent her entire life savings of $25,000 on it. She also wanted to have a dream wedding that would cost around $50,000. Okay, first off, if you spend 25 grand on an MLM pyramid scheme, don't think you're Cinderella, all right? I don't think you deserve the $50,000 wedding, if I'm being frank. I think that's kind of a, hey, we're going to uncle's backyard and we're grilling dogs. It's gonna be brats and burgers, all right? That's gonna be the wedding. We're gonna have monkey bread for the cake, and that's gonna be, hey, Sprite. That's the there it is. Was your MLM worth it? Did you like it? When she told her that she wouldn't fork the bill, her sister called her selfish and said she was holding her past against her. I am holding your past against you. Her mother even sided with the sister, claiming the family helps family. Oh, off, dude. I hate that Italian bullshit. There's nothing that will stop these malicious companies from turning a profit, even global pandemics. In August of 2021, an MLM conference for paparazzi was held at the MGM Grand Hotel in Las Vegas, where employees looked at the new $5 bracelets for sale. Thousands of people crammed into conference halls during the height of the COVID, and as a result, 6 people would die following the event. God damn. What is insane is that no legal action was taken against the paparazzi for gross negligence, and they got off scot-free while 6 people just kind of fucking died. All right? And sometimes the allegiance to pyramid scheme products goes too far, and it leads people to tragic demises. In 2019, a Chinese woman died of organ failure after relying on MLM health products to cure her fever. Brand allegiance is too strong. I'm gonna keep drinking dinosaur dirt. These ancient minerals will cure me. The company Nu Skin had convinced her that vaccines didn't work and that fevers were the body's way of detoxing itself. Fevers are good. Good stuff. Because of this belief, she only used Nu Skin health products to treat her illness, and she died after her fever took over her body. Her mentor from the company told her to continue to self-medicate and drink juice instead of going to the doctor. That man should be arrested. After her death, the company said that they would look into what caused it, while her mentor and co-workers continued to use the very products that led to her demise. Jessie Lee Ward was a top seller to an alternative health MLM and fully believed in its properties. She believed so much that she was diagnosed with stage 4 colon cancer in early 2023, and she refused any sort of medical treatment and insisted that her MLM products would save her. Tragically, she would pass away a few months later after the treatments did nothing to stop the spread of cancer. Throughout her battle, she would regularly update her social media audience, remaining staunch in her views towards the MLM. What's fucked up about that is it's just that cult mentality, man. You're fine. Do you believe in this or not? To the point where also she was so sold on it.
Yeah.
It's so sad.
Yeah. I mean, it's very...
No sympathy at all. Yeah, I guess. We have to pretend to care. God. Sadly, she's just one of many who have fallen victim to the horrible scam that is the MLMs. I hope that after watching this video, you feel more enlightened and equipped to fend off some of the overreaching grasp of the cultish pyramid schemes out there. A lot of the time, I feel like products or people who are selling you on something, it's too good to be true, right? People who are that adamant to be in there, they're being too nice to you. Humans are not nice. Right? You can be passively nice and stuff, but people that are being overly nice and trying to get you in on something, watch it, because that is the door cracked open to an MLM pyramid scheme that is going to fucking kill you. If you yourself are falling for MLMs, or you know someone who has fallen for their schemes, get help immediately. Once again, we will leave a link below. We're doing a lot of gambling addiction and other links here. Here's a link if you do need help, or it's in the description as well. The MLMs and pyramid schemes, I'm telling you, it only leads down a dark road of depression, debt, and in rare cases, death. Not so rare, it fucking happens all the time, so careful. Thank you guys so much for watching this video, and hey, pyramid scheme people out there, go fuck yourself. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we're eating breakfast, or I should say I'm gonna have to go out and try breakfast because this stupid back here refuses to make breakfast anymore, or really anything.
I'm on strike. I'm not cooking until you let me sunbathe naked in the front lawn.
I'm not gonna let you sunbathe in the front yard. It's disgusting, Margaret. It's disgusting. You think she's naked now? There's a whole... Those little thermometer caps or whatever those come off. You just don't want to see that. So that got me thinking, I'm gonna have to go out and try to get some breakfast. With diners all over the nation closing down, I might have to stick to a chain. But which chain is the best? That's right! Today we're gonna be ranking the best chain diners in America. There might be some international. Is IHOP international, Margaret?
Yes, it's everywhere.
Do you think IHOP's actually international?
Yes.
You say that as if you... Is there any fact based around that?
I just know. I've been everywhere. To all the IHOPs.
You've been to all the IHOPs?
Yeah, and Cracker Barrel.
God. Yeah, so actually, we got to figure out what are the 5 most important breakfast chain restaurants in America. Dare I say the world. 1, of course, we're going to be stopping by Denny's. 2, Cracker Barrel. 3, IHOP. 4, Bob Evans. And 5, Waffle House. Now, granted, not all of these are going to be worldwide or nationwide, but after looking up one article, not doing a lot of research, these were the top 5. And I will say that I have been to all of them before in my past. So this is going to be a nice trip down memory lane while also ranking what is the best restaurant chain in America. So let's get to it. All right, first up we have Bob Evans. Pretty much, I would say all of these diners, like diners in general, breakfast spots, are an area for the elderly to converse, or basically it's like the one place they get to go a day. And I will say, I will be making fun of elderly people. People got upset about that in the nursing video.
It's always such a fun way for old people to go down. Oh, they just fall down. I can't.
Can I not joke about the elderly? Can we not? I'm going to today, so buckle up. Because let me tell you, the way that we're ranking these is price, food. How does a cup of coffee taste there? How many elderly people are lurking around, and you know, it touches with the ambiance a bit, right? I mean, do I want to go to a place cram-packed with elderly people? I don't think so. Am I elderly?
Yes.
No, I'm not elderly.
You're old.
How old do you think I am?
42.
No.
Yep.
No, not.
That's what Google says.
I'm super young.
All right. How old are you?
I just turned 23 last week. Sorry. Bet you didn't think I was that young that's sprightly, as it were.
You have gray hairs in your beard.
Okay. So we have that, and then did I miss any of them? Oh, service. So it should be based off those. Went to Bob Evans. Let me tell you something. Haven't been to Bob Evans in a long time because it's the quintessential place for old people. It's just, from what I remember, the food was never that good. The atmosphere's weird. It smelled like diapers a lot of the time. Old people love diapers. They have to. They shit themselves. They have to wear diapers. So it smells like diapers, maybe poopy time. But I was surprised by the ambiance of Bob Evans.
It was pleasant.
This was a nice spot. I thought that it was well crafted. The only thing I didn't like was the almost dictatorish photo of Bob Evans himself on a giant sign. And I don't want to know what Bob looks like. Do I want to know what Robert Evans looks like? No. And he had a quote. He had a slogan on the back wall that was, "We treat strangers like friends and friends like family." What the hell does that even mean? I don't know you, Bob, okay? Also, we treat family like lovers. I want to know what happened with Bob's siblings, with his nieces and nephews. Get Bob off the streets. Remove the placards. Otherwise, everything else was pretty nice. Let's talk about the cup of coffee first. I will say this, to my dying breath, Bob Evans has a damn fine cup of coffee. Dare I say, I mean, it was good. I'm not even a big, if you've joined my Patreon and you've seen the cigarette ranking video that we did, I hate black coffee. We did a thing where we drink black coffee and we smoke cigarettes. I fucking hate black coffee. I will say, Bob Evans, smooth roast.
Velvety even.
Velvety. God, it was like a piece of satin just going down right down my gullet. Really enjoyed it, like almost like a nice, like a ferret. Was a ferret? Is a ferret smooth? Like a seal, like an otter, like a river otter. Sure. Those look smooth. And I will say, the service was very, very nice. They were very. Also, I want to shout out the person. They were like, "Oh, are you from Papa Meat?" And I was like, yes, I am. But other than that, it was all. I mean, like the service was good. But then you get to the food. And this is also what counts in. I'm gonna tie in the elderly thing here in a second. The food was made for those that have no teeth. All of it was mushy. You would have thought that we got mashed potatoes instead of hash browns. Now, Margaret, are you a hash browns or an American potato kind of gal?
I'm a potato girl.
That's telling. So I think that the eggs were very runny, didn't care for that. The food, it was just all underwhelming. Underwhelming so much so that there was a conspiracy that I'm like, these are for people that take out their dentures when they eat, they're gumming it down, it is what it is. And then I started noticing, I said, gosh, there's just a lot of old people in here. And then Jacob was like, there's only one table. Just a hair too many old people.
There's only one table full of old people.
There's one over there. Look
That's what I'm saying, just one table.
And then what fucking happened? He blinked and then there they came. Like Field of Dreams. Open the Bob Evans sign and they will come. It was unfucking believable. Like moths to a flame, the Bob Evans. It was noon. We went after even the fucking breakfast crowd. And there was tons of old people lurking around and they just lurk. And I will say, I got the bill. We have to also base this off the price here. $44. Also, at all these places, we got their specials. What was the Bob Evans one? It's like the farmhouse special or something like that? It was the farmhouse special.
Sausage was like a salt bomb.
The sausage was a salt brick. Nick liked it. Nick also, he snapped at the waitress, grabbed her by the wrist real hard. Thank you.
Chocolate milk.
You realize that we're here to like rip. And he demanded a chocolate milk. Therefore, and also for people who don't know, Nick's like lactose intolerant. So why he would want that, I don't know, because it makes him like no other. So basically from there forth, we said you have to get a chocolate milk at every restaurant we go to, but you have to chug it as soon as you get it.
God, dude. God damn.
And he did. And let me tell you, the consequences, you'll see that soon enough.
This video is sponsored by PDS Debt. Debt has a way of building up. You miss one bill, oh, then another. Pretty soon, debt collectors are calling you, looking to take away everything. Golly. The good news is, there's still a way out. Whether it's a credit card debt, personal loans, collections, or medical bills, PDS Debt can find a personalized solution for you. PDS Debt has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, boasting thousands of 5-star reviews on Google, plus a 5-star rating on Trustpilot. That's because PDS Debt has helped hundreds of thousands find solutions to get out of debt in just a fraction of the time. And there's no minimum credit score required quiet. PDS Debt is here to help you save more, pay off your debt faster, and start putting money back where it belongs. Being in debt and not having any money can be extremely stressful. I went through that for a long portion of my life, and I sincerely hope I never have to go through it again. Try to avoid debt, and if you think it may help, give PDS Debt a try. You're 30 seconds away from being debt-free. Get your free assessment and find the best option for you right now at pdsdebt.com/papameat. That's pdsdebt.com/papameat. Thank you to PDS Debt for sponsoring this video. Hey, now let's get back to the video.
But for the two specials, $44 for 4 cups of coffee, some water,
chocolate milk.
Nick's chocolate milk that he scarfs down. This chocolate milk, $4 for a glass of chocolate milk, and that's not free refills. So I just want to say, $44 is a bit fucking steep. Bob, what were some of the numbers we had for that?
We said the coffee was pretty good.
The coffee was the best part of going to Bob Evans.
4 out of 5 on the coffee.
Coffee, 4 out of 5 at Bob Evans.
Food was 2 out of 5.
I mean, after having gone to all the places, I still think 2 is fair. It was mushy, but it wasn't abhorrent, but it was not, I would not be like clicking my heels trying to go back to fucking Bob Evans for food. Maybe for a coffee.
Ambiance was 3 out of 5, which I think is fair.
Ambiance, we did say 3 out of 5, but I'm wondering. There was just, at the end, the cascading amount of old people. Also, Bob's giant dictator sign. I'm gonna break it down to a 2.
Okay.
It was nice, it was clean, I'm not gonna fault it for that, and the service was 5 out of 5?
4 out of 5?
We can give it 5 out of 5. She was nice.
And then this one, I think we need to rescale. We said the elderly was 5 out of 5, but I don't think you meant that as a positive.
Yeah, it's a 0 out of 5. 0 out of 5. It should be the anti-elderly. Anti-elderly establishment. It's a 0 out of 5 because those motherfuckers were coming in droves. Like I said, moth to flame. What does it put us at total?
13.
13 points out of, God, what?
Also, the price we didn't rate, we just jotted down the price.
So there's 6 things then. The price so far, I'm not happy with that.
I think it was the most expensive.
This is, I think, the most expensive today, so it's got to be a fucking 1. 14 out of 30. Bob couldn't even make it halfway.
Pretty bad.
This is unbelievable. And you know what? Margaret did say that this was her favorite spot, so I don't know why. Last second defense for Bob Evans by Margaret. Go ahead, Margaret.
I have no teeth, so it's easy to chew. Easy.
She's just disappointing.
What? Why?
Just disappointing altogether. I mean, that was an elderly woman response, don't get me wrong, but also this is the woman who wants to fucking sunbathe in my front yard. And the positive is that she has no teeth. That's why she likes it. She has no teeth, therefore it's good.
I can gum it down.
Next up, we have IHOP.
Don't forget to mention the PSYOP.
Oh, I will. Well, there's a lot of things I'm not going to forget to mention. IHOP, which is arguably one of my least favorite American restaurants. It might even be one of my least favorite restaurants in the world. I hate IHOP, okay? International House of My Ass.
Nice.
Thank you. Also, we have a seasoned veteran who worked at IHOP. Could not stop talking about it the entire day.
I'm having PTSD flashbacks. I've not been in one of these since I left. I was a busboy, dishwasher. Sunday mornings were always horrible. Always. Church crowd coming in.
You would think as if he served 10 years at that place, it was 12 weeks.
I saw live combat, okay?
Saw live combat. How do I describe going to IHOP? The IHOP we went to, and I feel that this is, you know, location is everything, but this feels like it was very similar to any other IHOP I've ever been to before. You walk in, people said it was a heater. I'm almost positive that was a fly zapper. Is that a bug zapper in the fucking opening?
I think it's a heater.
Is that a bug zapper in the fucking opening?
I think it's a heater, but...
We can't say for sure it wasn't on, but...
It smelled weird.
We walked in and it was like cleaning products, which whatever, but then you're hit with this aroma of like diapers or like piss kind of smell. It just smelled funky right in the entryway.
It was weird, yeah.
We were sat next to... Oh, do I even go in?
I think you have to. It scarred me and you. You have to talk about it.
I want to reiterate, I don't hate elderly people. All right? I don't. It's not that I enjoy watching them suffer. Things are crazy and it's funny laughing at absurd things. That doesn't mean I'm laughing at the harm or whatever. It's insane.
I have a grandmother.
All right?
How dare you?
My grandmother, if my grandma's watching this, you turn it off and you go back to bed. We sat down, I have to tell you that, I'm sorry. We sat down.
It was like something out of Goosebumps.
I sat down and we walked by this woman. They put us next to this table. This woman was sitting there and her eyes were going 2 different directions and she had this fucking giant piece of egg out of her mouth and she was doing and it was flopping it around. And then like I kind of looked at her a little bit because I didn't want to be rude and be like, what is happening? But I looked at her and like, you're the viewer, you're me. She was like,
yeah.
It looked right at us,
Yeah.
mostly me and Harry. Looked right at us, right through our soul, and I sat down. Jacob tried to have me sit next to the table. I'm like, I'm not fucking sitting next to the table. I sat to the right of him.
This place is making me extremely uncomfortable. I want to leave, so please help me, Kevin. Please help me.
We're sitting there, there's a fucking child screaming over there, you're gonna leave me! You're gonna leave me! And his brothers and sisters like, we're not leaving you. You're gonna come with us. You're gonna leave me! And then all of a sudden this woman comes around and she's just like, hey, what can I get you to drink? I'm like, where? I forgot I'm even sitting down to eat. I forgot that we're having breakfast right now. Which led me to believe, because last time Bob Evans, there was like basically all these places with all these old people, you'd assume that like, man, we're on death's door. We are in purgatory. That's what these fucking diners are. They are purgatory. The souls are trying to cross the river of Styx, all right? And yet all of these waitresses are amazing. Super kind people. Why are angels stuck in purgatory with these old people?
I will say, couldn't be a nicer person. It just makes you wonder why so many angels work in such a hellish place.
That's why I know. Why are angels in hell? That's what I want to know. So yeah.
I don't know.
The ambiance was, I gotta say, a 1.
Yeah.
Because also, music, too loud. Real loud. Also like Miley Cyrus, like, put my hands up, play my song, both us in away. Yeah, 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 yeah. Party in the USA. Do I want that in the morning? No, that loud. And I think that somebody complained because halfway through,
Since you've been gone.
Yeah, since you've been gone, and it cut off. They put an end to that. They did Party in the USA, but they cut that off real quick.
Mid-song.
And then they brought another one and they turned it real low. So I think someone definitely complained.
The Eggmouth lady was singing along to
She was. The Eggmouth lady did not sing along. That was the psyop.
Yeah, the psyop.
The psyop was singing along. No, the Eggmouth woman was just, she was looking into like different universes, different dimensions. She was really like doing a thing where it's like the numbers are flying past her head and she's just like... So we sit there, all right, we put in our order, we get the breakfast sampler, which also, that's a bad fucking name, which I just want to say that too. At least Bob Evans had Farmhouse Classic or something, Farmer's Classic or something.
Name your dish.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Yeah, breakfast sampler. Do you want to just sample what we have? Oh, please, could I? So, everything that we get, it's basically just like scrambled eggs, meat, potato, and pancakes. That was like the big thing. So as we're sitting there, the woman next to us, she has this like sandwich. She takes a bite of it and she like a child. Puts it up on the plate and she's like, I can't, it doesn't even look good. I'm like, okay, well that's a good fucking sign. My breakfast sample I'm sure is gonna be great. So she calls the manager over and she's just like, hey, by the way, this is like disgusting. I'm not gonna eat it. And he's like, okay, well do you want me to get you anything else? No, I don't think so. I think I just don't want to pay for it, which is fine. Totally fair interaction. Nobody was at fault there. Sometimes you just don't like the sandwich, right? It is what it is. But then what happened next? What she does is Nick is also kind of, well, I say discreetly. The guy fucking flails around the camera like he's like he's like waving in an airplane. She leans over and she says, is this video about the IHOP's food?
Yeah, were you doing a survey on the food?
And we were like, I mean, kind of, yeah, we were doing a little video. She's like, well, you don't listen to what I said because I love IHOP.
Don't listen to what I said, okay? Because I like IHOP.
I just never get the lunch, but I love IHOP. I love everything about IHOP.
My son.
Yeah, she said, my son says that IHOP is a breakfast place, so you shouldn't get anything for lunch or something like that.
You know, my son always said, IHOP is breakfast, it's not lunch.
Yeah, exactly.
So don't do
I've heard that before, yeah.
She was nice and all, but then I was just like, what is this? It's like an IHOP psyop, for sure, right? So then I go quiet because I'm like, I'm not playing this game, all right? So I'm secretly rating it because also, what you don't notice is that she is like, imagine, like turn your head, if you're watching this, turn your head slightly away from your computer monitor, and it was like this. You know, you can see me from your peripheral. It felt like that. To where almost the rest of the IHOP conversation, besides the kid screaming that he was gonna like be left behind, which he kind of did for a second. He like had a dead sprint out of the fucking restaurant after his family left. She was just looking at us. So then not only that, but then we get our breakfast sampler. The food is like whatever. It was better than Bob Evans, I can at least say that. But it was like a really forgettable experience. I mean, like the server was awesome. She was great. The coffee was like, it was like black ink from a pen. That's how I would describe it. India ink.
A whole canister on our
And they
table.
give you, and that's another thing too I don't like about IHOP. Like, come over here and pour my coffee, dude. Can we not have a social interaction? Here's your canister. It'll stay real hot. It's like, cool, dude. And then also the coffee cups are from Hobbiton. I thought it was like little play cups. It was all very deceptive. I didn't like it. So basically I'm doing this rating by myself and then Nick starts getting up. The diarrhea is already starting to hit him.
Milk number 2.
He goes in the bathroom, comes out within, I don't know, 10 seconds because the bathroom is like abhorrent. Margaret, what did Nick say the bathroom was like?
He said there was pee all over the toilets and shit in the toilet seats, and it smelled awful.
Would you have taken a shit there, Margaret?
If I had to.
And I'll tell you something too. Nick not taking a shit at a restaurant is bad because that motherfucker, he lays waste to a lot of things, and I think he knows that he's just contributing to the stink. At the studio, I mean, it is abhorrent. You'll walk into a bathroom and you'll be like, ah! You'll have your hair gets burned off, and then from his room, all you hear is, it's that all day.
Stinky.
So, don't fucking say stinky.
Stinky.
That's so f***ed up. Stinky. Fuck you. And also, here's the other problem too. $42. A little cheaper than Bob Evans, but at the end of the day, it feels like it should be cheaper. Right? Am I wrong? I don't know. Hold on. So what did we have the service at?
Out of 4 out of 5.
Service was 4 out of 5, and I think that's just
that was
because
the strongest score.
We were thrown out. It was the strongest. It isn't against anything with our server. It was mostly people having their order sent back. That was a throw off. I had to at least dock him one. I saw it was right in front of me.
Yeah, it was literally the table next to us.
It was the
She
table
sent the
literally
sandwich
right
back.
next to us, and then the PSYOP tried saving them. What about the food?
Food, we said 3 out of 5.
Food's a 3 out of 5. Coffee.
0 out of 5.
0 out of 5. Like I said, it was like drinking India ink. Can't fucking have that. And what was the atmosphere?
Ambiance was 1 out of 5.
Ambiance is 1. If you have the woman who's like transfixing and seeing different universes and gods next to us, that's fine. But then you have a child basically like screaming that his family's leaving him behind, and then you have 2 other people ordering strawberry fucking milkshakes behind you. The ambiance is off. You can't have Billboard Top 1000 from 2009 blaring at the same time as well. Okay, it's a 1. And then the elderly score, we have to give this one -2 out of 5. You cannot have that next to people. And that sounds harsh, but I just mean it was everywhere. Because you notice this, and then it's just pockets of them everywhere. It's not that I don't like elderly people, but I just mean I want a place that has life. You better stop fucking yawning because you're fucking me up. You also
I'm sleepy, bro.
You ate way too much today. Way too much today. Well, guess what? 6 points out of 30. Bob Evans more than doubled their points. I'm staying by the 6 points too. I fucking hated IHOP. But luckily, next we're going to Denny's. Denny's, what can I say about Denny's? Denny's, it feels like a breakfast establishment, doesn't it? The branding's nice. You see Denny's, and it's a little fucking like shape. Yellow shape sitting there. Then you go in there, it's America's Diner.
America.
Ooh.
That's just good branding.
Bold.
And it's not afraid to hold that punch. It says, you know what? It is what it is. We are fucking America's Diner. First off, it had like a 70s feel, didn't it?
Yeah.
It was like a retro kind of feel to it. I really enjoyed that.
Had a bar.
Had a nice breakfast bar. It was open. There was a nice collection of people there, old and young, families and lovers, all sprawled across. It felt like a good time. It felt like a simpler time for when I was younger. Because sometimes you think about these places and you say, oh, when I was younger, I liked this or that. I didn't have to have that sensation. I was there in the moment. I was living it. It was beautiful.
How's that unibrow look?
Good.
Is it thick?
A little. It's definitely connected.
It feels like a bit of a caterpillar.
And we were sat down by our amazing waitress. We were like, okay, the Grand Slam, which is also a great name for your breakfast day. Fucking name it something. IHOP, fucking breakfast sampler. What is this? I don't know if you want to try it. That's what it feels like. Denny's is like Grand Slam. By the way, you're about to hit a home fucking run with everybody on base. Good luck being the hero. Are you ready for that today? I was like, do you have something? I don't think I'm that guy, you know? But then she comes over and she says, actually I had the exact same regular Grand Slam, except it's called a Super Slam. And it's fucking like $4 cheaper. It's $8. It's the whole shebang for $8 a piece. I'm in heaven. Nick slams another deal. He's gone for a long time. So long that we start timing it.
Oh, there it is.
I go in to check them. I have a little video. Here's the video.
Hey, Nick? Yeah. You doing okay, buddy? Yeah.
It's just, it smells horrible. Horrible in there. When I walked in, I thought I had the perception that there was like 100 count Black Cat firecrackers going off or not. You know, it is 4th of July season. Who knows what happened? Motherfucker was fighting a battle in there, all right? Stop 3, he was in it to win it. He's been down in those things. He's been shaking a little bit afterwards and stuff like that. The food comes out, and it might be the most aesthetically pleasing bacon I've ever seen in my life. Like picture quality bacon. It was so good. The pancakes are amazing. The bacon's delicious. The only problem though, the hash brown. The hash browns, it has the texture of like jasmine rice, you know, like the long, thin rice kind of thing. It just doesn't, not a lot of taste. It's the one negative I had about the whole thing. Well, the coffee was nice too.
Good coffee.
Coffee was good.
Coffee was good. I like the mugs even more though.
Yeah, good mug.
I'd kill for a nice set of Denny's mugs. But the atmosphere after I noticed it, and then, you know what happened at one moment? Right behind Nick, well, when he was there, right behind Harry and Nick, Harry was there the whole time because he didn't have diarrhea, was just a couple, an old couple. Gray in the face and hair, wearing saturated colors, really making the gray on their skin pop. And they were eating a bowl of fruit and conversing and drinking coffee. And it made me think about the golden years and how I yearned for those times. It made it feel all so possible. And that's where I noticed that I wasn't complaining about the elderly, I wanted to be a part of them.
Aww.
And I thought that was a magical moment. And also the server was fucking awesome. And as soon as we were getting ready to walk out, 4 guys sat down in the back and they were playing Magic the Gathering. Denny's is a 24-hour place where I'm like, that's the kind of place I want to go at like 3 o'clock in the morning. Go up there, hang out, drink coffee, draw for a bit, play Magic with your friends, do whatever. Or if you got a buzz going, kill your buzz at Denny's, getting a big-ass fucking Grand Slam breakfast. Bring your buddy to chug down some chocolate milks and have diarrhea. What's the final scores?
We gave the coffee a 3 of 5.
3 out of 5 feels fair. Mostly the mug. Like I said, I like the mug, but it was a fine coffee. It was no Bob Evans coffee, but it'll do.
Ambiance, 4 out of 5.
Ambiance, 4 out of 5 feels great. Once I said there was just a couple prickly pairs of elderly people in there, but it would be all right.
Food was 4 out of 5, mostly because of the hash brown.
4 out of 5 on the food, just because the hash browns, let me tell you, disappointing. They were disappointing. Everything else was great.
Service, 5 out of 5, like you mentioned. Elderly, 5 out of 5, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
It was a positive experience.
Yeah, the 5 out of 5, 5 out of 5. So what does that give us a total for?
I guess I need you to give me a score for the price.
The price was $34.42. $34.42! $10 cheaper than the competition so far, and far superior in almost every way. 5 out of 5 on the price. 5 out of 5.
That puts us at 28.
28 out of 30?
Ooh, wow!
Why are you cheering, dude?
Oh,
you don't like Denny's. You told me you don't like Denny's.
I was just celebrating.
Sorry, 26. 26.
All right, well, the math wasn't there. So it's a 26, a little less impressive.
Yeah.
26 out of 30, it's still there.
Pretty good.
So do you take back what you said about Denny's off
Nope.
camera?
Nope. I still like Bob Evans. He's handsome.
God, put up a picture of Bob Evans. That's who Margaret likes.
Oh, Bob.
No, don't say Bob and look up.
Come on, he's cute.
He's not cute. He's terrible. And I will say, this was a lightning in a bottle, it felt like, because we were immediately brought back down to earth when we went to our next spot, Cracker Barrel. Cracker Barrel. Don't like this place. Get me out! Cracker Barrel, when you're young, is like a mystical place because they have rocking chairs and you can play checkers. That's literally the appeal when you're a child. Oh, I can sit in a rocking chair and play checkers with my grandpa. Cool. You go in there, I fucking hate the general store. I hate the general store. You walk in. Also, they have Halloween decorations up already.
You can buy a store with Raven balloon mold.
They have like this sound box of a fucking cat doing like. Why? It's 4th of July! Hello? You can buy 3 skulls with the Raven on top of it right now. Is that not fucking odd? You go through and it's just like, goddamn, dude, Cracker Barrel just fucking makes me sad. They have kind of a cool fireplace and they have like the gun atop the fireplace and stuff, but it's this big, huge fucking open room and they're like, hey, we have a special, it's called the campfire. And literally they just give you a plate with tinfoil and you open it and it's corn. Which I want to say, listen, here's the thing. People have days and all that stuff, the service. I'm just going to say service could have been better. Right? Am I wrong?
We hit a bump in the road.
Little bump in the road. There was 3 angels and then there was a human woman. Which that makes it sound a lot worse. I just mean that this person was probably just having a rough day. I'm not gonna hold it against them. It was fine, but it was just, you had 3 back-to-back champions. It's rough.
The chocolate milk situation was a little weird.
Nick grabbed his chocolate milk, which also, once again, at all these places, really have to reiterate, he grabbed the woman's hand.
Chocolate milk.
As they were walking away, and basically forced them to give him chocolate milk. She gave him the chocolate milk, but it was 2 milk cartons and then a glass. It's like, you couldn't have just poured that in the back and not have me know that this is like a cafeteria milk. Feels a little weird. So then Nick starts chugging it, and then she's like, what do you want? What would you like to eat? And she's looking at him while he's chugging it. So he's kind of like sitting there with the glass like this, and he's like looking around like, and I know his fucking stomach's a Nazi, he has to shit. So I'm like, we'll do 2 of Mama's Breakfast.
Yeah, I don't love that.
I don't really know if I like that name. Do I like it more than Breakfast Sampler? Sure, at least they committed to something, but Mama's Breakfast? And let me tell you, Mama's Breakfast is 3 gigantic pancakes, and then like the same plate they give you 5 pounds of pancakes on, they cut 2 eggs and some bacon on it. So it's like giant plate, and then also here's this other giant plate, but the presentation is just sad.
Plate was too big, definitely.
Way too big. I mean, I don't know. The food was okay. The pancakes were not bad. They're fine pancakes. If you went to Cracker Barrel, I'd say, just get the pancakes or the tinfoil corn on the cob thing, because there's the old guy next to us. Don't worry, we're gonna get to him. But the food all itself, I mean, the eggs were undercooked. It was just such a sad, quiet environment. And then next to us, the old guy next to us was sitting there. He was kind of like shaking, and he like looked over at us, and he just kept, it's just a peripheral thing. If you're watching this, turn your head again. Imagine having that. Keep turning your head. And then he would lift up his corn. Don't look back yet, turn your head. I said turn! So then halfway through, we were sitting there, we were probably in there, what, 20 minutes, 25 minutes, 30 minutes? Well, Nick took a while because he was shitting again, which I think we have tons of B-roll of that, so don't worry. But halfway through, his wife gets up to leave. She's gone.
The second we sat down, his wife
we were maybe sat down for 2 to like 5 minutes. She got up and she's like, And I'm like, okay, well, she's definitely gonna let one loose. Big old thing of biscuits and gravy she ate. And I'm like, there it goes. You know what I mean? She sat there and got up and left. And I was like, she's fighting some demons as herself, whatever. Also, what did Nick say? Did he go to the bathroom twice?
Yeah, he said round 2.
Yeah, so so Nick went to the bathroom twice at Cracker Barrel. What happened the first time he went in?
Oh, a young man asked if they were in a band, if you guys are in a band.
Oh yeah. He was like in the bathroom thing, and the guy was like, hey, are you guys in a band? While the guy was washing his hands. And I'm guessing Nick was just squirting and being like, no. And then what happened the second time?
Someone sat down next to him, and he was letting him rip, the 2 of them.
That's right. He was sitting there, and there was a whole symphony of trumpets in the bathroom there. Because yeah, I think he has video footage of it. But the guy sat down next to him and did that truck stop bathroom thing in the toilet, and you hear like afterwards. Fuck. Which when he told me that at first, I thought that he was talking about the old woman who was sitting next to us. And I will say we did meet a very nice man who watched our stuff, and he's just like, and he said I controlled fire.
Excuse me, are you? Yeah, good. It's good to see you. Good to see you too, bro. I hear it a lot. Yes.
He was very nice, though. It was nice. The checkout was nice. We did have to be around the fucking haunting cat for a long time because Nick was shitting his pants. But we paid our tab when we left. All in all, I will say, it felt kind of on par with IHOP for me. Atmosphere-wise and all that kind of stuff. Elderly-wise. Oh, my God. Oh, and then also, the woman wasn't shitting. She was in the general store the whole time. What did she buy, you're probably wondering, in the general store? A jar of honey. 25 minutes of letting your husband eat corn alone to buy a mason jar of honey. Our bill also was $44.77, which actually beats the most expensive by 2 cents. Cracker Barrel was the most expensive.
Ooh,
not going back there. Just want to say that. What are the points?
Everything got a 2.
So we got 2s across the board.
Except for the elderly, which got a 0.
The elderly got a 0. You have to when you're looking around. Once again, I hate to say it, there were just pockets of them, and I just felt I had this insatiable feeling that they were looking at me the entire time. You know what I mean? Like you're sitting there and you're kind of like eating something, and you look up, like double take, you're like, look up, and like one of them's just across the room like this. And the guy next to us, it's just too much.
I couldn't tell if he was mad at me. He just kept
He was
staring
mad.
at me.
He was mad at everybody. I think it was his wife being gone the whole time.
You may have not seen very many Asian people as well.
It might have been.
You think it was a diversity thing? I didn't know they let Asians in here.
I consider it was for so long. I considered that.
He was mean mugging it for a
He
fucking
was
while.
looking at me the entire
He's
time.
probably in World War II.
So
He's probably a veteran.
That's
You
actually.
son of a bitch. $44. I would not recommend. What are the final points then?
So if we're giving the price a 0, which it probably.
The price should be, I think, is what we gave Bob Evans a 1 for, right?
Yeah.
So I think that it's only fair that I get. Well, we'll give it a 1. It's so
Okay,
close.
so
We'll give
then
it a
that's
1.
gonna give us 9 total points.
9 points for Cracker Barrel. I stand by that 100%.
I think that's more than
9 out of 30. That feels completely fair. If anything, I almost want to dock it a few points, but I won't because we've already done it. And then last but not least, we went to Waffle House.
Ooh.
Waffle House is American, Midwest, Southern tradition. You can't explain it. It's an anomaly. Is it the best food you've ever had? No. But is it amazing? Yes. Do they have the worst training video and worst system for taking orders?
You also want to tear off a small corner of the cheese and place it on the top of the marker to help you remember that it comes with cheese.
Yes, without a shadow of a doubt. We went into Waffle House, I'll tell you what, it was like right around like 1 or 2, and it was just that golden hour where you got the whole place to yourself. We had a nice waitress, she was probably new, she was great, and this time I threw in a nice little challenge. I have a surprise for Nick in this one. We're each gonna order a chocolate milk, and if we beat him in a chugging contest, you have to order another one. And you have to order 2. 4 chocolate milks for all the boys, 1 for each of the boys. And we did a chug contest, and Nick had to beat all of us. Nick had to win the chug contest, or else he had to chug 2 chocolate milks this time. And they were tall glasses, and god damn it, they were cold. And we went to battle. And he won! He was done first.
Oh my god.
The champ wins.
But you know what? You earned that. You did earn that.
He won the chugathon, and I couldn't do it. It was too fucking cold. I found out how bad I am at chugging there.
It was very cold. I started getting like a little brain freeze going afterwards.
I immediately thought that he was gonna throw up. He like acted really fucking strange, started getting real quiet. And then out of nowhere, he ordered another chocolate milk!
Can I get another glass of milk?
And he chugged that one too. He got like 20%. He got it down to like 20%. And it looked like legitimately he was gonna throw up. I told him, I said, get the fuck out of here. Do not throw up at this table, I swear to God. He's like, I'm not. He got up and he chugged the rest. And he went to the bathroom for a long time.
He scurried away.
He scurried away like a little cockroach to the bathroom. Destroyed that pleasantry. And then we got our food quickly too. That food came out fucking quick. And if there's one thing I gotta say, to have a successful breakfast, in my opinion, you gotta do 2 things right. Hey, stop it.
I heard that one from over here.
You gotta do 2 things right. Eggs and hash browns. And let me tell you, you cannot beat Waffle House's hash browns. You just can't. Impossible. You cannot do it.
Coffee was good.
Coffee is fine. I'm not a big black coffee guy, but I will say it was fine. 3, did we give it the coffee a 3?
Yeah.
Coffee was a 3. It was fine. It didn't blow me away. It wasn't as good as Bob Evans, but it's fine. The food was delightful. Waffle, amazing. Bacon, amazing. Hash browns, everything. The food was a 5 out of 5, easily. Just without a shadow of a doubt. It also came out so quick. You wonder, how could you process something so delicious so quickly? Margaret, have you ever had Waffle House?
Oh, yeah. I love it. Not as much as Bob Evans, though. Oh.
So, yeah. The, that threw me off. Wow. It was good. It was very good. The service was very good. The service was a 5 out of 5. Everybody was chatting, having a good time. The ambiance is great. It was just the sound of a restaurant. Food cooking, the aroma was amazing. It was a 5 out of 5. Elderly people, not one in the building.
Wow.
And why? I wonder why everything else was so good. 5 out of 5. And coffee was a 3. And then the price, 5 out of 5 because, well, we got 6 milks this time, or 5 milks this time, and the total was $34.50.
If you don't count all the extra milks.
Pretty much putting it on par with Denny's, which I will say, it was $1 cheaper, but it was a special they were running, so I don't know if that's year round. This was just the All-Star special that's been on the fucking menu since day one. It was amazing, putting our final total at what?
28 out of 30.
28 out of 30, making Waffle House our victor! Which I feel like we all knew this from the beginning, but we had to go. I mean, it's been forever since we've been and like actually done these things, but pretty much if I see it, it's Waffle House, Denny's, Bob Evans, Cracker Barrel, IHOP.
Yeah.
I fucking hate IHOP so much.
Yeah.
I hate IHOP so much. Really, this video was just an excuse to see Nick drink chocolate milk and have diarrhea. There's gonna be, you probably had to sit through a lot of that B-roll, so if you're still here, I appreciate you. Margaret, any final words?
Nope.
What a creative use of our very expensive puppet. All right, guys, we will see you next time. Stay hungry, and hey, go to Waffle House if it's by you. It's fucking awesome. Bye! All right.
Sorry, I got a shit. My stomach hurts. Who among us could have seen this coming?
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down. Today, we have an excruciating video for you. I decided to watch all of the Paranormal Activity movies in one setting. I think everybody's at least seen a couple of the Paranormal Activity movies. I mean, when I went and saw Paranormal Activity in theaters in like 2008, 2009, whenever that was, it still is today probably the funnest, scariest movie theater experience I've ever had. And if you weren't there in that cultural kind of moment in history, I don't think a lot of people will know how absolutely massive this movie was. So today I'm going to rank all of them out of the 7 movies, and yes, there's 7. People say there's 8 because there's one called Tokyo Night, but that's not an official Paranormal Activity movie, so I'm just, you know, watch that if you want, but I didn't include that in. The Paranormal Activity franchise was all birthed from an indie film that blew up, and I feel like I wanted to rewatch it with all the success that we've been seeing with some of the independent movies lately. Terrifier had a $200,000 budget. It grossed like 10 million, 12 million, 15 million, something like that. Pretty awesome. Skinamarink was made for like $7 and it made like $1 billion. That was like $1 million. Paranormal Activity was made for like $10,000. It was shot in 7 days at like the director's house and it grossed almost $200 million. I mean, we're talking huge overnight success, like pop culture phenomenon. Before, you know, this is like MySpace era when you'd go to somebody's profile and it would just be playing Escape to Fate, that one song that was like, you know, that song, or it'd be playing Bubba Sparks' Big New Booty if you went to my page, maybe. But this is like before viral marketing, and it was just the trailer of the original one was footage of people inside the theater, and it was so captivating. I was so excited I wanted to see it. And what started as like a little local showing ended up having Steven Spielberg attached to it, and I think he tinkered with the ending. And then it became, oh, let's put it in a couple more theaters. Oh, now it's national. Oh, now it's global. It's pretty crazy to think. And from that was born 7 monstrosities. Maybe not monstrosities, they're okay. So let me just get this flat out there because we're gonna be hopping around different, you know, we're not going in chronological order here. The intricate lore of the series is basically a family have been plagued with a demon who wants to take over the body of a child. Every Paranormal Activity movie, every single one, maybe except, well, no, I'd still say even the last one. The first 20 minutes of the film are gonna be, oh, let's show off every gadget we have so you know how things are getting recorded. And also, we're gonna joke around. It's gonna be, oh, come on, stop pointing that camera at me. What are you doing? People joking around, whatever. And you maybe get one thing with, you know, the first night might come in there and a door might barely move, but nothing really happens. The next hour of the movie is people sitting in beds, watching things slightly kind of move, people being very skeptical. They don't really believe anything, even though it's like, dude, you saw this shit on camera. Why the fuck is anybody not just being like, let's stay at a church? Let's just camp out at a church for a couple days. It's always just like, well, I mean, God, what are we supposed to do? Believe in these wacky ghosts? Okay, I guess we'll do it tomorrow. But then, you know, it's just like, okay, tomorrow they're gonna die. And then the last 10 minutes, almost on cue, the last 10 minutes of every Paranormal Activity movie is the big crescendo ending, and it's usually very uneventful. It's kind of stupid, and it's just like, and we're done. And that's how that's how every Paranormal Activity movie is. So that's the structure. Go ahead and put up a little map. There's your road map of every Paranormal Activity movie. Coming in dead last, absolutely dead last, is is Paranormal Activity 6 Ghost Dimension. Paranormal Activity 6 was one of the first ones where we deviated away from the normal cast of the first 3 to 4 movies. This is a new group of people, and they completely ruined everything that was fun about the Paranormal Activity movies. You know what's cool about these movies is that it's all imaginative. You don't ever see the demons or anything like that, because if you saw the demons, you'd be like, wow, that looks fucking stupid. And here, hey, newsflash, this was stupid. It's like a black and like it looked like Venom, kind of. I thought I was gonna see Peter Parker fucking swing in and start fighting this motherfucker. I mean, it was like literally strands of gooey smoke. Oh, they have a fancy camera, and it's like, oh, with this, we're able to see all the different dimensions with this camera. And you see the the gooey ghost, and it whips past the camera a bunch. And all the sound effects are super fucking annoying and over the top and stupid, which is a staple of the series, but still. So many screenshots of them being like, what the hell is this thing? And it looks like a DeviantArt ghost face that they have stilled and blurred. And they're like, what? This looks like a face. Does it? Does it look like a face? Duh. I mean, all in all, it's just, you don't care about any of the characters. The acting is terrible. It's like such a stupid, forgettable story. And also by this point, we're 10 years into this movies. And the Paranormal Activity movies, you have to realize, follow the exact same script formula for each movie, and they don't deviate away from it until the last one. We'll get to that, but yeah, Ghost Dimension. I mean, there's a point in the movie where a portal opens up in the little girl's bedroom, and she just like she walks in, and then she dies. It's just so stupid. And by this point, my God, let me tell you, 6 movies in with the same kind of like family and drama and whatever else, and now we have new characters that are finding mysterious tapes from the previous films. It's so tiresome. This movie was wow. And this is effectively what killed the franchise too. This movie basically killed the franchise, and then I think the next one didn't come out for 5 years, which up until this point, I think they came out every year or basically every other year. So I think everyone was just like, okay, let's call it quits on this. I think we're good. So Paranormal Activity Ghost Dimension, dead last. My God. Coming in at 6th place is Paranormal Activity 4. By this point in the film series, we are now once again deviated from the main course, and all of the weird little babies from before have now grown up, and we get the autistic little boy named Theodore, and he looks like a tater tot. He kind of looks Amish, weirdly enough. It's just weird, but the whole thing is he's the kid next door. You have a very charismatic lead actor. She's really great, but by this point in the franchise, people are using like new technology. Like the big gimmick in this one was they have an Xbox Kinect. That's a rough piece of technology to use. That didn't age well. I'm pretty sure those were out for like, what, a year before they became completely obsolete. But they have the little dots on the wall, and it's supposed to be all scary, and you can see stuff moving in there. It's just such a forgettable, who cares movie. And once again, the last 10 minutes are just chaotic nonsense of people screaming like, Dad, help! People getting thrown around, dumb old bitches walking around. The amount of times in this film franchise where it's just like hooded old women walking menacingly towards you, it's too much. The whole movie is just super forgettable, really annoying jump scares. It's just like, this one was such a pain to sit through. And also just all the comedy, you know, where it's like, you know, I don't know, babe. I mean, we have the recorder. Why don't we fuck? Should we fuck?
Come on, Derek. We're not going to do that.
I think that's just about in every one of the movies, too. I'm trying to think about anything else to say. It's just such a forgettable movie. There's really nothing else. There's like a scene where one of the kitchen knives, you see it go up, and it builds up the tension all nice, and it takes forever, and then it drops down, and it like lands in front of the dad, and it's been hanging up for like a day. Like, I think like almost a day, which no one has seen a floating knife, apparently, just hanging up there for a day. And the dad's just like, what the hell? And he starts yanking at it, and he's like, okay. And like the wife's all pissed off at him because his dick can't get hard anymore or something like that. He's just like, what the? And nothing happens. Imagine just all of a sudden a knife drops from your ceiling and it hit. I mean, wouldn't she be like, I think there's something wrong. I think there's something crazy going on. Also, my daughter has been bitching and complaining for like a month about ghost shit, and this happens and you don't do anything? Okay, dude. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's like, for me, it's 6th place. It's a rough one. Coming in at 5th place, almost getting to the podium, Paranormal Activity 2. Probably one of the most disappointing sequels I've ever seen in my life. Paranormal Activity 1 nails it so hard that Paranormal Activity 2 literally could have just kind of been a recreation of the first movie, and it is, but it's just like such a watered down version of everything. You can tell that immediately with all the craze, they were like, quick, make another movie, hurry, hurry. And in this rush, they forgot to put anything interesting in the movie, and it just follows whatever
whatever her name is, who cares? Katie's sister, she has a baby, and they do like a weird thing where it's like, well, actually, if you start this movie before the first movie, and then you pause the first movie, and then you go over, it's like a weird like interjection time thing where it's like, oh, part of the movie happens before the first movie, and then it finishes after the first movie, if that makes sense. I don't know. Once again, baby stuff, things are going weird. The only good thing that puts this kind of higher up on the list is that the ending to the movie is so abrupt that it's really funny. You're like, oh wow, some interesting stuff is happening, and then all of a sudden Katie from the first movie shows up. She snaps the dad's neck in a really funny way. Like he's like, and they use like a funny sound effect, and then Katie just walks upstairs. Her sister's holding the baby, and she just like force blasts her sister into the corner, and it's a really funny I mean, she walks in, she's like, Katie? And she just force blast her. Like, force blast. You don't even see her, like, yeah, she just kind of hits the wall hard, but you're like, oh, she's dead. Okay. And then Katie just grabs the baby, which miraculously survived this force blast. And Katie takes her. The whole movie was just so bad. It almost was last on my list. It was almost last, but the force thing really, it put it above the other two. I mean, it was so funny. But it also has the cheapest scare where it's like a bunch of shit where it's like stuff falling, like a pot falls. And then I remember seeing this in the movie theater and I was so pissed. This one came out in 2009 or 2010. And I remember sitting in the movie theater and there's a part where she's sitting in the kitchen and like it's the most obnoxious jump scare. All the cabinets and shit falls, opens at once, and the girl screams. But it's mixed so high that it's just like, fuck you, dude. Like that, what an annoying thing to do. Yeah, so fifth, Force Blast is really funny. If they would have had multiple Force Blasts in it, this might be, it might be number 3. I don't know. But yeah, Force Blast, pretty good. Coming in at 4th place is Paranormal Activity: Next of Kin. This movie is so high on the list, or higher at least, because we get rid of all of the stupid lore that we've had to deal with the entire time, and now we're just like, oh, restart. Basically, this movie it was like Cloverfield Lane, where it's like, this doesn't really have anything to do with Cloverfield, but they just sold the movie with Cloverfield Lane so people would, one, the studio would buy it, and then two, people would be like, oh, I remember that movie, let's go see it. This could have been any horror, like found footage horror movie, but they're like, what if we threw Paranormal Activity on top of it? Oh, okay, I guess so. So Paranormal Activity, fuck you, Next of Kin. That's kind of what it should have been called, because this has nothing to do even with like the previous like demon or anything. It's just kind of its own thing. And maybe this was supposed to be a soft reboot, but it's really bad. It's like really boring. It's shot at least a little better, but it doesn't answer the age-old question of like, why are you filming? That's like the biggest thing with found footage horror films I know a lot of people have gripes with, is like, why are you still filming this? Why are you still holding an industrial camera and being like, let's get out of here, and like stabilizing your shot and running? This one, it's a person is trying to find her mom, but her mom is from an Amish village or something. Wouldn't you know, the mom ran away with the baby because the woman was subject to a demon transfer or something. God, it's just so tiring. This is the last movie I had to watch for the night, so by this time I was beat, bro. Absolutely beat. But you have to give it credit. I mean, it's number 4 on the list, you know, so. But you know, you get a creepy dungeon thing where they like go down to like a feeding pit thing, so there's that. I mean, I don't know. It was just so refreshing not have to hear about Katie or any of the other stupid fucking things that they have like built on this lore. It felt like just a different movie, so I think that's why I was like, oh, that felt refreshing. But all in all, I mean, you know, you have the 20 minutes of build up with the funny, big, gawky, stupid son of a bitch they have to play their sound guy. It's just all the same tropes. The practical effects for the monster thing at the end is cool, and we get to see that, but it's not like cringy like Ghost Dimension where it's just like, do you see it in the camera? It's like a big pale woman. Oh yeah, the monster in the well is the girl's mom. So there's a funny moment where she's like, Mom, do you know who I am? It's like, dude, weren't you abandoned as like a baby? Why would she know who you are as an adult? Do you know who I am, mommy? And then she fucking jabs a hook in her neck and throws her into a hay baler. It's just so forgettable. And then once again, the last 10 minutes of the movie is it's kind of cool. You get like a jaw rip, but I feel like they really wanted to milk this shot, because there's one moment in the scene where they're like, yeah, well, we can do ultra slow-mo, and it captures things that the human eyes can't see, but for some reason the camera just kind of does it randomly when the sound guy's jaw gets ripped off. So it's like a weird slow-mo rip, and I'm like, is that supposed to be cool? Am I supposed to be like, oh nice, from the sound guy getting his jaw ripped off? Maybe so. This one just like I said, I think it just is this high up because by this point it's like it just doesn't try to pander to the bad story, the lore of this previous family, and it's like shot okay, but once again it just doesn't.
it's fine. Out of all the other ones, this one's like just as good as those movies, except it like is a new take. So it's fourth. I'm done talking about it. Finally, we're at the podium. Coming in with the bronze medal is Paranormal Activity 3. Paranormal Activity 3. I thought I had more to the title, but it doesn't. Paranormal Activity 3, this is a fun one. It looks at Katie and his sister. I've already forgotten her name. Katie is like really the only sister that people care about. I want to say Kelly. I don't know. If it's wrong, freeze frame it and call me a fucking idiot. But it follows them back in the 80s. We get a little piece of lore in the first movie, a little nugget where Katie in the first movie, she's like, how do we have this picture? My house burnt down and there's no way that we should have this picture in my attic. The movie producers were like, yes, let's do a movie of that when they were younger. Yes. But it kind of works out. It's cool. With the limitations of the time of not having like fucking such an accessible camera, they kind of do some funny things where like, of course they have the dad's like, oh, I got this camera, this fancy camera. But they do an interesting way of like doing some of the jump scares, which I'm not the biggest fan of the jump scares, but it's kind of cool. They put on like a fan so it slowly goes left to right and right to left. And it's an interesting way to like show new scenes, introduce new elements, and like build anticipation. You know, that's kind of cool. And also the little girl actors are really good. There's a really funny part where I think it's I think it might be Katie as a little girl. She gets like sucked into a closet and you're like, God damn. I was like wondering how they filmed it because it's so visceral and so violent where I'm like, I hope that was 3D. Little girl, we're going to put a harness on you and you're going to get sucked into a closet today. All right. Okay. It was interesting. I would say that this was one of the funner adaptations because it felt like I liked a lot of the characters. There's like the dad of the two kids, his assistant. There's like a really creepy part where he's playing Bloody Mary in the bathroom with the girls, which on paper that doesn't, but no, he's like it has like a funny beat. He's a likable guy. I liked all the characters, and the ending of the movie it's okay. Once again, I think this one has hooded bitches in it too, but it's like one of the first times that we branch out of the house and like the people are like, fuck it, we're gonna stay at your mom's, and you're like, oh, that's like logical. Like all these time people are just like, well, let's just stay here, all right, because some dipshit's like, oh, they're demons, they're gonna follow you. It's like, why would you care? I'd be like, okay, so I'm just supposed to trust you, whatever. Creepy old mom, turns out she's a Satanist. It's kind of a fun reveal. I mean, it's like obviously you see it coming from a mile away because this is the third one, and God forbid they deviate from the story and try new characters. But Paranormal Activity 3, it's all in all pretty fun. Except it's like, I don't know why, but the best thing that they can do in this franchise early on is they just like break people's bones. Like Katie snaps a bunch of necks, people get force blasted into corners, and at the end of this movie, it's actually pretty funny. The mom, she's dead. You don't see her die, but she's like hanging upstairs, and then the ghost like throws her, but you can tell that the actor was on like a pulley, so it does like a swing, and it's just like a ragdoll body, and then the dad gets his spine broken. But it's like, is that like a fun way in a ghost movie to see? I mean, I guess it's like supposed to be like more realistic, but it just felt stupid. But then by the time I got to Ghost Dimension, let's bring back Ghost Dimension again. When you see the big stupid black cloud like stab people in the back at the end of the movie and like rip people apart, you're like, this okay. I'd rather have just the neck snap. So Paranormal Activity 3, I think this is still in the realm where if you were like, oh, I want to watch like a found footage movie, I'd still recommend this one. I think the top 3 I'd recommend. Yeah. Why not? Coming in at number 2, the silver medal is Paranormal Activity 5, The Marked Ones. I'm going to let you all know right now that this movie is like, it's okay. All of these movies are just all right. Like, when we're this late in the video, I'm just now telling you this. But coming at second place is The Marked Ones. Once again, it's just because we deviate from the normal cast and crew, and now with a new set of people, a teenager living with his family and their friends, and it's them stumbling across one of the cult members who lives down below, and it's like how this evil energy affects them and how it like ties in with the main storyline with Katie and all the fucking forgettable stupid characters. It's fun. I like the characters a lot. I think the guy's funny. I think a lot of the build up and the creepy apartment that they're breaking into, it's just more interesting watching these characters proactively do things versus like, how about we just leave the tripod in the corner the whole movie again? It's like, that's a fun gimmick for the first one, but my God, 7 movies? Fuck, it's brutal. So by the time you get to this part of the franchise, you're like, oh, this is fun. And also, oh, this has the best ending in the whole franchise, but easily. Basically, I'm just spoilers. By the end, the Hispanic kids have shotguns and they're gunning down the old bitches. So you know how I said the trope of the old women? You're like, oh God, here comes the old women menacingly. By this time, the Hispanic kids, our main characters, have shotguns and they're just like blowing these old bitches away. And you're like, this is like campy and stupid and fun. So this is cool. And it has like a clever twist at the end where you find out that the kid, I guess it's not clever, it's kind of fucking stupid, but at least it's like cohesive. And the main character you follow, he's kind of becoming possessed throughout the movie, and people are like, they're worrying hearing about him, but by the end of the movie, he kills his buddies, and he is the monster from the first film that kills Mika. It's like a fun tie-in. I mean, it's like I said, it's fucking stupid, but it's like for a franchise like this, it's cool. I mean, like, out of all of them, I would probably recommend this one first before anything. Like, I feel like this one would be fun to see before you see the first movie. Maybe. I don't know. But, you know, the part where them shooting those old women with shotguns is super, super funny. And there's also some interesting jump scares in it. I mean, mostly just also having it be so confined in an apartment is also really funny, because the rest of the time it's just like rich assholes who like live in mansions in San Diego. And they're like, there's a ghost in our house. And it takes them 7 years to run from one end of the house to the other one. So having a 2-bedroom apartment, it just like oddly made me like the characters more. I sympathize with them more. Not to say that the other people deserved it, but I was just like, yeah, fuck, you've had a good ride so far. I mean, you lived in an LA, like a San Diego mansion. I think that you could get possessed and suck some in hell forever. You did your part. All in all, more likable characters. The comedy was kind of cringe, but at the same time, it builds to their likability. It didn't feel like it was just following the standard trope of like, it follows the tropes, but it feels at least like fresh and new enough that the characters are likable, which beforehand, in every other movie that isn't the first movie, you hate. Actually, even the first movie, you fucking hate the characters basically the whole time. It is what it is. Paranormal Activity 5, the marked ones. For me, I'm like, to be 5 movies deep and then to at least be like, yeah, let's try something new. I have respect for that. I'd check that one out. If you haven't seen it, the poster is so bad. Don't let that judge it. I mean, you might hate the movie too. I don't give a fuck. You know, I'm just giving you my list. And coming in with the gold medal, of course, is Paranormal Activity 1. I mean, obviously, right? To really even put into how important this movie was in like 2008 or 2009, I don't think I could ever do it. I am looking at this film through rose goggles. I'll tell you that right now. But if I had to put it into an objective thing and leave emotions out of it, it just feels like a classic found footage movie. The camera's kind of shitty. There's scenes where the characters aren't even in focus. It's just, you can tell this was done so quick and so like cheaply, but that like lends itself to the authenticity of like some asshole going to Best Buy and like grabbing a camera. Like, he's not gonna know how to like mess with the fucking what's he doing there? He's not gonna know how to like set the aperture settings, like making the lighting all good. It feels like a guy who's just like, hey, you said that some weird shit's been happening, I'm gonna document it. And that's like the funnest part of this movie, is how simple it is. It really lends itself to the structure that they basically copy every time, because it's very effective. I mean, seeing these two characters, and it's only basically 2 characters the whole movie, Katie and Mika, which fuck that name. Mika? I thought it was Micah. I've heard Micah before. Mika? Fuck you. The whole dynamic between the two is very believable. You have Mika, who's like, I don't really believe in any of this shit. I think it's stupid. I'm kind of like hoping that it is real, so that maybe we have something here. You kind of get the motive. He doesn't really directly say this, but you kind of get the motive that he's like, oh, this is a big thing, we'll just sell it, or it's like crazy, this is kind of wacky. And Katie plays it in an interesting way, and it's interesting from the first movie because we don't know her whole backstory. We don't have 5 films of history building, where after a while you're just like, God, let her burn. Let her burn in hell. It's all little trickles of information you get where she's like, yeah, I mean, it was kind of weird when I was a kid. And that's like interesting because you're like, oh, so this has happened before? That's kind of weird why you'd never bring that up. And it just introduces little bits of information from her backstory, but it's just so bite-sized and digestible that you can either kind of just block it out, or you can like really think about the backstory in your head and let it run and like, you know, give it legs to fuel your imagination for such a like weird and interesting idea. And this movie isn't doing anything new that other movies haven't done. It just is extremely solid. All the scares are like really fun, but the one thing they did like capitalize on is the nights. It catalogs the nights, and it like, you know, night 1, oh, the door moved. Oh my God, that's crazy. And they kind of look through the footage, and he's like, look at this, I found this. And she's like, oh my God, that's weird. Well, whatever. He's like, babe, don't even fucking worry about it, all right? It's probably just the wind. It's like closed windows. Sure. But then you have little moments where it builds the escalation of having a spiritual guy come over and he's like, yeah, I think that you have a demon here, actually. I don't fuck with that stuff, but I know somebody who does. You should give him a call. Mika, being the proud man he is, doesn't call him, and he just kind of lets it get horribly wrong until I think like 2 weeks goes by and they call the guy again because it's gotten so bad. And the guy takes one step in the room and he's like, yeah, this place is fucked. I'm leaving now because the demon is pissed. Peace. And they leave. And you're like, oh shit. It's just like fucking scary that like this person who's supposed to help you is just like, you're fucked.
bye. I really enjoyed that. But it's just a great build up too. And I mean, like, even just the things of like being attacked by things you can't see. And there's a great little thing where Mika puts baby powder on the floor and you see the footprints walk in the room, but they don't leave. So you have, like, you're imagining like, oh fuck, is this thing just standing here? It also completely goes against the idea of whatever the fuck was going on in the Ghost Dimension movie. They apparently just threw that to the side, but weird like alien hoof prints or something. It's just odd. And there's just tons of just little great parts of the movie where you're like, oh, this is creepy. This scratches an itch. This scratches a horror itch. And from the emotional side of things, I just remember going to see this movie with my friends and like sitting in the theater, and it just plays like, it plays the opening card, which is like, Paramount Pictures wants to thank the families of these people and whatever for giving us the footage to edit this movie. And you're like, wait, hold on. Is this real? This isn't real, is it? And then the movie ends and there's no credits. So it's just like a fun way that Blair Witch Project back in the day made a fake website, and it was like, hey, these kids are missing. So people were like, oh my God, this is fucking real. Which it's like, you know, obviously hindsight, all these fucking Zoomers now are gonna be like, oh, you guys are stupid. Bro, we didn't have the iPhone just came out. We had flip phones still, fuck you. But it was such a amazing movie experience. I remember going home that night and being so scared, and everybody was like staying awake, and they're like, did you hear that? I think something said my name. And it was just a perfect movie experience. One time. Then you see it like a bunch of times and it's like, you know, really shitty and predictable. But as like a piece of like art for a one-time experience, it is awesome. I really wish I could go back and experience it again fresh without having seen it and relive that memory. But I would say it also propelled found footage, which I love. I love the cheesy aspect of found footage. It's such a fun medium to play in, and Paranormal Activity like gave that legs. Granted, it also caused thousands, if not tens of thousands, of knockoff paranormal found footage movies. You know, some of them I think are liked. Probably the biggest one is Grave Encounters. I remember that first one that got a lot of praise, but just tons of, you know, put a list of DVD titles that are found footage movies just here. One of them's Paranormal Entity. That was like one where I was like, this looks creepy, and it's just fucking stupid. But you know, I don't know. I think it gave more people an opportunity to get into the found footage franchise, and I think that's cool because you get cool movies a lot of the times that I think people write off. Like Lake Mungo, I know I've recommended that one before, but that's a great found footage kind of fake documentary style movie that's really cool, and I don't know. It's just cool. But, you know, that's my list. Would I recommend anybody actually watch the Paranormal Activity movies? I would say if you haven't seen the first one, I'd say just watch that. And if you enjoyed it, then, you know, Godspeed. Good luck diving through the rest of them. All in all, they're like very mediocre movies, but it's a prime example of like just doing something extremely simple right will go so much farther than trying to make some big convoluted piece of shit. So hats off to you, Paranormal Activity. You did one thing good. Proud of you. If you want me to watch another franchise, you should let me know below. Maybe I'll do it in one sitting again. I hope not. There's a lot of franchises that have too many films. This took me like 9 hours to do, and my wife was very mad. So there's that. Thank you for watching. Don't get too afraid tonight when you watch Paranormal Activity. I hope there's not a demon that's gonna touch you. I think if I had to do another one of these, though, I'd probably just do Final Destination. I was thinking about that. I don't think I've seen any other Final Destination movie outside of 1 and 2, and that always fucked me up as a kid. There's like a period where I was afraid to get on a plane because of the first Final Destination movie. You know what I mean? So maybe that one. I would hate to do Saw. That would be, what is there, 12 Saw films? Fuck, that'd be brutal.
Clear. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we're talking about nurses. Evil nurses at that. We've done doctors before. We've done all kinds of things. You know, it's like whenever someone peaks in high school and they can't let go of that power so they become a local cop. That's how I feel about nurses. That's how I feel about catty bitches like cheerleaders and anything else. It feels like people that are trying to grasp on to a little bit of power they had in school so they become nurses.
I know a lot of very gossipy nurse.
Oh, dude. Gossipy nurses, the amount of stuff of people snooping and doing whatever else. I mean, it feels like high school in some regards. And that doesn't mean that there isn't obviously medical professionals out there who go to school to work hard. But there's also a lot of nurses who don't do that. And they just kind of show up to their local hospital and they just apply. That's who I'm talking about, dude. Which going to the hospital can be a really stressful time. Whether you're getting surgery or a tetanus shot, or even just getting a checkup, it can put you on edge, dude. And one thing that can really put you at ease or send you into a chaos and oblivion is the quality of nurse that you have. When you think of nurses, what comes to mind? Kind, gentle, reassuring, right? Rude. Never around. What if I told you that not all nurses are looking out for you and that some are even out to get you? In fact, what if some nurses are just straight up evil? Today, we're going to talk about some of the worst nurses the world has ever seen. From hiring hitmen on patients to starting senior citizen fight clubs. That's awesome. Let's get into it. Which the reason that we even wanted to get into this is not because I have some vendetta against nurses myself. Even though I have dealt with sad and decrepit nurses before in my past, both men and women. There was one thing recently that sparked me to take another look at nurses as of the kind of nursing care that people get. And it all started with a nurse who twerked on top of a disabled person's head. We can't talk about horrible nurses without discussing what happened recently in Loganville, Georgia. A video by a 19-year-old nurse named Lucretia Coyen went viral, showing her twerking on the disabled patients she was tending to. In the video, you can see her dancing and rubbing her genitals on the back of a patient's head. You know, and there's been a lot of controversy. You know, there's people being like, he doesn't look like he's having that bad of a time. And then there's some people being like, this man's gone, mentally gone. This is a very cruel thing to do. Which to me, I'm on that end. Let's not twerk and rub our pussies on top of disabled people's heads. Why even I have to say this? This feels like an obvious thing, Nick.
Well, what if he asked for it?
Okay, even if he asked for it, dude, I'd be like, that's a disabled man. I'm not going to listen to what this disabled man is saying to me. She then pulls out a bottle of pills and places it in the patient's mouth. So not only doing a little snail trail on top of the person's head, getting down to some sick beats, now you pop out the pills and just medicate them. Sounds like a pretty good party, honestly. She was fired, arrested, and charged with a felony count for exploitation of a disabled person. It is expected that more charges will come after further investigations. With the rise of social media platforms, with people wanting to go viral and become famous from likes and clicks and all that stuff, this is by no means the first time a nurse has done something of this nature. This has happened many, many times, and it will continue to happen forever as long as people are getting validation and little clickies online. I have a grandma in a nursing home. She's gone. I mean, she's mentally gone. And then we go over there, take a little JBL speaker, play a little Akon. Let's see what kind of trouble we can get into.
Can we twerk on her?
Yes. And then we can get into some of the nurses who have been mocking some of their patients. That's been a fun one. Which 4 labor and delivery nurses from Emory University Hospital Midtown joined in on an internet challenge that involved sharing your icks. You don't share your icks as a nurse, dude. Oh, this one. One of the icks that the nurses were complaining about were when patients asked for water and blankets.
Already told you to push a call light, but every 5 minutes, your family member coming at the front desk asking for something else.
Excuse me, can I have a blanket?
Ew. Really? You need water and a blanket?
Ew, you're complaining about your delivery that it hurts?
You realize women have been doing this since the beginning of time, right? The people in the video received tons of backlash for poking fun at people who are supposed to be experiencing one of the most intense and vulnerable moments in their lives. They're giving birth to a child. Can I just get some fucking support, dude? Also, multiple people took to online to share their traumatizing experience dealing with the Emory nurses. These nurses have such a reputation that people they're flocking in droves being like, I have my own story of Emory nurses, dude. Such as a family losing their baby due to negligence.
You was there when we asked so many questions on how my son passed away, and you played it off. Y'all all played it off, and 2 of y'all are in that video.
When are we ever gonna cover a video where there isn't some form of child death of some kind, dude? I seriously feel like every week it's just, how are we gonna talk about kids dying this week? I feel like I'm going fucking crazy. The nurses involved were later fired. Yeah, good. And the hospital had to come out with a statement expressing their disappointment in their actions. Emory Healthcare is committed to providing an empathetic, high-quality care to our community, and our patients come first.
Is when you come in for your induction, talking about, can I take a shower and eat?
We are aware of TikTok videos that included disrespectful and unprofessional comments about maternity patients at Emory University Hospital Midtown.
You don't want any pain medicine, no epidural, but you are at an 8 out of 10 pain just to serve a meal.
We have investigated the situation and taken appropriate actions with the former employees responsible for the video.
When you're going room to room between one baby mama and your other baby mama.
Oh no.
Ick.
This video does not represent our commitment to patients and family-centered care and falls far short of the values and standards we expect every member of our team to hold and demonstrate. At no time should our patients ever feel they are not being treated with care and respect. Every patient at Emory Healthcare deserves to be cared for by a compassionate, experienced team in a comfortable and safe environment.
Say that. It's the unlimited trips to the nurses station for me.
From me to you at the Emory Midtown Healthcare University thing. I also like how they had to make this statement after there was just like hundreds of people coming forward being like, it was the worst experience of my life. Or even someone just being like, my baby died due to negligence. And they're just like, ew, ick. I don't know about that.
There's a lot of response videos where women are like, I was going into labor, and the nurse was like, that's not possible. The woman would like put their hands in their vaginas and be like, I could feel the baby's head coming through.
God. Imagine feeling your baby's head before the doctor. Imagine reaching down there and you're just like, there he is. Do you think you accidentally poked too hard, make a dent in the baby's head?
Oh.
That's what my mom did to me. And she broke my clavicle when I was a baby. We had to talk about nurses. My mom, I mean, she's not a nurse or anything, but when I was a baby, my clavicle broke. It's like you hold your baby under the armpits like that, and she'd dig her goddamn bony witch thumbs into my chest. And she's like,
What's wrong with my baby? Why are you crying so much?
I don't know if I've ever even talked about it. You know how many times in my life I've talked to my mom and been like, I'm in a rough spot.
She's like, you're being crazy. No.
I broke my foot. She made me walk on my foot. It was broken for a week.
Just take some ice to school. It's just swollen.
And I went and saw the x-ray. Foot just completely bone completely snapped. Complained a week about stomach pains. And she's like,
You're just trying to get out of school.
my appendix ruptured inside my body.
How are you still alive?
I don't know. I'm so tired. I don't know. I'm just exhausted by it all.
Picture this. You're home alone when suddenly the worst happens. You have no one to run to, no one to yell to. You're all alone. This could have been easily avoided with the Meat Canyon Patreon, where you get behind-the-scenes perks, monthly stickers, and support one of YouTube's most beloved channels.
Should have signed up to the Patreon.
Please, for your own safety, consider signing up to the Meat Canyon Patreon.
This is coming from the same hospital that has lost a piece of a man's skull and then charged him thousands of dollars for it. Imagine you lose a piece of your fucking skull that you've had it your whole, you grew it yourself, and someone loses it, and then all of a sudden they're just like, that's gonna be like $3,000. Which this man had to wait 2 weeks for a synthetic implant to be manufactured, and after the procedure, the man was charged $147,000, which included the price of the synthetic implant and extra time waiting in the hospital. Imagine you go in, you're like, I'm hitting my head, I don't know, and they're just like, we lost it. Well, I mean, weeks go by because you're like, well, my brain is exposed, and they're like, hey, by the way, half of your house's payment is what you owe, so good luck paying that back, asshole. That's not a piece of his fucking skull. That's half of his skull, Nick. He's losing half of his cap. It's like going to Lids and like they don't have the bill of the cap on the hat, dude. It's like that. It's not just a piece of the hat. You're missing the whole bill. God damn. Poor son of a bitch.
He was suing them.
Yeah, good. I hope he wins.
Well, the funny thing is they said that typically what they do, because he went in and they had to cut his head open, is that they tag and label the skull and they put it in a refrigerator.
You have to keep a skull chilled?
I guess.
That's a legitimate question. I don't know. If you cut out someone's skull, they're just like, put this on ice. I don't fucking know.
But the funny thing is, so when they went to go like look for it, they're like, huh, where is it? There's all these other skulls that are mislabeled, but it doesn't fit. Someone stole a piece of his skull.
That's 100% some guy just being like, why? Look how many we have. If I just give him another one. Yeah, I'd be pissed too if half my skull was fake. And I'm like, because you lost the last one. I had a perfectly good skull. You lost it. Or we could talk about a nurse that was filming for flatlining patients. You ready to go to the hospital? You ready to get that big surgery done, buddy? The doctor's gonna be in a moment. I hate when fucking people say that. I had this one guy when I had my appendectomy, whatever, thing blew up like a goddamn hand grenade in my stomach. He's like, ooh, yeah, you in pain, buddy? And I'm like, yes. And he's like, all right, well, the doctor's gonna be right in to see you, okay? Talk about my ick, that's a ick for me. The doctor will be right in, and then hours pass. Gonna be right in. He's right outside. I see him. He's probably walking to your door right now. Okay, bye. I feel like I can't stand it. Next time I go to the hospital, I'm just gonna be like, put a bullet in my head, dude. Fucking put the bullet in my head. Anyways, we could talk about a nurse who was filming flatlining patients. In 2024, a Filipino content creator named Juliana Villafuerte. I need to get a Rosetta Stone.
Is it for English or for Spanish?
I think for just the entire world at this point. I can't even pronounce English names. I can't pronounce thing. A Filipino content creator can't say Juliana. She posted a video online in which she was enjoying her coffee on the job before being interrupted by a patient's cardiac monitor flatlining. Which, according to Juliana, she says, and I quote, "The patient's family members came to the ER weeping, and that's when it hit me. How life is just so short." What does that mean?
She was like basically saying like, you know, this patient dying and flatlining made me realize that life is short.
Oh, so she was like, this guy died and you saw me try, but I just couldn't do anything. She also filmed herself crying and discussing how hard her job is before doing an unboxing video. What was she unboxing? Thermometers? There's people online where it's like you set up your camera and you cry on camera. It feels a bit unprofessional, does it not, for a nurse to set up her camera and she's like, oh.
You're working.
Yeah, you don't know how hard my job is. Dude, that's the job you chose. That's also just like, why don't you fucking get off the phone and get in there and help some people? How many other people are flatlining right now? You only can get a good reaction if somebody else is filming you from far away. That's the best way to do it. Like that one woman at the Trump rally, whatever, who's like,
of the United States of America, Donald.
It's one of my favorite emotional moments online ever. People were infuriated that she was using the death of a patient for her own personal life lesson. Oh shit, dude. Juliana, you're not Shakespeare, dude. In response to the backlash, she issued an apology statement only for someone to confirm that it was 100% created by AI. She couldn't muster the courage to write it herself. She had to use AI. Her university made an official statement about the incident and she was given a slap on the wrist. God damn it, Juliana. Get back in there. Because of the incident, she has been given the title of Flatline Queen. You know, we were talking about life and death stuff, people stealing skulls and people doing dances and writing poetry while you're flatlining and dying. Now let's talk about a nurse who steals jewelry from dementia patients. It's the perfect crime. They'll never remember. Where'd it go? I always love when nurses talk to old people because it's like as if you have to talk to them like they're toddlers. I know there's gonna be some nurses too being like, you don't realize the trenches you're in. Oh, I have to bathe for 17 old fucks all day.
We're making a lot of enemies.
Every video, I feel like people are just like, this motherfucker hates. He hates nurses. I hate the nurses that steal jewelry from dementia patients, dude. I like to joke about them complaining about having to watch old people. Fuck you. I don't. You. Anyways, in 2024, 54-year-old nurse Stephanie Phillips Sawiak was charged with 3 counts of neglect, abuse, and exploitation of an elderly, as well as 3 counts of robbery and aggravated assaults. 54 years old, dude. Fucking friendly fire. She's just like, I gotta get you before they get me. It's nothing personal, Gladys. A woman called the Wellstar North Fulton Medical Center reporting that her 95-year-old mother lost her $1,000 gold chain link bracelet after being taken to the hospital in an ambulance. They didn't waste any time on that, did they? When's the last time you've seen a sharp 95-year-old dude? Also with our sleep schedule, we're gone, dude.
I'm gone at 60.
It's gonna be a medical anomaly. If I make it to 60 and I don't die of a heart attack, I'm gonna become legally blind somehow. But they're like his eyes work, but somehow he's blind.
Can't see. I can't see.
In the investigation, it was revealed that Stephanie has a penchant for stealing jewelry off of defenseless patients in the hospital. Once again, easy crime. What are you gonna do about it? Another victim, an 84-year-old dementia patient named Patricia Gaskins, was wearing several rings the day that she was admitted to the Fulton Medical Center after a painful fall. It's always such a fun way for old people to go down. Oh, they just fall down. I can't, and they just fall. Steffi admitted to using hand sanitizer to help her slip the jewelry off her fingers.
Are you my son?
Later, when Gaskins was discharged, she discovered that she dislocated her finger. God God damn! Over some fucking JCPenney rings? Holy hell, dude. Doctors also found a crack in the bone from how aggressively Stephanie tried to squeeze the rings off. In total, 4 rings were stolen from Gaskins. And Gaskins' daughter was infuriated, stating, and I quote, "I can't explain the feeling that came over me from horror, nausea, and wanting to scream." You lose faith in humanity at that moment. That this happened in a place where someone is supposed to be cared for. Stephanie was ultimately booked in the Fulton County Jail on a $140,000 bail and was told by the judge to no longer work as a nurse or come in contact with anyone over the age of 75. If you even look at somebody over the age of 75, we will come down on you, Stephanie. Do you understand? Sure. Or we could talk about a nurse who breaks babies' bones. Maybe for fun? I don't know. Let's find out. A nurse from Virginia named Erin Elizabeth Ann Strautman was charged with 1 count of felony child neglect after horrific actions taken against NICU patients at Henrico Doctors Hospital, which NICU means Neonatal Intensive Care Unit, which is a hospital ward that tends to premature newborn babies, whatever. So preemie babies, dude. They have to have their little CPAP machines to stay alive. You get it. During Christmas Eve of 2024, god damn, dude, recent. 7 weeks ago? Man, good lord. 7 weeks ago, hospital employees found out that several NICU babies suffered fractures. This was not the first time it had happened, as employees were met with a similar situation from the summer of 2023. How did that just get swept under the rug? They're fragile, I don't know. In one instance, the Hackey family recalls admitting their premature infant in September of 2023, only to find that it had a broken leg 7 days later. Would you not raise hell? But then there probably someone's coming, it's normal. It's fine, he's a baby. He's fine, see, it's happy, he's a preemie baby. With 7 cases of NICU injuries, an investigation began which led to the arrest of 26-year-old Erin Strautman. No mugshots flattering, but that one right there, I don't know why, but I think it's a Pink Panther theme song, I don't know why. Yeah, I think of that. In court, Dominique Hackey broke down. He stated, "My son was one of her first victims. My son's first emotion was pain. And as a father," that's actually tragic to think about. How do you not go over, you just don't beat the shit out of these people? I want to tell you, can we always say something, just fucking... that kind of thing? That's what I'd want to do, dude. Dominique and his wife had already experienced 2 miscarriages before their first child was assaulted. Our next video is going to be How to Have a Happy Day, is what it's going to be called. Strautman now faces up to 10 years in prison and 20 more for malicious wounding charges. She is only formally charged for 1 of these cases, but she is a suspect in 7 other cases. I'm going to go on a limb and say the crazy bitch that's breaking preemie babies' legs is probably the one that's doing the other ones. And if that's the case, can we not just take a sledgehammer and every day you just re-break her bones every day for the rest of her life, and you shave her fucking head, razor it down to be like a baby. Her bones are forever broken until she comes back like the fucking Elephant Man. Or we could talk about nurse bangs patient left to die of heart attack. Okay, first off, we need to be better about writing these titles. They sound like those magazine covers. It's like a newspaper. Nurse bangs patient left to die of heart attack. Can we not make it a bit more human? In Wrexham, Wales, 42-year-old nurse named Penelope Williams was contacted by a long-term dialysis patient, saying he was feeling unwell. Penelope visited the man in his car and spoke to him for about 35 to 40 minutes before he suddenly died while they were talking. You think whenever this thing happens, I don't know, I'm sure somebody in the comments will know. If you're sitting there talking in the car, is there any point where you're just like, I feel horrible? Or is it just something where you're just like talking and you're just like, you get hit?
Well, I think in this case, since they were banging, he was probably got too excited.
In a panic, she began calling colleagues in tears and asking for help. She was told to call emergency dispatch, a request that she strangely ignored even after being begged to. After investigating, it was discovered that Penelope had been having an affair with her husband with this patient for over a year behind her employees' backs. Wow. They would sneak off to have sex with each other, the last time being in his car. Get in the fucking Volvo. Let's rump in the Volvo. During the act, the patient died of a heart attack and was left by the nurse with his trousers down for the emergency units to discover. At least button the guy back up, dude. Because also, if you die like that, he's just gotta have a stiffy forever, right? After initially lying about her reasons for meeting up, she eventually came clean. Today, she can no longer work as a nurse. I always hate these comments where they're just like, oh, all the good nurses get fired. You know what I mean? It's the same kind of shit when it's like a hot teacher and they fuck like a 14-year-old kid and they're just like, where was she when I was younger? Look how creepy that is. It's so creepy. Let's change gears just a little bit. We talk about a nurse who hires a hitman. In 2013, a 23-year-old Cleveland Clinic nurse offered $10,000 to an ER patient to act as his personal hitman. Andrew Martin was enraged over a lengthy dispute with an elderly female that happened to be a former patient at the hospital he worked at. Andrew planned to forcefully take ownership of her home, which belonged to her deceased brother. To do this, he began by sifting through her medical records at the hospital and passed them on to his associate that worked in residence property repair and rehabilitation. This man used the documents to assert that he was in a relationship with the patient, going as far as to make a fake deed to claim ownership of the house. After a long battle in probate court, Martin had lost. This only infuriated him more. He believed this 70-year-old lady was trying to mess up his life, attempting to take her out of the picture permanently. Martin began speaking to the patient about potential hitman job, asking if he'd ever hurt or killed someone before. And after discovering the patient had shot someone in the leg once, he decided to offer him $10,000 to kill the elderly former patient. Like that's just, he's just like, you're perfect. I'm gonna give you $10,000. I want you to kill this old woman. It was an accident. I shot him in the leg. He then told the man to, quote, put 4 in her head and make it look like a robbery. What a guy. Shocked at such an insane offer, the patient immediately spoke to the police and had Andrew Martin arrested. Yeah, like I was just like, yeah, this guy came in and I told him about a hunting accident I had once and he offered me to kill somebody. What a fucking dumbass. He eventually pleaded guilty as the evidence was stacked against him. In court, he had to pretend that the wiretap phone call of him talking to the potential hitman was in fact not his voice. It's pretty funny. Him just be like, yeah, I want you to shoot her once in the head. No, shoot her twice. No, 3 times. In the end, he was sentenced to 12 years in prison. Actually, he gets out this year. Hey, welcome back, buddy. One thing is people in these fields stealing other people's medication. There's so many hard drugs that happen, and this is a case of a nurse stealing fentanyl for herself. Danny Marie Schofield, a nurse from Oregon, was accused of drug diversion at Asante Rogue Regional Hospital starting in 2022. During her time there, it was discovered that she had been stealing liquid fentanyl from the patients she was treating in the intensive care unit. In return, she would replace the IV bags with tap water. What Schofield didn't realize is that sending tap water directly into someone's veins can lead to central line infections. Cases like this started to rise rapidly, specifically throughout the ICU. An investigation spanning 7 months had begun. Schofield was no longer working at the hospital at the time, but voluntarily agreed to suspend her license as the case was being looked into. There was enough evidence after conducting numerous interviews to indict the former nurse of 44 counts of second-degree assault. How much goddamn fentanyl do you need? I guess at that point she's probably selling it. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, fentanyl. You can't roll the dice too many times on that one before you slip up, you know what I mean? One of the victims happened to be a 65-year-old named Horace Wilson that suffered severe injuries after falling off a ladder. While admitted, the tap water Schofield put into his system led to an infection that ultimately killed him. Because of this, she's also being cited in a wrongful death lawsuit as well. Yeah, dude. Murderer. Is that not murder?
Yeah.
Lastly, we're going to talk about 3 nurses from North Carolina accused of starting a fight club at an elderly home. While that does sound funny, and I did chuckle, that is extremely messed up. In 2019, Marilyn McKee, Tanisha Tyson, and Tanisha Jordan faced assault charges for instigating a brawl between 2 senior citizens. It started with 2 of them filming McKee as she shoved an older woman into her room, turned off her lights, and forced her to go to bed.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Over time, their physical abuse would escalate. Later, according to the court documents, 3 of them convinced and encouraged a 73-year-old woman and another 7-year-old to fight each other, both of which had dementia and other cognitive disabilities. I'm laughing, but that's just because that's insane. And dementia patients slapping the shit out of each other. Once again, the thought is funny, but that is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. The older victim pleaded for the other woman to let her go. To defend herself, she began choking the younger woman until her face went completely red. The entire fight was later uploaded to social media. And eventually, a supervisor came to break things up. All 3 staff members were fired, and a police investigation led to each of them being charged for assaulting an individual with a disability. I feel like there should be more punishment for that. You're messing with someone who has basically no mind. Where's the humanity there? Once again, on paper, you read that at a glance, I'm laughing. I'm sorry. It's crazy. I have to preface this stuff now because we keep getting all this heat from all these different communities of people. Cyclists are on my back. Trading card people are on my back. World of Warcraft people on my back. You know, we talk about these videos and it doesn't mean I'm lumping in every nurse as a horrible person. I'm saying that there are always cases in every facet of life where there is going to be somebody who is a bad egg in a batch, right? It happens. A nurse doing something to maliciously affect you is such a horrifying concept when you're in a hospital or someplace where you are obviously very vulnerable and you're looking at these people to take care of you. It's fucking terrifying. Today, I mean, it started off, of course, with somebody twerking on a disabled dude's head and giving him pills, and all of a sudden we end up in a fight club. I'm just saying that the world is a dark and dangerous place. And for all the nurses who don't do this, male and female alike, I just gotta gotta say thank you so much. Appreciate you for helping us out. All the nurses I had were great. I mean, everybody has a bad experience with the nurse. It's just because you want to get out of the place. I don't think it's really the nurse's fault. All I gotta say is thank you to all the nurses out there who don't start fight clubs with elderly people or my grandma, or they don't twerk on my head when I'm high on fentanyl or something like that. I appreciate you so much. For all the unsung heroes in the hospitals, just know you are appreciated and we love you very, very much. Until next time, everybody. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Oh, welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Just a quick update. Come on in and sit on down. I forgot that part. I was struck by a vehicle. That's not a lie. There's a photo of it. I posted a photo online because I was in the ambulance going to the hospital, and I saw a bunch of comments on DMs, people texting me, and then like a Reddit post and comments online and stuff like that. And I just wanted to publicly put out there and say this story and let you all know immediately that I'm all right. I was in the hospital for a bit. I'm home. I'm fine. Only my leg is fucked up a little bit. My truck completely totaled. All in all, very good, very healthy, so it's fine. Just to give you a rundown of what happened, I was at an establishment meeting up with one of my YouTube buddies, Imp Lemon. Don't know if you guys know him. He makes some fantastic videos. If you haven't watched his videos, please check him out. And I was getting out of my truck. One foot was out of my truck on the ground. My truck was completely parked, completely turned off. And as I was getting out of my truck, a car just bulldozed the side of my truck, pushing me into the parked car next to me and pinning my leg, crushing my left leg, which is a bit of a surprise. Kind of expect to get out of your car and just kind of casually walk up to an establishment and not have your fucking life flash before your eyes. I was in immediate shock. I mean, like when people, the adrenaline was pumping, I was in complete and utter shock. I looked down and saw my leg pinned with the step stool that's on a truck that was pushing my leg and pinning it to the car next to me, completely pinned. And I, in my shock state, was like, okay, that's completely broken. There's no way. As I was pinned, I kind of just kept yelling like, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Because I was scared and nervous, and I didn't really know how to process the anger emotions I have. Because also, side note, I'm moving in 2 weeks, and I needed this truck to move my stuff. And my immediate thought was, if anybody's ever closed a house before, it is the most excruciating process of documents and like making sure stuff's prepared. And we were just like on the tail end of that, and then this happened. So once again, fuck. And as my leg is pinned, I'm kind of watching myself. I was wearing these nice, sick, actually I'm wearing them right now. I was wearing these sandals, these skull flip-flops, or slide-ons. My wife does not like them. I was wearing that, and I noticed that the sandal was, or the slip-on was completely rotated on my foot. And I noticed that my foot was curved. It was like that, and I was like, okay, so my foot's broken for sure. And it was throbbing pain, but the adrenaline was going to where it's not like I was, blackout in pain. As I was looking around, I feel a tug on my shirt and my shoulder, and someone was pulling me. The guys that hit me were trying to pull me out of the pin in my truck. And I said, get the fuck off me, man. There's two Indian guys. I couldn't understand. They were speaking a different language. I couldn't understand what they were saying. And the only thing they said to me is, do you want water? And I was like, no, get the fuck off me, dude. And they're pulling at me, and I pushed them off me, and I was like, get the fuck away from me. So they scurry around the front of my truck and go to the other side. So, I mean, I almost reaffirmed my faith in God. I mean, somehow I was able to like pivot my leg, not pull, but I was able to like turn my leg enough to where my leg like slipped out. Like, I don't know how the fuck it was possible, but I sat there and I noticed that my leg was straight. So thankfully no bones are broken. And I was like, oh my God. But at this point, the shock was starting to fade and the pain was really starting to come in. I mean, like my leg was all locked up. I could barely move my foot. I was still pretty sure that I broke my ankle, at least, to the very least. I don't know what still had happened. But I couldn't get out of my car because the fucking door was smashed into the car next to me. The fucking window busted. So I had to get back in my driver's seat, go over the console, and get into the passenger seat. Lo and behold, the passenger door opens, and there's our friends again, pulling at me, wanting me to get out of the car. And I said, please, I'm just kind of defeated. Please just leave me hello, is what I said. Do you want water? No, I don't want fucking water. Get the fuck away from me. Yeah, I got out and I had my leg kind of propped up on the curb and I was sitting on the passenger side of my car. The guys were sitting next to me. I look over to my right and I see the car is completely smashed. The front end of it is completely under my truck. It is fucked. The back end completely fucked. Like I said, lifted up from the car going on. It was I mean, totaled. I mean, like, it completely totaled. I was so sad. And the guys are kind of just casually getting stuff out of their car. And they were like, water? Do you need water? I said, what are you doing? Where are you going? And they pointed because they were meeting a friend over there. And I'm like, you're not leaving. What are you gonna go inside and have a fucking drink? No, you're just gonna stay here. And I called the cops and I was like, going through the whole thing, going through the whole spiel. Yeah, I was hit. Yep. They asked, what was the make of the car? It was like a Nissan. He said, what does the person look like? I didn't really gauge this until this moment. I looked at the guy. He said, what does he look like? He's like, yeah, he's like an Indian guy, mid-30s. What's he wearing? I looked over. He had like a plastic Hawaiian shirt on that was unbuttoned all the way down to his belly button. His hair was slicked back like fucking Joe Pesci in Casino, and he had the most skin-tight silver pants on. And all I could say to the person on the phone was, there's simply no way for me to explain what this man was wearing or looks like. I'm like, could you just give a description? I said, look for Willy Wonka in the parking lot, and you'll find him. I mean, he's here. So before I even knew it, I was on the hospital stretcher. And I know I shouldn't have felt this way, but I felt like a fucking dumbass. My buddy, Imp Lemon, he sat there and he came up to me with his girlfriend, completely surprised. We thought that we were going to hang out, and all of a sudden, there's this travesty that's happening. I sat there and he just kind of like, hey, sorry. I shouldn't have felt embarrassed, but it's one of the things where it's just like, I mean, I'm like this obese fucking monster. I look like the fucking orangutan from Jungle Book that Christopher Walken voiced. I look like that on the ground. My legs all fucked. People are coming up, poking at me. These guys are standing by me, just like wondering, like, well, can we leave? Kind of thing. Like, they look like they just want to fucking go. And he's like, hey man, sorry. And it was an awkward interaction. Like, the stretcher lifted up. I'm like, yeah, no, it's no problem, man. He's like, all right, man, well, I'll see ya. And he kind of just does like, all right, I'll see ya. And the guys who hit me are standing right by him, and they also wave goodbye. I'm like, fuck you, fucking waving at me like. Kind of reminded me of that scene from Scary Movie 3 where Charlie Sheen is going to see his wife who was struck by a drunk driver, and as he's walking by, the drunk driver sitting on the ground says, Tom, I need a ride home. After he just got done fucking wrecking into this person. By the time I got to the ambulance, I was in pretty bad pain. I mean, like, it was, the adrenaline had completely worn off and I was just kind of fucked. A lot of like tremors and like just trembling, like the muscle was like just shaking. It was really fucked. And luckily I went to the hospital, and after sitting there forever, we got x-rays and all that stuff done, and miraculously no broken bones at all. It's pretty fucking incredible. I mean, I watched my leg get completely smashed into the side of this car, and I just was like, this some kind of fucking angel looking after me or something. But no, I mean, miraculously it's all good. People probably won't even notice I got a hit, but I felt like I keep getting messages about it every day, so I wanted to come on here and say everything is fine. My leg is fucked. It's sore. You know how it is. It's like, stay off of it, all that kind of stuff. But miraculously, no surgeries are needed, no broken bones, none of that shit. My truck, I'm pretty sure, is completely fucked. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do there. But here pretty soon, it's gonna be cool. We're gonna be all moved out. All these troubles and stuff are gonna be melted away. And honestly, out of such a bad luck event, I had probably the most luck out of anything. I mean, I think about, like, if I would have been out of the truck and walking, I would have been completely crushed by the back end of my truck that got plowed into the side of the car. So miraculously, it's like, I feel like I had the best luck that day, and it's cool. But I just wanted to come on here and say, we're good. I'm a little tore up, a little beat up. It happens, but I'm fine. It's all good. Thank you for all the messages of people asking how I'm doing. That's been very nice to see that people care if I die or not in this lifetime. A lot of people just asked how the truck was, which, is funny, but slightly hurtful. People just wondering, dude, is your truck all right, or what's going on with that? Yeah, I have had several comments about people saying, like, Sneeko, his gang is out to get me, and I think I saw some people saying, too, like, the people mad about my Mario movie comments and stuff, which I would believe that, too, with some of the comments I get. It's pretty fucking ridiculous, so, if you wish for my demise, fuck you. It'll probably happen soon, but fuck you. Also, just so I have time here. We're already recording. More Melvin. Melvin will be coming back. I see people online too. If you were a fan of the Melvin series, the Melvin's Macabre, that's coming back. I have 4 other episode ideas for him this year. It's gonna be fucking rad. I'll probably be doing a video on Patreon talking more in depth about that. But yeah, so just letting people know, Melvin we're working on it. It's gonna be fucking fun. So thank you guys once again for watching, and also thank you for the caring, all that kind of stuff. But yeah. That's it. Goodbye.
Miss, I saw you singing every word to Chattahoochee, and I thought I'd come introduce myself. My name's Brent Webb, and I was too nervous to come up here while you were singing it, so hell, I thought I'd join in now. Way down yonder on a Chattahoochee, it gets hotter than a hoochie coochie. We laid rubber on a Georgia asphalt. Now we got a little crazy, but we never got caught.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Come on and sit down, because today we're going to be immersing ourselves into the chaotic world of airsoft culture. Do they still sell airsoft guns like Walmart?
Oh yeah.
They do? Back in the day, that's where I got my airsoft gun. Many kids grow up with a partial interest in firearms, whether it's because of Call of Duty or John Wick movies, alien blasters, loud thing go pop and boom, it makes you go, whoa, guns are cool. That's usually what kids say. Not all of them, that's what some say. Of course, a large chunk of these people will go their whole lives without ever actually shooting a real firearm. But how about the next best thing? Airsoft is a recreational activity that allows you to do the next best thing, detailed military simulation using replica firearms. I would say, do you think airsoft is catty corner, at least, to paintball? Airsoft, for people that don't know, it's like a little BB gun. Little plastic beads. But when I would do it, we would like pretend that, I don't know, you're gangsters or something, my friend's backyard or whatever, right? And then your dad fucking yells at you because he's like, what are all these beads? And they freak out. Okay, who hit my windshield? Who hit my windshield? It'd be like that. But now it's, I would say the main content around airsoft that I've seen a lot recently is like military stuff in that way. I used to love when I was younger. This is like maybe 10 plus years ago. There's an airsoft guy who was like, he's like this Russian dude, and he was like a sniper, but he put a camera on his sniper scope so you could see the bead go. And this was like really early on. So you're like, holy shit. And he talked about all these different things, but it was as if it was real combat. Actually, it's very funny. You just see the little bead go. And they do like a little Call of Duty hit marker. And just, hit. Or sit there and it's like, guy won't, cheater refuses to die. She keeps hitting him. And the guy's like,
wasn't that like the criticism of airsoft? Is that like if you're like padded up, you can't feel it?
Well, yeah, that's why people are like, don't wear a lot of clothing. But in some of these guns are like strong. You get shot with it. Oh! It's usually much cheaper than buying a real gun and is accessible enough to evolve into its own sport. Though I will warn you, it's not all sunshine and rainbows when it comes to airsoft. Out on the battlefield, you'll find plenty of creeps and emotionally volatile players who will look to harm you or do worse. So, put on your protective goggles and grab some BBs as we fight our way through the airsoft culture, which lately my Instagram feed has been absolutely, flooded with airsoft content. The more I watched, the more curious I became. It felt like it was almost targeted to me. It was like lullabying me into be like, Hunter, airsoft's calling your name. At what point, too? Let me ask you this. This is also coming from somebody who does not know airsoft culture, who doesn't know whatever. At what point is it too late to get into airsoft? As a 46-year-old man, if I got into airsoft, we'd be like, it's too old. Or would they embrace me with open arms, you think?
Depends what group. If it's other 40-year-old men, they'll open their arms to you, but if it's children...
It's hard to see the ages, because everyone's usually wearing the goggles and the mask and stuff, so it's hard to tell. During the 1970s, a large market of people in Japan wanted to own firearms, but couldn't because of the restrictive gun laws. Toy manufacturers were aware of this and began to produce spring-operated replicas. Would not fly today. Or you better hope to God there's a goddamn orange tip on it or something bad's gonna happen. These new toys instantly blew up and became super popular throughout the Asias. One of the first companies to begin mass producing them was Tokyo Marui, known for its innovative battery-operated guns. While the boom was happening, Ichiro Nagata, a Japanese gun enthusiast, created the first soft air gun, which used a mixture of Freon and silicone oil to shoot pressurized BBs. From there, airsoft was born. It spread across the world for the next 2 decades. Around the same time that airsoft gained popularity, its direct competitor, paintball, emerged. And over the years, as the rivalry grew, airsoft has remained a popular hobby for gun enthusiasts, while paintball is either extremely competitive or it's for your 8-year-old's birthday.
Hey, just wanted to take a quick second to thank our favorite sponsor that we do on this channel, Gamersubs, and give them a shout out because we have the best flavor they've ever put out. Are you low on energy? Do you like tasty beverages? Then consider getting raw meat right now. If we get enough of these bad boys in your hands, we get to put them in cans and put them in stores, making it easier, colder, crispier, more tasty for you to consume, and oh baby, is it good. Also, does your dick get hard over anime girls? I got shakers for that. Hey, shake the shaker like you do your cock and let it explode in your mouth. The flavor's awesome. Which one am I talking about? You decide. Thank you, Gamersubs, for sponsoring this channel, and be sure to use this promo code, and be sure to tell them I sent you, and support Gamersubs because they fucking rule, and they support this channel more than fucking anyone. Thank you. Back to the video.
Paintball to me is like the same as you go to laser tag when you're 10, and then when you're 13, you go to paintball. You know, that's the kind of thing.
And then you get fat welts on your legs.
Exactly. For all the fatties that they go, like I went to bowling. I'm like, I just want to go bowling. And my other friends were like, we're going to go paintballing. I can't. Sorry, guys. I don't want to get hurt. That kind of thing, right?
I've only gone paintballing once, but the entire time I just hid behind a structure and just shot.
I'm shot! I shot right there!
I got hit in the thigh and instantly, I'm done! I'm done!
I got hit in the foot, and I was wearing like the thinnest Vans shoe, and it just like my foot was swollen, and I was like, ah! And I think I almost cried in front of my friends. It was a whole, and I was like, no, I tripped, I sprained my ankle. And they were like, dude, you got shot in the foot. And I was like, no, I tripped, I sprained my ankle. Trying to play it off. Not only is it cheaper to play overall, with guns and supplies costing very little, it's also far less messy. Additionally, the authentic designs of the guns appeal to a much broader audience, enabling people to act out lifelike scenarios, which I think that's the biggest difference with airsoft and paintball, is that paintball is its own gun, whatever. But I think gun enthusiasts who are into like military style stuff, or like they like the way guns look, I think are more drawn to airsoft because of that, because you get to like kit it up as if it is something real that you maybe see in a video game or a movie or something like that. There are multiple ways to arm yourself, from cheap, modest spring-loaded pistols to electric-powered rifles with hyper-realistic blowback and absurd fire rates. And in some cases, higher-end guns can cost thousands of dollars, which they do kit them up. And also, in a way, I'm like, they gotta be careful with some of these, man. It'd be so easy for someone to be like, that's a real gun.
They should make ones that shoot out real cases.
Dude, that was my favorite. There was a Nerf shotgun. You do, and when you shoot it, you click it open, it does ting, ting, ting. There's something so satisfying about shotgun shells, like hitting the floor. Ugh. And you're a kid, you're like, ugh. You grab your chocolate milk. People mess with me. Many businesses offer casual battles on weekends, or for those who want to go beyond, there are realistic military simulations that last several days. Jesus. I know, right? How kind of sick would that be, though? You're like camping, sorry, Mom, I can't come home. It's serious, a crazy battlefield out here. Some events cater to those who want long, hyper-realistic battles that have their own detailed narrative. For example, American Milsim has been around since 2011, putting together battles that last well over 40 hours within abandoned fields and cities, which I'll tell you, it sounds kind of cool. That's kind of sick. Also, too, like, who the business idea for that? We should just do that. We should have people camp out overnight and shoot each other with BB guns. It's gonna be a landmine. It's been a gold mine. Other events, like one held in Germany over an abandoned Soviet airfield, had 5,000 players fighting each other over the course of 3 days, where they were expected to cook, camp, and survive on their own. You weren't just fighting against passionate hobbyists. Often, you'll find actual veterans tearing up the field. Of course, if you can put a gun in your hand, a veteran will go there. You know what I mean? If there's some kind of military thing, they will find their way. It's like Field of Dreams. Build it, and they will come.
I'm picturing it's like veterans who haven't seen combat.
So
they want the thrill.
Yeah, I imagine there's maybe if it was playing out like a movie, it'd be the guy who like definitely didn't serve, whatever. He's just like, yeah, this takes me back. And everyone's like, you did not serve any time. He's like, yeah, pretty much, but that's. If I could go back in time. It goes without saying, but people dedicated to airsoft can be some of the most competitive and aggressive players of any hobby on the planet. That is why many believe that airsoft is only for World War II obsessed teens or middle-aged men trying to relive their glory days after getting kicked out of boot camp. But in fact, it's actually a diverse group of people who come from multiple walks of life. Bronies and furries, for example, are some of the largest demographics of airsoft enthusiasts. Did you know that? I didn't. Both fandoms regularly host events where players storm rugged battlefields, blasting each other in full fursuits and other brony attire, which I will say, if you're in a big fursuit, you ain't feeling those BBs. Well, that's probably why I like paintball, so you can actually see the thing. But I'd love to do like a fucking... like freak out. I'm shot! Mark! Oh my god, it's just my guts. You know, like every war film, there's always some guy with his guts out. Oh god! See, I want to go on that deal. No, just being like, I want to go into a simulator. I kind of stopped there, and I was just like looking at I think I looked through 7 past lives of wars I've been in. Is it all kind of, is it fucked up at all that people simulate war in that way? Do you think there's any kind of psychological effect it has of being like, you know what I mean?
I think it could be, depending on the person and situation. Like if they enjoy like, you know, putting like hostages and shooting them.
Well, yeah. I mean, you can say that about anything. What if I told you some people use airsoft guns to fulfill their sexual fantasies? Wouldn't be a Papa Meat video without it. One man takes to an online airsoft community to ask what the safest airsoft specs are for letting his mistress shoot him in the ass and the back with an airsoft gun.
I was picturing like she put it in
Well, I thought immediately was he's sitting there and he's just like, okay, easy, just shoot it quick. It's a big hard bone or whatever. They're just shooting his totem pole. How funny, how sick would that be? Your partner sitting there and she's all like nude in the back. Scope on your dick. Hits the underside of your shaft. Ah! Oh! Yes! Direct hit.
Keep going.
Man not down, you gotta keep tapping it. Enemy at the gates or whatever. I feel like getting shot in the balls by a sniper BB would be very unpleasant.
I was terrified of metal BBs because my uncle was like, yeah, when I was a kid, I got shot in the nose, still have the BB. And then he'd like move it around in his nose.
Was it actually in his nose still? Yeah. What the fuck?
I was like, never got it removed.
I thought you were going to say just the Christmas Story thing. I feel like everybody got traumatized as a kid by the Christmas Story movie.
Oh, that no.
You'll shoot your eye out.
My brother got shot in the eye, point blank with an airsoft.
Why?
They were playing, and then his buddy like went up behind him and was like, get on your knees. And he was like taking him hostage, and he was like right up in his face, and he says the safety was on, but then
safety's on.
But then he pulled, and luckily my brother closed his eye, but I was there when it happened. I just remember him screaming, and I sprinted to my parents. And he was like, oh, I'm dead.
David's
his eye shot out.
David's blind.
And then like my parents were just sitting there. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Do something. But luckily he didn't lose his eyes.
I'm being flooded with so many memories. We used to do all this shit in the back of my friend's house, like in a neighborhood. So there was a fence around it, and it would be like a thing if you'd be like, pew, and my friend would cut these swords out of wood with a bandsaw, and they're all like blades from that game Onimusha. So you'd be sitting there, and he's just like, like spinning around, acting like he's sucking up souls and shit. Baby's flying around. Dude, I hit you. No, I did. I hit you. Take me back. There are indeed women in the airsoft community. I know. It's crazy. But there's an issue of them being overly sexualized due to their small numbers and the type of person you'd expect to populate a sport like this. There are numerous examples of strange airsoft erotica stories posted online by men that fill the void of their absence in the field. This feels fake to me. Like if guys posting this kind of stories, yeah, I totally got my fucking dick sucked by the super hot chick. Oh really? What's her name? She just like a nomad. She just left. I don't even know her name.
It's a fantasy. They probably saw one woman there.
There's like a grandma dropping off her 52-year-old son. He's like, whoa, smoke show. Hey, Linda. She's like, what? 52-year-old guy's like locking it low with all of his beads. Lay off my mom, Jericho. I don't know why, but Jericho. What a great name, dude. I don't think I've ever met a kid named Jericho. That's gonna be my son's name. Next time I have a son, Jericho. Daughter, Jericho. At first glance, airsoft can look pretty goddamn cool to newcomers, but be careful, because the average player is only a few wrong moves away from being indescribably cringe. There's a constant argument within the airsoft community, and it's that there are too many people taking things too seriously. It is the biggest complaint that we found within the actual airsoft community itself, of people being like, we're supposed to enjoy this, right? And everyone's like, no, this is life or death, motherfucker. It's that kind of thing. And in some cases, you'll find grown men screaming at teenagers teenagers who are new to the sport and simply trying to get accustomed to the new environment.
What the fuck you doing, huh?
When you're at a gun range, let's say, like I used to do clay pigeon shooting a lot. When you're done shooting, you put your gun towards the ground because you do not wave your gun around, right? That is that's like a shotgun. Even if there's not a shell in it, it's customary to do it to where your barrel's always pointed down, right? Whatever. Some of these videos, it's like airsoft guys being like, "Go down!" It's like, I was just checking something, just checking my battery. No. Like treating it like it's like a real rifle. Which, don't get me wrong, you don't want people just shooting off and hitting somebody's eye, but still, this isn't indicative of the entire community, but can be an incredible eyesore to those who just want to engage in some lighthearted fun, right? You just want to play with your buddies. Nope, not to some. There are tons of posts online detailing people's disappointing airsoft experiences. Many times, they're complaining about encounters where players are role-playing as the ultimate badass while decked out in excessive and impractical gear. This is why I blame I almost said what is it? The Expendables. I blame that. I blame John Wick. People are like, it is main character syndrome. Yeah, Rambo, all that stuff. I blame all of those. Despite the stereotypical badass military attire, they find that a lot of these players spend their time endlessly complaining about rules and calling people cheaters. According to one enthusiast, he encountered an insufferable player that dual-wielded Berettas, calling one of them Chaos and the other Control. That is so sick. This is so funny. This is Chaos, and this is Control. Welcome to your fucking nightmare. Not only did he hype himself up constantly, but he played the game like he was the main character of an anime. He would purposely try to pull off cool-looking moves where he'd enter a room without taking cover as if he was invincible. The man shot him in the chest. He refused to call it a hit. Instead, the guy unloaded back at him and later told the ref that he was the one who was calling his hits. Yeah, which if you get hit in the game, you usually say hit to show that your character's dead, and usually go back to like a spawn point, or like you have to basically go back and then you can re-enter the match or whatever. But it's the same with like paintball. When you get hit in paintball, those who spend stacks of cash on their military gear find it hard not to show it off even when they're off the field, opting to post their epic TikTok edits, and it's pretty badass. Many of these people get frustrated at the idea that what they're doing might be considered LARPing or cosplaying. One man admits that his friend felt the same way, only for him to start pulling up the definition of cosplay on his phone to prove him wrong. Dude, it's not. Come on, man. Here, let me show you. Here. It is cosplay, right? It's 100% cosplay. Do you think the argument is that people are like, well, cosplaying is a specific character from like a fandom, and I am just like, I don't know, an art, like I'm playing Army?
Yeah, but that's the thing, it's a LARP.
Yeah, I think it's just all the same. I embrace it, dude. Who gives a shit? Or I guess unless you're just like, I've not done the same pedestal as the guy at like an anime convention.
That's probably what it is. Where it's just like
the insecure thing. Like,
I'm a man.
This is cool. Like I don't like that, but this is. Yeah, splitting hairs.
Also, some people might think like, this is a drill. This is a tactical drill. I'm trained.
Guys, listen. I'm doing this for the future of the world. Okay? When shit hits the fan, you're gonna call me. It's kind of that. I wonder if it's that kind of. It's almost like a doomsday prepper. Are doomsday preppers cosplayers too?
They're LARP. Yeah. Oh yeah, they're LARPing.
Oh, they're definitely LARPing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll tell you what. The doomsday people, if and when the world ends, everyone's gonna be scrounging for those fucking bunkers, and they're gonna say, no. What's worse is that some people try and make TikToks to fight back against people who make fun of airsoft, often looking no different than the people in anime outfits dancing for the camera, right? So they're being like, listen, God, like they're fully decked out and they're like, I'm not an anime character, all right? So stop comparing me, that kind of thing. I'm a lot cooler than that. There's nothing wrong with being a little cringe. I think everybody is. Everybody's a little fucking cringe. Everybody's got their thing, so long as you aren't feverishly trying to combat it. Right? If you're sitting there and you're just like, I'm cool. I'm a cool guy. That's what I think it comes off as bad. If you're just like, I do like airsoft. What are people gonna say? Are they gonna be like, oh, you can't, fuck them. I don't know. Some in the community could care less about looking cool, going so far as to mod their airsoft guns in the most obnoxious ways. Like one man who modded his pink assault rifle covered in hentai stickers to make anime moaning and ooh sounds whenever it fires, which I just got to say, that's a guy that's just like, this one's for me. This one's for me. If you saw that though, that would be hard not to laugh at.
I wouldn't want him on my team though.
No. Actually, I don't know. Maybe I would.
Breaking cover.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, exactly. Whatever. Damn it. Better know where we're at. Dude, we're fine. If you ever, also during that Uwu thing, do you think guys don't like being on his team because also like, I'm getting hard? Dude, stop. Yeah, fire more.
I guess people be complaining, be like, that's not fair. That's psychological warfare.
Yeah, exactly. I'm hard and I'm in pain. It goes out saying that there's a ton of emotions flying during an airsoft battle. If you've ever watched airsoft content, you know that it's not all uncommon to witness some airsoft rage. That's primarily all the content I see is the aftermath of some battle and then people getting upset with each other. Something happened within the fight and now airsoft rage happens. It assumes. There's just something about the environment there that causes common sense to fly out the window and meathead rage to take over. Sometimes it's because people refuse to call their hits, but other times it seems like people are just maniacs that shouldn't be holding a gun, let alone even just an airsoft gun. One particularly viral moment, for example, is filmed by a man who suddenly decides to full auto blast the back of a teenager before the game even started for no reason. Yeah, a lot of these, which to be fair, a lot of these are taken out of context, so who knows, but I will say, it's a thing where there should be no instance where a grown man, even if it is airsoft, just like to a kid, a little kid, you know what I mean? If they're participating in the match, whatever, but just like point blank, it just seems, you know, or it is malicious. It's a fucking cruel thing. Many members of the community are ashamed of this type of behavior and claim that airsoft rage clips make the issue seem worse than it is. That doesn't mean that serious violence doesn't take place on the field. At an airsoft facility in New York, a 20 and 35-year-old player were taken to a local hospital after a verbal altercation that led to a brutal stabbing. Another player was ejected from a local airsoft tournament after attacking someone for shooting him directly in the face. That's what you gotta say too, dude. If people are, it's just so, it's like I wonder how much of this too is just people like, you know, like people are like too competitive and they get mad to even lose. What kind of psychological shit do you think that is?
Well, I'm just speculating, but if he got out early in the game, he's like, this could be like a series of things where he gets out.
Oh, so you're saying that like it was just one, it was like a domino effect. Yeah. He got that, he's frustrated because he's like, oh, damn it.
He's like, he wants to be, you know, he wants to show off his gear.
Yeah, I spent all this gear and I didn't even get to do anything, kind of whatever, so you become frustrated. It's just the fucking like primitive nature in a guy's brain, but then you like run and be like, fuck you! Group altercations are nothing new in the game of airsoft. One of the most viewed rage clips of all time features a kid repeatedly mag dumping someone, which is where you do. In 2020, a group of teens was kicked out of a match after shooting both players and the refs on full auto. Yes, even the refs. One of them uploaded the footage to YouTube, hoping for some sympathy, but instead was met with a massive backlash for their outrageous behavior. Players need to be cautious about where they choose to play, as not everyone is keen on having full-on battle simulations near their homes, or even just the fucking BBs. It's not like when you're done shooting, you go up and you're like, all right, let me pick up my whatever. It's just a fucking mess, right? During a night game, one group of players started dodging actual gunfire after enraging someone living nearby. A local mining quarry regularly rented out in the area to airsoft groups for events and tournaments. This particular game was at night and had lots of loud pyrotechnics going off, right? Just to simulate, I'm guessing, the fire explosions or something, to make it more immersive for a fun night game. At some point during the match, a man yelled down into the quarry, "Some of us have to work tomorrow!" and claimed he also owned a gun. Not thinking anything of it, the game resumed, and explosives continued to go off until players were suddenly forced to duck and cover from distant pops and bullets flying over their heads. The game stopped immediately, and the staff tried to find who shot at them, but were unable to do so. Thankfully, no one was seriously injured in this incident, but not everyone gets so lucky. At times, airsoft weapons can lead to actual deaths. Sometimes the battlefield itself can be just as dangerous. In France, a player died mid-game after falling inside an abandoned building where the game was being held. Guillaume Lakota was a prominent airsoft player from the French team IS-38 Grenoble, which regularly played at military sim events across Europe, which I think the military sims are like way more popular in Europe. Like I think it's an actual competitive scene over there. So I think a lot of people from different countries travel around and do that. In the summer of 2017, Guillaume was playing a night game held at Fort de Monte Gilbert. I'm probably mispronouncing all this shit, I'm sorry. But it was built in 1870s, and the fort now hosts events and is a popular tourist destination, but was crumbling due to years of neglect. People are just using it to play around, they're not actually maintaining it at all. Sometime during his match, he was crossing a wooden plank that stretched over an elevator shaft, and he lost his balance and fell 4 stories. The 60-player match came to a halt as people rushed to his aid, but it was too late. And as soon as he hit the ground, he died on impact. Police interviewed all the players and determined that it was just a tragic accident, and since then, the fort is no longer accessible to the public. One of the main selling points of Airsoft is the realistic appearance and features of the guns. Though they are toys, over 300 people have died from Airsoft-related shootings since 2021, which, yeah. Well, I mean, just people, the thing too is like, what might be a toy to you, on hindsight, to other people, I mean, you just never fucking know, man, whatever. Also, even the guy at the quarry, let's say, he's going around there, he sees like people shooting. It could be friends hanging out behind their house, whatever, on a guy's property, and they see people with guns. There's just all these like fucking terrible tragedies that can happen just because from a distance it looks like a real thing. Who could have guessed that testosterone-filled military simulation nerds would ruin what is supposed to be a fun sport? Some people might try to fight you or induct you into their weird fetish, but know that there are hundreds of groups out there that are completely normal and safe. If you plan on getting into airsoft, make sure you know what you're doing and follow all the rules, because even the cheapest airsoft gun can do some real damage. And also too, enjoy your military sims and have fun with people, but for the love of God, be careful and just plan this stuff. I don't know. It's just a dangerous world out there. Be careful. My God. I'd probably just do paintball. At least it doesn't explode. I guess you still have the rooms. It doesn't fucking matter. I don't know.
The safer option is just pretend. Bang! Got you.
Pretend with your friends and then, in your 40s. Bang! I hit you.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Yeah, exactly. All right, that's our video today, guys. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hey, we got new merch! We just got a whole new line of merch over at meatcanyon.store based around our new puppet show that we made. If you haven't seen it yet, please go check it out. If you haven't seen it, it's on our Meat Canyon channel. It's been pretty much an accumulation of all the stuff we've been building, and it's a really exciting new thing. And if you want to support the channel, please consider picking up some of this merch. We're really stoked on it. Or consider checking out our Patreon, where we have some behind the scenes as well. So please check it out right now. Go, 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 go. Please go, go, please go. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down, because today we're going to be talking about bowling alleys. One of the most forgotten pastimes ever. I think bowling is a forgotten pastime?
It's dying.
Is it?
I think so.
I love bowling. I love bowling because I don't have to move. I would say it's the laziest pastime ever.
I think so.
That doesn't mean that it's not hard. It's hard. All right? Bowling is difficult, but it is. I mean, you stand, you do twist a lot, I guess.
You take 3 steps and throw.
But I get to smoke a cigarette, drink Jack Daniels, and eat chili cheese fries. I mean, like in a 6-foot radius and air conditioned. I guess sometimes there are neon strobing lights with like Pitbull playing over the speakers. It doesn't matter. At one point, bowling alleys were in every small town, and it was the place to go with friends and families. This was 1950. Okay? That was 70 years ago. While bowling is a shell of what it used to be, it's always carried itself to a certain extent due to the nostalgia it elicits from those who grew up with it. And that being said, there does seem to be a recent resurgence in the sport, which is brought on by a variety of factors. Whether it's due to the fan-made pornographic bowling animations or the occasional pro bowler popping off mid-tournament, bowling has always seemed to cling on in some way or another. Which I will say, people... the pornographic or the absurd bowling alley animations. I mean, I even made a cartoon just because I was like, oh, fuck, yeah, of course, I remember that. It has that nice like, everyone's seen that. So it elicits
nostalgia.
Well, not even nostalgia, but it elicits anger. That's what it should be. Well, yeah, because it's just like, nice shot, dickhead. Despite its massive decline, people still yearn to bowl. So much so that there are even people like Yanni Mavarkis, a TikToker documenting the entire process of buying and restoring his childhood bowling alley, which is pretty sweet, actually. I will say, the idea of owning a bowling alley seems really cool. The maintenance. It's like owning a pinball machine. It's like, yeah, in theory, it's good. When the motherfucker breaks down, who are you gonna call?
You gotta do it yourself.
Gotta have a guy. You gotta know how to do it. I don't know how to do it.
That's why, yeah, if you had your own bowling alley in your house.
Oh my God.
The maintenance on that.
Oh my God. In theory, once again, it seems awesome. Seems so good, but no way. So let's put on our bowling shoes and make our way down through the fascinating world of bowling alleys. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have to remember bowling alleys, I don't know why, always are perceived as a seedy place. Is that not? I don't know if it's just because usually they're in low income areas. They have not been remodeled. It brings in a certain type of crowd. The stereotypes of bowlers or people who attend bowling alleys, it would be fat, old, middle-aged, I would say, and alcoholics, smokers.
Drug dealers.
Drug dealers.
What are you buying?
I don't know why I want to say this, but there's no truth to it. Wife beaters. I don't know why. I can see it, but there is no semblance of truth to it. So I just want to say, if you're out there, please do not be offended. I don't think you're hitting your wife. I'm just saying that it gives it a lure.
It feels like you beat your wife.
A guy rubbing down a ball with one of those towels, I'm like, you're trying to tell me that he did not. They always wear rings. I'm not talking about wedding rings. I'm talking about like tournament rings. This video is sponsored by Helix Sleep. The spring is the perfect time to reset and refresh your sleep space. And it all starts with investing in a brand new mattress. 1 in 3 adults do not get the right amount of sleep they need per night. Sleep is so important for your health, and lack of it raises your risk of obesity, depression, and heart disease. Plus, sleep replenishes your immune system to keep you healthy through April showers. So it's important that you get your rest, and nothing feels as good as waking up to a mattress that's made for you. So many of us are getting it wrong from the start. Good sleep starts with a good mattress. Helix has 20 unique mattresses, all set to serve a specific purpose. How do you know which one is right for you? Helix says you fill out a quick sleep quiz to establish what kind of sleeper you are and your specific needs. Questions like, are you a side sleeper? Do you get hot at night? Each of these personal details allows them to find the right mattress for you. Every person is different, but whatever the need, Helix Sleep has the right mattress for you. The quiz they have you take is very quick, and your answers lead to your dream mattress. Ever since I made the switch to a Helix Sleep mattress, my mood and my energy have been way up. Can't you tell? It serves my particular needs, and it lets me get deep, restful sleep each night. I'm getting more work done each day and no longer lash out at my coworkers. All it took was a few minutes to find out what I was missing. Helix Sleep provides proven better sleep with 82% of their participants in their Wesper sleep study saw an increase in their deep sleep cycle when using their mattresses. Is this a f***ing Hogwarts exam? And if you're still not sure, Helix Sleep has a 120-night sleep trial to test the mattress to ensure you love it. Plus, all Helix mattresses come with a lifetime warranty. If you're not in the market for a new mattress right now, but wish you could improve your sleeping experience, Helix offers the perfect solution with their Comfort Adjust cooling pillow. You can just adjust the pillow to your preferred firmness and height, helping with the head and neck pain. The pillow stays cool to the touch all night and is perfect partner to getting much deeper sleep. Most pillows are a one-size-fits-all. Your body is not. Take your old dirty mattress to the curb and start spring fresh. Head to helixsleep.com/papameat and start sleeping in your new mattress today. To take advantage of their spring savings event and get a 20% off site-wide. Thank you to Helix Sleep for sponsoring the video. Now back to the video. Some people may not know it, but bowling actually has a very long and dated history. Early forms of bowling date as far back as Egypt around 3200 BCE, as seen by depictions of the sport on ancient Egyptian tombs. The game has evolved countless times throughout history to get where we are today. What you want to say? Egyptians ain't bowling, dude. If it doesn't have a ball return and the hand fan, we ain't bowling.
They had slaves for that.
What do you think their pens were?
Probably stone.
Stones? I was gonna say little mummified cats.
Mummified children too. Like the aborted fetuses that they mummified.
Mummified aborted fetuses?
Yeah.
They did abort fetuses
Yes, they
in
did.
Egypt. In ancient Egypt,
Yeah.
they were like, pop the cork, get them out. That's what they were saying.
They scrambled your brains when they.
Actually, let me ask you this before we get too far. If we had to guess who would win amongst our team here, who would be the best bowler?
I guess Trevor.
You should have said to yourself. I'm going to say it again, and then you say me, and I'm like, bullshit, I would, and then that was going to be it.
Okay.
Right. Before we get too far into it, out of all 5 of us, who's the best bowler?
Me. Definitely me.
You don't fit the bowling. I would be a better bowler than you.
I bowl I used to bowl every week. It was about 10 years ago.
If you told me right now you bowl every week, I'd be like, you do it by yourself, I'd be like, there is some trouble. I'm telling you right now, I would be the best bowler.
I'm here to beat their ass in bowling. If I don't win, I'm gonna kill myself in the main event bathroom.
Challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted.
I have bowled with Hunter. He's gonna crush it.
Over under Nick 5 gutter balls.
Whoa.
5 gutter balls? I think I'll say 4. I'll go under.
Fingers so wet all the time.
Oh, that's one. Close, but no cigar.
My shoes are so slippery.
I can't. I don't like walking. I don't like walking. Really said I'm gonna walk. Yeah, I knew that one.
Here we go, Nick.
incredible. The golden age of bowling, however, occurred in post-World War II America and lasted until about late 1960s. It had about a 10-year run. They had 10 solid years, once again the 50s, where it was the 50s, ooh boy, to own a bowling alley in the 60s, or the 50s, ooh baby. During this time, bowling alleys popped up everywhere, including the inside of churches. This was nothing new, as some churches had previously built bowling lanes in their basements to serve as a men's club. And with the pastors and the priests could, drink scotch down there and be like, I don't know what the fuck, you want to do some bowling? During bowling's peak, churches across the nation began installing full bowling alleys in their basement so their congregations could gather and have fun. Some also doubled as a private club, which was essentially a loophole to allow the sale of alcohol during the strict 1945 liquor laws. I'm trying to say, too, you think my ass would be up at church if people were saying, hey, there's a bowling alley in the basement? Are you fucking kidding me? There's a church tournament?
Churches should do that now. Well,
why would you not? That or laser tag.
I was gonna say now it should be like
that or laser tag. Laser tag wouldn't be pretty sweet at a church.
That'd be sick. Yeah, and what is it? The pews. Like if you get to play in the actual.
And the pews, and then the guy who's the ref to be like, you're out. Whatever, because there'd be 3 crosses in the room. 1 cross for each side, has a charging station, because you get shot and you're like, okay, and you have to go back and do that, and it powers your suit back on. And then the ump would be Jesus in the middle on the cross, and you'd be like, you Terry, you're out. Wouldn't that be kind of cool? Fucking lasers flying all over the place.
That'd be cool. Capture the cross too.
Capture the cross, and it weighs fucking 300 pounds. They have laser whips. But as the sport died out, so did the lanes. Many of the churches that once housed bowling alleys closed their doors. And today, there are only a few churches with active bowling alleys inside, like the Immaculate Conception Bowlatorium, which, my God, located in Omaha, Nebraska. We have got to go. How cool is that?
Oh yeah, that'd be sick.
Holy fuck. People outside of the church may think it's funny that you can go bowling and get baptized all in the same place, but bowling alley baptisms have been going on for quite a while. Over the years, people have looked at the lanes the same way they do pews at a church and have chosen to get baptized in it or near a bowling alley, which honestly, when I hear that, ain't that crazy. Roll a fucking turkey and then go, praise the Lord, and get down, you know what I'm talking about? The religion Dudism, which was founded in 2005 and is based on the Big Lebowski, has its baptisms inside bowling alleys. A Dudist baptism involves going to your local bowling alley, getting baptized inside a baby bathtub while surrounded by candles and listening to whale sounds, which is pretty good. Also, I feel like a White Russian should be involved in that. He's always drinking White Russians. In an ironic twist, most of the abandoned bowling alleys from the Golden Age are now being converted into churches, meaning bowling alley baptisms are not going anywhere anytime soon. That is kind of a weird twist. I guess that makes sense though, because they're so wide. Like there's such a weird, like if you did get rid of a bowling alley, what the fuck would you do that space? Storage? There's such a long, wide building. Very weird.
Laser tag.
Obviously. While bowling is still a popular sport enjoyed by many, it's hard to deny that the scene is not nearly the same as it was during those golden years. And over time, there has been a notable decline in numbers from casual to professional play. Part of that is simply because now there are way more forms of entertainment and recreational fitness activities than there were between the 1940s and 60s, all right? I mean, we have IMAX now. Going to a movie back then must have been a fucking crazy experience. What else is there? You go to, in movies, what do they depict besides people going to buy a milkshake and be like ruffians at a diner? Bowling alley and movies. What else was there?
Fingering your girl at a movie?
I don't think they fingered back then. Come on, baby, I eat my chili cheese fries with these things. Come on. I don't know, I think it's cool. Shut up! Fuck you, bitch! You guys hear that new Elvis song? Hey, Tutti Frutti. Oh, Rudy, yeah. That's probably what it was like. I don't know, maybe you might give me a back massage? You motherfucker. I'm 16. Editor, put the old age filter on me. Oh, I'm 16 years old in 1952. Fuck yourself. Hey. You actually think that they fingered girls back? They didn't finger.
I think so.
There was like also 70 layers. in movies when they're like, all right, good night, mom. They tell there's 7 layers of clothes.
It's a dry rub on top.
They're trying to start a little Apache fire. A big factor, most likely, is the fact that everything is just more expensive now. No longer are the days of paying just a few dollars for a game. Now the same places can charge more than double that. Well, yeah. You used to pay $1, now you gotta pay $2. More like you used to probably go to a bowling alley and be like, I have 3 cents. well, Mr. fucking Moneybags here, come on in. Now it's to literally bowl. I wonder how much it is to bowl for a bowling game.
It's like $20 per person.
$20 for one game?
Oh, there's different. If it's like a lane per hour, it's probably like that's probably like $40.
I bet you anything. If you have like let's say, because a big thing back in the day when at least when we were younger, was bowling birthday parties. Is it $20 a person? You think?
You could probably do a deal.
I'm sure there's like but still, it's probably like over $100 to take my fucking ugly ass fat kids. Be like, you guys want to get cheeseburgers? Do some bowling?
Probably like $500, $800.
Oh my god! I bet you it is half a grand for that many for a big treasure trove of just ugly Midwest kids. Oh fuck! You know, just take it. Just stay in the corner though. Put up a tarp around them. You see, all you can see is just the balls going down the lanes. Oh yeah, strike! And the silhouettes of like goblins dancing. Happy birthday, Tommy! Often you have to reserve the lane for an hour rather than just pay for an individual game. Because once again, they want you to get the fuck out of there.
Yep, exactly.
Which also, an hour, if you have like 6 people on the same lane, no conversating. It's like, go, go!
Yeah, you try to fit 2 games in an hour.
Yeah, right, dude. Yeah, right. Ben, you're gonna have to sit this one out. Okay. When you consider that true bowling fans are going more than once a week, these prices can add up quickly. People in this camp often join leagues in order to take advantage of discounts. But we'll get to leagues later, even though I do want to be in a league.
Yeah, a league would be cool.
I do believe I would win a bowling competition between my crew, but I will say I am not league ready.
Oh, definitely not. I can't even bowl over 200.
No. If I bowled 200, I would lose my fucking mind. I'm pretty happy with 100, honestly. If I hit 100, I'm like, all right, triple digits.
I could barely hit 100.
Same. But see, that's what's going to make the competition so good. How's our check-in? Check-in on the game.
If he gets another spare or a strike here, I'm killing myself.
We all commit original suicide.
Heating up, I'm gearing up. My power is warming up.
Are you Gear 5 Luffy? Nice. Nice. I'm pretty consistent though.
Hot to spit on that thing.
Hey guys, what a dead meme. I hope I'm doing good. Future Hunter, I hope you're doing okay. If you're winning, I'm... Editor put a gun to my head. Regardless, many passionate bowlers are being priced out, unable to get deep into the sport because it's simply not as affordable. It's by no means a rich man's sport, but there are endless conversations and rants online about how their local bowling spot charges an arm and a leg. Which is once again, it's people being like, it used to be this. Shut the fuck up, old man. We're all going through it. It's not accurate to say that bowling is dead. However, even better, the demographic actually seems to be shifting more on the younger side, with many high schools seeing a surge in players aiming at a higher competitive play. Even middle schools are forming teams now. What would you do if your son came home? He's like, Dad, I joined the bowling team.
Give him a high five. Give him a cigar and a shot of whiskey. You're a man now.
Thanks, that's awesome. You know what this is? It's called Jameson. There you go. That's your new middle name.
I like Ezekiel.
It's Jameson. Boy, don't make me get the belt. Casual abuse.
Do you think child abuse is going to come back in vogue?
Like, is it going to be as normalized as it used to be? Because, yeah, back in the day, it'd be like, excuse me, guys, for a second. You just hear, like, all right, sorry about it. You know how it is. And everyone's like, I get it.
Well, people don't even spank their kids anymore, right? I got spanked. My mom would bring out the spatula. That's how I knew I was in trouble.
Yeah, my grandma had big rings, and she just
my God.
She'd do that. She never struck me, but she did. And I was like, oh. Luckily, I never was hit as a child. Maybe I should have been. Maybe I'd be a different person. Maybe I'd be a skinny boy if that was the case. My mom was just like, you're so cute. Here, eat this. I'm like, there's a big fat ass in school. Oh. That's the worst kid.
My dad, he was a...
Editor, cut this. This is not good. We should... say that. All right. One of the more controversial developments in the world of modern bowling is the rise of Bowlero, the massively popular bowling entertainment center. Bowlero has a heavy focus on party atmosphere and entertainment, featuring things like giant arcades, beer pong, bars, loud music, and various events. This is stuff like Main Event. That's a big chain I see, which also that'd be a good video. We need to do like rank big arcades, adult arcades.
Yeah.
Dave and Buster's, Main Event.
Chuck's Arcade.
Is there a Chuck's Arcade around here? There's a Chuck's Arcade around us?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, about an hour away.
Wow, I did not know. I was gonna say we should just be like, or we could just pretend we could just get drunk out in the parking lot of Chuck E. Cheese and go inside, tailgate Chuck E. Cheese. While entertainment-focused locations bring in more customers, many complain that Bowlero is not focusing enough on competitive play, with many voicing their frustration about their experience practicing during quote-unquote cosmic bowling nights, where the disco lights and blaring music makes it hard to concentrate. Cry me a fucking river, dude. Well, okay, Bowlero. Some of us are trying to be competitive at bowling here. This wouldn't be such a big issue if Bowlero wasn't as influential as it was within the bowling scene. It's one of the biggest chains out there, so much so that they even acquired the Professional Bowlers Association in 2019. Okay, well, that's kind of funny. You know that they heard too many complaints. They're like, we're just gonna buy it.
Yeah, there you go. Can't complain now.
Yeah, exactly. Keep complaining. We'll shut the whole fucking thing down. While you'd think this would result in more attention being directed towards serious bowlers, that couldn't be farther from the truth. Bowlero currently has 365 locations across the country, many of them once being cherished mom and pop locations that were bought out by the company after years of struggling to keep up with their own cost, which I'll tell you it's kind of sad. Sign over your life to Bowlero. Many locations would have been shut down anyways, but people still aren't happy because those that are replaced are immediately met with a significantly higher prices and overall lower quality experience for traditional bowlers. And because their focus is profit, they put far less effort into maintaining their lanes, something most casual players will hardly notice. Bowlero is also aggressively pushing the conversation to string set pins, allowing knocked pins to be reset easily without the potential of getting stuck in the machines. And while this makes sense for lower maintenance costs and overall profit, serious bowlers would rather blow their brains out than use them. It's true. I've only ever actually seen that done when it's like a kid's alley, where it's like a shorter whatever and they just whoosh, get pulled up. If I would not. I don't know. I don't know why. It's cheap. It is cheap. If I saw that, I'd be like, let's just go somewhere else. Some research shows that the setup leads to lower strike percentages and more spares as they affect pinfall dynamics in a way that noticeably affects the game. I mean, I don't really give a fuck about the physics of it. I just think it looks really fucking stupid and it feels cheap. And also too, it's weird that bowling is like a cute date night kind of thing. It's a nice date night thing. And if I sat there and I took my partner to bowling alley and they saw the string pins, I think that they would think, oh, this is a cheap date. Does it not? He's cheaping out on this date.
Doesn't look good on me. I don't like that.
It reflects poorly on myself as a customer. It does. What's even worse is that many of their few league nights can easily be canceled if a private party wants to host an event with even as little as a 45-minute notice. You cancel an entire league night because someone's like, yeah, I have a party of 3 coming up. Okay, get out! Get out! Because of this, tons of bowlers boycott Bowlero and even stage walkouts when some of their lanes are taken last minute. There are even Bowlero hate groups online solely made for the purpose of ranting about their hatred of the company, which is, you have to be a pretty bad company for there to be a bowler strike.
Yeah.
In general, it is considered by passionate bowlers to be the slow killer of bowling as a whole. There it is.
It's like Walmart. It's kind of like the death of
the death of the mom and pop shop.
It's more convenient, but the lives that are lost.
Walmart comes in, puts a gun to their head, and blows off their fucking head. Even with a recent resurgence among youth, the average person goes bowling just to relax and maybe share a couple beers with the boys. However, the professional bowling scene is a completely different energy, one that leads to many iconic moments, which if you haven't watched professional bowling, I gotta say, it hypes you up. It's the same with, dude, you know what I've been seeing a lot lately is fucking dart throwing.
Oh, yeah.
Going to a professional dart throwing competition looks like one of the funnest experiences I've ever seen. 180! The crowd's like, ah! It's fucking awesome. At one point, the Professional Bowling Association was one of the most watched and financially backed professional sports leagues in the nation. Millions of people used to flock to tournaments and tune in on TV or the radio to find out how their favorite bowler played, with crowds in the background getting insanely hyped for their favorite players, which is true. And I will say the radio broadcast would be pretty fun. Tim is lining up for the bowl. Like that's a fun audio experience too. Sadly, the PBA has fallen far from its former glory and is struggling to even get sports broadcasting to cover its events. Despite this, the league still produces iconic moments that capture the public's attention and attract tons of new fans. One of the most famous clips to ever come from bowling is from the 2012 US Open Bowling Championship, specifically during the final frame between Peter Weber and Mike Fagan, which if you haven't seen this, everyone's seen this. Iconic. One of the best lines of all time. Peter Weber needed to hit one pin to win his 5th championship, and without hesitation, he threw his ball, nailing the shot. And while freaking out, he turned to the crowd and shouted, "Who do you think you are? I am!" One of the best moments in sports history. Who do you think you are? I am!
Who do you think you are? I am!
I think motherfucker was just hyped. I think there's just a surge of emotion. The thrill of winning and copious adrenaline caused him to mix up his words and blurt out a sentence that really didn't make any fucking sense. Instead of saying, "Who do you think you are?" with me in my house, he said, "Who do you think you are? I am." Which also, I prefer the latter, if I'm being honest. Who do you think you are at my house? I mean, I get it of being like, you're coming into my house thinking that you can beat me, right? Who do you think you are? I am. So fucking, who do you think you are? I am. Kind of makes you be like, huh. What? Like, it confuses you, you're startled, there's all kinds of stuff. The clip of Peter shouting would go mega viral and become a meme that haunts him everywhere he goes, with fans now yelling at him at tournaments. In an interview with Barstool, he clarified what he meant to say and said it was actually directed at a 12-year-old boy in the stands who had been heckling him throughout the entire game, which makes this so much better. If you thought that this was Weber's only famous clip, you'd be dead wrong. He is also known for the most embarrassing moment in all of bowling history. After winning the 1991 US Open, Pete was brought to the front and given his trophy and a check for $40,000 in a green jacket as if it's the Masters. It's pretty funny. However, as they were rolling to the credits, Pete hoisted the trophy above his head and it fell apart, landed on the ground, and was smashed all to pieces. And instead of cutting away, the camera just zoomed in on Pete's disappointed face as the credits rolled. The credits were rolling as if it was like a sad anime. It was fucked up. Those who were standing around him awkwardly patted his shoulder as he stood there looking at his broken trophy, looking at this thing that he just competed his heart out for, right? And they're just like, zoom in more.
You think I would probably cry?
Well, I'd just be like, can I get a new one? Can you just make me a new one? Also, I hoisted them on my head and it broke.
It's not your fault.
It's not my fault. Fucking make me a new one. As much as people want to claim bowling is losing relevancy, it doesn't seem to be going anywhere. Many will always see charm, whether it's from nostalgia or family memories, eventually bringing them back for the occasional fame. However, time will tell if these places can even build back up the professional scene that once swept the nation. If this video has interested you in bowling, whether casual or professionally, give it a shot and tell us how it went, because I bet you anything, you had a pretty damn good time. We will see you in the next one, guys. Bye-bye.
And here's me winning the bowling game.
No, here's me winning.
Do you think I could get 100 where I'm at? Oh, we know who's not making the bowling league. There it is. Easy.
2-step.
Easy.
Turkey.
Everything's on the line. No pressure. Turkey?
Turkey here, and I think you beat me.
Strike, strike, strike. My hand was like this.
You're gonna break your goddamn wrist is what you're gonna do.
No.
Pass, Hunter. You are a better bowler than Nick. Don't ever let him fucking put that shit in your head again. You hear me? But we will say that Harry is the undisputed team champion. Good job, Harry.
Speech.
Yeah.
I would like to thank Noel Miller for everything he taught me. The shoes threw me off at the beginning. I'm still blaming the shoes, but thank you, Noel, for everything. This one was for you.
I will say having 3 of the 5 people in this crew get gutter balls, but 0 points on the first frame is haunting. All right, you know what? That's it. Welcome Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down because today we're recording a video right after we did the last one. Last week, we posted a video about disgruntled employees, so much so that we had to talk about CEOs. But it's been such a big back and forth. So today we're going to be talking about CEOs, baby. Everyone can relate to working under a boss that he absolutely despises. In fact, some of the most cathartic online discussions revolve around making fun of CEOs like Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg for practically everything they do because it's nice to punch up. For people that seamlessly have it all with God complexes and fundamentally change how we live, it's nice to fucking punch up every once in a while. Am I wrong? That's why I think sometimes people leave horribly nasty comments on my videos. Because they're like, fuck this fat ass and his millions of subscribers. I get it, dude.
Punch up, baby.
Punch gently.
Yeah, punch gently.
Just, give me a love tap. You don't have to curb stomp me, please. Don't make me bite the curb. It's hard not to get why people feel such a deep hatred, especially with the upper echelon of CEOs that go to crazy lengths to boost profits and add another zero to their net worth. At the end of the day, it's all just a giant pissing contest where it's, how much do you need? How much do you actually need, Nick?
Everything.
As long as the numbers are good and the investors are happy, then everything else, including your health and happiness, comes second, baby. This problem has grown even bigger in recent years, as it seems like every day there are new headlines exposing a company for doing something nefarious. From AI CEOs ruining the PC market, and also, I don't know, like basically saying that humanity sucks and that robots rule. I don't know. They want the end of the world for some reason.
You would prefer the human race to endure, right?
Two, I don't know, McDonald's CEOs attempting to seem relatable to the masses by trying to eat their own products without throwing up. It's truly a marvel.
I love this product. That's a big bite.
The controversies are endless, my friends. Unsurprisingly, most of the people in the top are complete weirdos who had strange and narcissistic behaviors before they climbed the corporate ladder. And this kind of behavior actually helped them get to where they are today, but created many enemies along the way. So, let's go over some of the most heinous and bizarre things CEOs have ever done. It's gonna be a long video. How long is this video?
16 hours.
We're looking at a 16-hour. This is a down the rabbit hole video. Yo, shout out the new down the rabbit hole video, dude. Nigel Cheese. Did you watch that one?
We watched a little bit, yeah.
It was fucking great.
He's a genius.
Nigel Cheese? Exactly. 1 + 1 = 1. I'm a proper English gentleman. Anything down the rabbit hole, dudes. I'm fucking. I eat it up. I love all of it. Shout out my boy down the rabbit, Frederick Nunson, the homie. I don't know. I wish he was my homie. Hit me up, Fred. To boost morale, some CEOs will take their entire staff on a company retreat and get them out of the office, like Valve. They take them I think they take those motherfuckers to Hawaii every year. Expenses paid. I heard Valve though, I heard they treat their employees right. Is that true?
They have a very loose structure of like a hierarchy. Basically, you could join Valve and they're like, you can do whatever you want. And they leave you alone. So you're like, oh, I'm gonna work on this project. Yeah, I'm bored. I'm gonna go work on this one.
Is that why nothing ever gets done?
Yeah. Their mentality is like, they want their workers to be excited on the things they're working for. So it's like, if a big project comes up, like Dota 2, everybody loves working on Dota 2 because it makes them a shitload of money. And then like when CSGO came out, they started switching to CSGO, but nobody wants to work on like TF2 anymore. I think there's one person working on it.
What about Half-Life? I mean, it doesn't fucking matter. Basically, what we're saying is Gabe Newell is a good CEO.
That's what people say.
That's what people say.
That's what people say. I mean, he's happy.
How often do you think they have him at gunpoint? You better say him at good. That's what I do with my guys. I have a 3D printed gun. I have a Bamboo Labs printer. I print out a gun. And I go up to all my employees and I say, you say I'm a good boss right now. While these retreats, it might seem like a nice gesture, one week-long retreat turned into a week of pure hell. In 2017, the CEO of Plex, Keith Valerie, decided to treat 120 of his employees to a Survivor-style vacation in Honduras, labeled as a team bonding experience. What? Team bonding as Survivor? Only one of you will win. Fight. The $500,000 trip was already off to a bad start before a single person boarded their fucking flight. 3 weeks before the retreat was set to start, the resort they were staying at had both its general manager and head chef resign. After getting off the plane in Honduras, the crew was crammed into buses and was shipped out over dirt roads. And when they arrived at their destination, most of the staff felt uneasy because the property was guarded by numerous guard towers equipped with machine guns. This is what, can you just upload? It's just Pirate Bay for movies, right?
Well, now they're trying to be a legit service, so they have like free movies and stuff, and you pay for services.
Yeah, but you and your brother just use it for anime, right?
Yeah.
Their anime selection is haunting. This video is brought to you by Stars Forge PCs. Right now, they're having a massive Memorial Day PC sale going on with huge savings on all PCs. And even if you aren't in the market for a new PC, they have collaboration keyboards and other gaming accessories for sale. So go check them out. The link will be in the description. Thank you to Stars Forge PCs for sponsoring this video. Seriously, if you guys are looking for a PC, this company's pretty sick. I appreciate you guys. Bye-bye. The CEO had flown down a few days earlier to help set things up. However, as soon as he arrived, he noticed all the food was deep fried, and the staff warned him not to eat any vegetables. That's a good sign. Oh, so can I have this tomato? I would not eat that. He disregarded their warnings, claiming he just had to have one small salad. God, what a CEO thing. I have to have my salad. Yeah. I have to. I just one. This led to him contracting a severe case of E. coli and becoming bedridden before his company even arrived to the company retreat. He claimed that while in the hospital, he lost up to 8 to 10 pounds in just a few days, and that the staff would nail his IV bag to the bedpost every time he was swapped. Like fucking Martin Luther. Go with God. With Keith unable to direct the Survivor challenges, other executives had to step in and divide the contestants into teams so the games could begin. The first challenge that the staff were tasked with was eating tarantulas as well as assortment of other disgusting foods. What kind of company retreat is this?
Survivor!
Is that? I thought Survivor. I thought that's. I thought that's like a Fear Factor.
That is
thing.
more of a Fear Factor.
I thought Survivor's just being like, I don't know, like float in the ocean and hold your breath, or what? I thought it was that. Next, Keith hired a former Navy SEAL to simulate beach drills, which included pushing employees to army crawl in 100-degree heat while being screamed at. Nobody in the company was particularly fit. Yeah, come on, the people at Plex, come on now. So people began to overheat and crawl on their hands and knees into the ocean to cool off. That's what I do. I'd look like a fucking sea turtle. I'd crawl off. I'd be on the beach. There'd be like 70 eggs under me. Eventually, people began passing out, and the Navy SEAL agreed to tone down the intensity. All right, fine. I'll tone it down a bit. Things would only get worse as the games continued. Many employees suffered fire ant bites, including one person who had to get an emergency injection in their butt after sitting on an anthill.
Well, that's his fault.
But come on now, that ain't the CEO's fault. I will say though, sitting on that's a dastardly surprise. You don't expect that. Those motherfuckers will crawl anywhere too. You gotta watch out.
Have you ever got bit on the scrotum?
Well, I've had a leech on my balls before. I've had sea ticks in my testicles.
In?
Mm-hmm. Well, sea ticks, they bury in it. I had to pluck them out.
Oh my God.
It's true. It was on the other side of my stomach. I have one of those gross fat stomach. Oh God, dude. I wish I had like a robust tummy. You know, like a round one. I had my fucking stomach. It's disgusting. It's one of those stomachs that looks like a peanut shell. Others were still recovering from severe heat exhaustion and dehydration from the days prior. The resort they were staying at was also dealing with a sand flea infestation. So every room had to be fumigated each morning. Every morning, a fumigation. Which also, I'm like, there's no way that has not stopped lingering. So you're going to bed and you're just breathing in those chemicals. In addition to the insects, one of the senior engineers was sleeping and heard a loud crash in their bathroom. When he went to investigate, he found that a porcupine had fallen through the ceiling of his shower and was trapped behind the glass. I love the picture. Yeah. He's like, let me out. Through their stay, the facility experienced frequent power and water outages due to brutal heat wave. And one of the employees was running back and forth between his co-workers' rooms, delivering water bottles to keep them cool. While doing this, he forgot to drink water himself and began to experience severe heat palpitations due to heat exhaustion. And after nearly collapsing, he was taken to the hospital and put on an ECG machine. You think they also hammered a IV bag? What are you doing here? Not going well, sir. Yeah. A positive of the trip was that they had unlimited access to golf carts, so they could drive anywhere they wanted. The downside was that the trees blocked the solar panels powering the road lights, so they would shut off after about 30 minutes. As a result, some employees ended up driving in the dark and crashed into things. Near the end of the trip, the entire company boarded small planes to an island called Utila to attend the opening of a new baseball field that Plex helped fund after the original was destroyed in a hurricane. The day went on without any issues. They swam in clear waters and played basketball. But this brief respite was all they had before problems started to arise once more. It came time to head back to the mainland. Utila's airport was very basic and lacked runway lights, meaning no planes could land on the island after the sun went down. And because of this, the pilots were tasked with getting the 100-person crew back to the main island before sundown, using an 8-person propeller plane. One One by one, the plane took off and returned, taking small batches of people. However, they didn't make it back in time, and some employees were forced to spend the night on the island. Many of them were using antihistamines to treat the insect bites and were left for hours with insatiable itching. And thankfully, those left behind were able to find a doctor on the island and get the medicine they needed. For the rest of the night, the remaining employees stayed at a hotel, drank beer, and listened to reggae. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
Not bad. When the morning came, the pilots picked them up, and the rest of the company drove to the airport to head back to the U.S. Though it was a retreat from hell, many employees say they enjoyed their time and grew closer to their coworkers. At the end of the day, people did get closer together, but it seems like it's through trauma. You get closer through trauma, right? Was that a big brain move from the CEO? I don't know. And this could all be chalked up to a horribly planned event with the good intentions. Many CEOs, however, are far more sinister in pursuit of profits and stuff. I mean, to me, this does not seem like this is not a bad CEO. I mean, we're dipping our toes a little bit of, you should have thought that one a little better, right? But at the end of the day, it doesn't seem like anybody really had any resentment towards the CEO.
It's more so, I mean, to be fair, he was trying to do something fun, and it was just horribly planned. There's way worse CEOs.
Yes. Nearly everyone in the US was affected in some sort of way by the RAM shortages created by all the AI CEOs. And since 2025, AI has seen massive growth, and its overall integration into everything has accelerated at a terrifying pace. And because of this, many AI CEOs are ordering their companies to lower or halt consumer-grade RAM production and focus solely on AI memory for the massive data centers popping up everywhere. I fucking hate them. They're everywhere. It's fucking disgusting.
I think we're getting 2 or 3.
Well, by us, yeah. It's fucking stupid. The price of a stick of RAM has risen nearly 120% to 300%, depending on the brand. Meaning a stick that cost usually $300 in 2024 is now upwards of $1,000 in some cases. This has not only raised the prices of pre-built PCs, making it harder for an average consumer to get one, but also prices of consoles. It led to systems like Steam Machine being delayed as well. Shoe company Allbirds decided to rebrand as New Bird AI and sell off its shoe brand to begin buying GPUs and building AI data centers, which has sent its stock soaring. Fuck off. This decision comes after the company saw a steady decline in sales since its founding in 2015. And the worst part is, the CEO sent out a company-wide email informing everyone that they had been let go and that all of their retail stores would be shutting down without prior notice. What a fucking nice guy. And this will likely start a trend of other companies abandoning the customer market and investing fully into AI, getting out of like actually having to like rent out store spaces or do whatever and just fully integrate with this like get rich quick scheme that people are having with AI data centers. People are tired of AI being pushed down their throats, and CEOs know it, yet they still force us to use it. The CEO of Microsoft, Satya Nadella, published a blog post at the end of 2025 urging people to stop calling everything related to AI slop. How about you go fuck yourself, idiot? He believes we need to get beyond the arguments of slop versus sophistication. Humanity needs to learn to accept AI as the new equilibrium. It's the way that CEOs talk about AI, it just shows how little they accept life. It's like it shows what disdain they have for actual humanity. It's not surprising, but it's so eye-opening. This spurred a wave of people calling out the CEO and referring to anything the company did as microslop, which beautiful. Microsoft hated the word so much that they even banned it on their Discord and restricted people who used it. What a fucking pussy, dude. Yourself. CEOs will gladly screw over consumers, but what about their employees? In 2023, Clearlink CEO James Clark announced that the company would require people to return to the office. This was after promising lots of newly hired employees that this would not be a possibility. When the company responded negatively, he held a meeting with all the employees and went on a rant about how he was sacrificing his time in the office while, in his words, 30 employees were quiet quitting because they hadn't opened their laptops for a month. He then praised the people who made insane sacrifices to return to the office, such as one woman who had to sell her family's dog to get back to the office. What? He said that it broke his heart and that she had to do it, but praised her for complying with the new company standards. I know you couldn't take care of your pupper and you had to get rid of it. You probably really like that guy, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for being here. Next, some of his employees complained that they couldn't go into the office because they were stay-at-home mothers. James' response to this was that it shouldn't be an issue because real mothers would be able to balance working in the office and childcare.
Whoa, this guy just...
I didn't say it, all right? I just want to say that base take is not from me, all right? Once again, though, it just shows, well, robots don't require a robot mom could do it.
Well, my nannies take care of my kids.
Yeah, exactly. We'll just get a nanny then. I don't understand. It's like, well, I'm not rich like you. You're you get your housekeeper then to do it. Like, what?
You get your mother, okay?
Yeah, get your mom. After hearing this heartless, disconnected speech, many employees resigned, and the company received significant backlash, as if they give a fuck. James tried to save face by saying his words were taken out of context, but aside from his company being review bombed, he never faced any repercussions. Exactly, because they don't give a fuck.
As long as they're making money, they don't give a shit.
Also, they just know that, like, oh, there's going to be another thing in the news. Who cares?
And they're going to replace us with AI.
We will be computers. We will have to. After a while, they're like, I don't even know why people are rejecting the cyborg treatment.
Elon Musk wants to do that, put a little brain chip inside you.
I think it's because they're all just afraid to die. I mean, who isn't afraid to die? But I think CEOs have a hard time grasping that they're like, what do you mean I won't have, it's just over?
Could you imagine if CEOs were immortal?
There would be no point of living. Yeah. There would be no point to life itself. Some employers actually value the work that their employees do, but far too many believe that their employees are lucky to have a job in the first place.
Me?
Nick.
Yeah, I am lucky.
Yeah, you are. You all should know that. It's like there's like a bunch of people. Me? During the 2023 Australian Financial Review Property Summit, my God, pick a better fucking name. Property developer and CEO Tim Gurner stated that he believes we should see pain in the economy. By this, he means that employment rates should rise up to 40% to 50%. His reason behind this? Well, Tim believes that after COVID, the average worker got lazy. So the employer quotes,
"Need to remind people that they work for the employer, not the other way around."
You see, in Tim's eyes, layoffs are not a sign of a failing company, but actually a tool employers can use to threaten employees into working more and being grateful to even have a job. Once again, it can't be said enough, go fuck yourself. I think that they think this is like normal. Well, everybody thinks this way. Because all they do is talk to other CEOs. So when they actually say these thoughts out loud, you're like, what? This is not the first insane thing Tim has said. In 2017, he faced significant backlash for saying that millennials couldn't buy homes because they were buying too much coffee and avocado toast. Remember that guy? This was met with a tidal wave of angry millennials ranting about how they greatly simplify why people in their generation were struggling financially. Tim publicly apologized. Yeah, he probably threw up. He's probably sitting there and he's like, he was doing this under the podium. Or he's doing this behind his back.
Oh, yeah.
Tim publicly apologized, claiming he felt deep regret for his statement, but it appears that old habits really never change. Tim, if you're out there, hope you're getting a wreck. Is that horrible to say, even to a CEO? Do we really care? Do I give a fuck? You know what's fucked up is that Stevie Ray Vaughan dies in a helicopter crash, but Tim Gurner probably flies a helicopter all the goddamn time. Yeah. Most of the time, CEOs can be mentally draining, but for one employer, their boss nearly killed them during a meeting. After getting hired by a small startup, one man was under constant psychological harassment for 7 months straight by the CEO. From the moment he got hired, his boss was constantly yelling at him and demanding he explains what he was doing at literally every moment of the day. And on top of the overbearing boss, the man was required to work 12 to 14 hours a day, including weekends. And after months of being belittled, everything came to a head when the CEO began screaming at the man at the top of his lungs during a video conference. I mean, it's just all public humiliation shit, power tripping humiliation shit. Which also, even if you're upset with an employee, it's just that level of delusion where it's just like, well, this is probably inappropriate to do in a video conference, right? With all these people here. But I feel like you're just making a statement and it's just power tripping, right?
I honestly think some CEOs do it on purpose, where it's just like, I'm gonna pick the weakest out of the pack and like make an example of them. It's just like alpha brain bullshit.
But that's just power tripping,
yes,
right?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that an idea to where it's like, hey, everyone who's in here, don't let this be you?
It's a warning thing of just like, if you have like a scapegoat and someone you know, like you could pick out to be the example, it's very easy of just like, I'm gonna pick on this guy to show everybody else not to fuck up.
After several minutes of being yelled at, the employee began struggling to breathe as his chest began to tighten. He eventually collapsed, alerted his mother, and was taken to the hospital. While there, the doctors told him he suffered from a panic attack caused by his boss's endless screaming, which if anyone's ever had an actual panic attack, it feels like you're having a heart attack. I mean, if you feel like you're dying. I used to get them really bad. Remember, I feel like 2 or 3 years ago, I got them really bad.
I had really bad anxiety in high school. So I remember I was like one of the up and running people to be in a play. It was me or this other guy. And I've never been in like a big play before. I had a huge anxiety the other day. And I was kind of hoping I didn't get it because it's like
just the pressure of
just the pressure.
Yeah.
And, you know, surprise, I didn't get it. So
yeah. Thank God. I mean, I've never had a heart attack yet. The very first time I had like a bad one, I drove to the hospital because I thought I was having a heart attack. It's just like tightness of breath, and your chest, like your heartbeat races, and you kind of have like a fight or flight response. You're just kind of like it's very overwhelming. It's very odd.
They have beta blockers for that.
There you go. When he recovered, he immediately resigned. According to the HR department, however, his medical emergency was actually an act of charity by the company since they were paying him for his time off. An HR department said that. Oh my, which also, I've had a boss before, man, that's like, did shit like that. I won't say the company or whatever, but it was like a place that had like comic books and we've been there. But he was just like a guy that would like, he'd bully you until you quit, basically. And he was like a guy that was like new and he was like trying to prove himself. He would like bully you until people quit, and then he'd bring in other guys, and he would basically like, he would like joke about you in front of you to them,
yeah.
and then like try to get the other new employees that he hired to like resent you. And he just, that was his way of like thinning out the herd.
My boss had a similar thing where she wasn't that mean, but she would purposely like cut people's hours because she's like, if I don't like them, I'm just giving them.
Oh,
like,
100%.
Because she's like, I'm not gonna fire them so they could just get on unemployment.
Yeah, that he did that too. And then it was like a weird thing too, where it was very obvious. He was just such a fucking creep. He also hired like a bunch of like 15-year-old girls, and like, he was like that kind of guy.
Yeah.
He hired like, oh, these are all my buddies from like my Toys R Us day, whatever. And then he'd hire like a bunch of younger. He's just a fucking creep. That kind of shit. It's no surprise that many CEOs have insane egos, with some believing that they inherited their position from God himself. After being appointed CEO, a man invited his entire company of over 200 people to a Zoom meeting, labeling it an announcement of an upcoming project. However, instead of discussing anything work-related, he opened the meeting by stating that he believed he had been directly appointed to the CEO position by God. Apparently, Christ had brought him to this position like it was his divine purpose in life. Realizing how insane the situation was, many workers resigned shortly after the meeting ended, and morale plummeted for those who stayed. Which also, what was the company?
Yeah, I want to know.
We sell tires.
Yeah.
And it's like, God wanted me to be here. It's like, Greg, we sell tires. It's clear that if you want to be a top-level executive, you need to be a little crazy. And in fact, many CEOs go public about their strange habits and reveal themselves to be very bizarre characters. The co-founder of Boost Mobile, Craig Morgan, is the 4th largest mobile carrier in the US. The man had several rituals, such as going to bed early exactly at 10:04 p.m. every day, which already I'd be like, how do you control that? 10:03 and yeah, injects himself. Not only that, but every single day he eats 5 cans of cold sardines and encourages others to do the same. As a self-described sardine evangelist, Craig attributes his health to his sardine consumption and believes that's why his business continues to grow. It's just because of the sardines. At the same time, I kind of fuck with that. Gotta eat sardines. We have to imagine that every CEO is just a psychopath, right? Yoshiro Nakamatsu, also known as Dr. Nakamatsu, is known for holding over 3,000 patents. These inventions would include the toilet seat lifter, a throwable self-defense wig, and the Cerebrix chair, which is a recliner that blasts electronic pulses into your brain to supposedly boost brain power. The goddamn Jimmy Neutron chair. To come up with all these crazy inventions, the man needed a room where he could relax and think. That's why, naturally, he built a bathroom in his home covered head to toe in 24-karat gold. Naturally. Yoshiro believed that doing this blocked harmful radio and TV waves that would affect his thinking. It also partially soundproofed the room, allowing it to be silent most of the day so he could scream and shit all day long. When inside the room, he would sit on or near the toilet and think about new inventions for hours. One of the only rules in the room was that no nails were allowed inside because he believed it disturbed his thinking. To ensure this could never happen, he also had the room built with no nails. Which also, I was going to say, at what point do you also say this motherfucker has something going on? 3,000 patents? I mean, how many people have a solid gold rim?
Off the top of my head, only one.
I mean, I was gonna say, like, there might be something to them. Also, I wonder why no nails?
Yeah, I don't.
That's just what is that? That's like an OCD thing, right? CEOs will calmly let hordes of people go from their job without a second thought. But the worst of the worst CEOs will cause them to lose their lives. The Deepwater Horizon disaster is one of the deadliest industrial disasters ever. 11 people were killed on an oil rig explosion, and over 200 million gallons of oil dumped into the ocean as a result. I feel like a lot of people know about this. Part of the reason the oil rig exploded was the CEO cut overall operating costs by rushing safety inspections and standard work protocols to save time and make more money. You know. Good stuff. Following the explosion, Tony Howard would go on and say the string of disgusting things about the explosion in the media. When questioned by the environmentalists worried about the scale of the oil leak and the cost of cleaning it, Tony dismissed their concerns, calling the spill, quote, relatively tiny compared to the whole ocean. That's when you need to throw them in and be like, drown.
Yeah, exactly. Throw them into the oil.
And light it. Later on, after months and months of being interviewed, he finally broke down and said, there's no one who wants this thing over more than I do. I'd like my life back. Live on TV. What a fucking douchebag. Once again, Throw him over. Throw him over into the oil, dude. This sent people over the edge as Tony was clearly only focused on himself rather than the 11 men who died and the entire ecosystem affected by the spill and his shortcomings. And shortly after this statement, BP would face huge cleanup fines and Tony would be fired. He still ran and made it off like a bandit, dude.
Oh, yeah.
You think he gives a fuck? He's just like, and I don't have to do anything anymore? Perfect.
He probably got some huge
He got a
exit
huge
bonus.
payout. He got a huge payout, yeah.
That's the fucked up thing with CEOs is that they go in, they gut these companies, they ruin them, get a huge bonus, and then just leave and have a new CEO come in.
Yeah, it feels like a big thing is that with a lot of these CEOs, it's like it's just a pissing contest between other CEOs, and then I feel like the only reason they even stay and keep the job with these bonuses is just to keep up that kind of like social relationship they have with other CEOs. I hope they all die. I legitimately hope they all die. It's fascinating to see what happens to those who not only become successful, but reach the absolute peak of the business world. People become so detached from the common man when they reach a certain point, and it can cause them to do some pretty crazy things. The power tripping done by these people has gotten so completely out of control to the point where stories like this are becoming everyday occurrences, and no one seems to mind. It's just a thing now where they're just like, oh, well, what do you expect? For centuries, workers have struggled against their employees, and despite laws and revolts, that conflict still shows no sign of ending anytime soon. You know, we're relying on these companies for jobs and these things, but it's just at a certain point, I'm almost wondering if CEO should also be, it's like a presidential terms. 4 years and you're out and you circulate. That way you don't have any guy who's over hoarding over anything, you know, because that's the biggest thing, is it's king mentality between all of it.
A lot of people are saying that AI should replace CEOs. But then to me, I feel
There's
like
really no hope for anything.
that's more
is there?
dangerous because
Of course it's more fucking dangerous, dude. What? Yeah, no shit. It's a soulless computer. They're already a soulless person, but the thing is, like, behind every CEO's lifeless eyes, there's like has to be a tiny spark of humanity somewhere. Even if they are a nepo baby, whatever, there's a little something from your evolutionary code.
And they're flesh bags, so they decay, whereas a computer will never die.
Whatever. God, what a depressing fucking video. I don't know, dude. Or go up to your boss today and say, fuck you. Or write an email to a CEO and say, and tell him to fuck off. Also with the YouTube CEO. He's cool, right?
Yeah. Hey, Hunter. Fuck you.
I asked for that one. We'll see you in the next one, guys. Bye.